Good evening and welcome to Superpower Broadcasting. I'm your host, Kevin Castley. Tonight, the Ghoul Gang rises again. And tonight we've got Spooky Nukies, our co-host here, joining me. And we are on the short aftermath of President Biden, base Biden, bombing Iranian militias in eastern Syria. And the brainlet brigades have been fuming and dooming. Now, not everything tonight is going to center around that. We do have other clips for you that Spooky here has compiled. But man, we got a lot of doozies. Some very cringy takes for sure. So it's going to be fun. And with that, we're going to go to Spooky Nukies.
Yeah, no special guests this time, but it's the classic, it's the dynamic duo of foreign policy takes. So
that's right.
We're back.
That's right. Yeah, we're back, man. That's just for you all out there who might be tuning in for the first time, or what's Ghoul Gang Rising? Ghoul Gang Rising is a new weekly podcast that I'm doing with
oh my god,
co-host.
I can't believe these guys, they unironically call themselves neocons and ghouls. My world is imploding.
That's right. That was the comment. That was actually a comment. Like, I didn't realize there were people who actually called themselves ghouls. Okay, so we in this podcast
we did it
endeavor.
You people did it first.
Yes, obviously. It's like I can't believe people call themselves deplorables. It would be the same thing. Anyway, we here at Ghoul Gang Rising endeavor to compile for you the worst, the most cringe, the most hilarious takes on foreign policy of the last week. And we do this every week. And this is episode 3. Last episode, we were joined by Jay, the War Kettle. Tonight, it's Reece and I. We might have a special guest on next time. We'll see. You got to stay tuned for that. But the thing is,
we got plenty of people to cycle through.
Yes, so many. Yeah, I mean, we can get to like John Bolton and all those guys down the road.
Good luck with that.
Can you imagine though? I'm just like, imagine Ambassador Bolton did come on for Ghoul Gang Rising, like not anytime soon, but like made for like episode 100 or something, or episode 200 or whatever. We got Bolton on.
Come on, Ambassador. It's 100. Yeah. It's the big 100.
Yeah, I know.
Come on.
And I can just imagine like John Bolton laughing at the Kyle flips, and we can like dunk on Mehdi Hassan and stuff like that. It'd be base. So
Kyle would lose his mind.
Kyle would do a video on that and be like, "Get a load of these neocon ghouls," and because my name on Twitter, the whole thing, the Ghoul Gang, is a reference to Kyle. Because Kyle always calls anybody that disagrees with him on foreign policy the neocon ghouls. So, anyway,
that might be a tease for things to come.
Yeah, possibly, maybe. So we'll see. So, I don't really have anything else to
delay between us.
Oh. My internet seems fine. Can you hear me right now?
I've seen this problem before sometimes with StreamYards, very rarely, but maybe I'll try to duck out and come back in. Yep. It's just a slight delay, but it's a little annoying. You can entertain the ghouls.
We'll do. So how's everybody doing tonight? We got the Ghoul Gang here, and in the chat. Yeah, so basically Reece is going to be back shortly. He's just resetting his internet connection. Everyone loves a good bombing. Bolton go on Ghoul Gang. There's Reece. Okay. Can you hear me now?
How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah, that's a more immediate response. It was just a little sluggish. I think we should be okay.
Wonderful. So with that, let's get to the first.
we have I guess do you want me to? Yeah. So
go for it.
We have quite the list here. Let's see. Okay, so did you want to start with the tweet about neoconservatism?
Yes, that is a good one. That's a good point to start, because for me, when I'm looking at my file selection, it's going to only show me
Are we having an issue?
God damn
It's
it.
the Russians, I tell you.
God damn it. Okay. Well, we're going to bring up the image of Dylan and what he had to say. So let's take a look at this. This is from Dylan Meisner over on Twitter. This is Dylan Meisner. Neoconservatism is dead. If you want to advance universal rights through a muscular, measured, and prudent foreign policy, your home is with the ascendant liberal internationalists. He continues, neocon was never much more than a slur for politically conservative Jews, if we're being honest. Okay, we'll get through the tweet and then I'll give some thoughts. Maybe compassionate conservatism was a thing, but the wing, he just says that as if like the right wingers in the hot gang don't exist anyway. But the wing of foreign policy thought that that seeks freedom, or foreign policy thought that seeks freedom around the world is worth pursuing, has no home with conservatives anymore. So, Reece, you can react to this first. I've got a lot to say, but
yeah, no, this was done in response to the Biden bombing, and it feels very it's a very premature celebration. Like I would not get your hopes up. And basically I would say to him, don't give up on the idea of trying to win over elements of the right wing in really any nation that is sympathetic to American interests, Western interests, humanitarian intervention, anything like that. Because I just really don't think you're going to get the full-on support from the left that you would think. Especially it's kind of based on the perception you get of these things from the last couple of years. But even now, you have people like Jake Tapper who are coming out in a way against Biden and his foreign policy. I've seen other CNN hosts say that Biden's foreign policy, even before the strike, was too right-wing, too hawkish. I wouldn't put all your eggs in one basket, essentially. It sounds like a really bad political strategy. And liberal internationalism just doesn't have a good record. Like it's a weird thing. So we're dealing with problems in Syria. We're dealing with just this free reign of Iranian-backed militias. Well, until we is that they get to use the country as their playpen, and they get to do whatever they want there because, of course, Syria and Iran are on the same side. And if they kill a few more civilians, it doesn't matter because Assad was probably going to kill them eventually anyway. And we saw the failures of what a liberal internationalist America looked like for years, just sitting by, drawing imaginary red lines, not really doing anything. I mean, I would say Biden has done more against Iran than Obama did in 8 years.
Yes.
And 30 days.
That's correct. Yes.
So that's kind of the state we're in. But I'll let you address it further.
Yeah. So basically, liberal internationalism, just to give a brief sort of definition, we can just look at Wikipedia here, but you can check out my interview I did with Anthony Avista-Bisson a long time ago where he went over his version of liberal internationalism if you want more detail on it. But liberal internationalism is a foreign policy doctrine that argues that liberal states should intervene in other sovereign states in order to pursue liberal objectives. Such intervention can include both military invasion and humanitarian aid. This view is contrasted to isolationist, realist, or non-interventionist foreign policy doctrines. These critics characterize it as liberal interventionism. Now, this paints a very offensive depiction of liberal internationalism. However, the actual practice of it, and we can go to even just the theory portion here, but there's a part in the theory portion that really betrays the hawkishness that you see in the intro, which is that liberal internationalism states that through multilateral organizations, such as the United Nations, it is possible to avoid the worst excesses of quote-unquote power politics in relations between nations. In addition, liberal internationalists believe that the best way to spread democracy is to treat all states equally and cooperatively, whether they are initially democratic or not. Hence, trading with China, that kind of stuff, in the hopes that they liberalize. Now, the problem here is, well, actually, there are a number of problems, but liberal internationalism can be characterized by an emphasis on trying to be as multilateral as possible, get as many people as possible, as many countries as possible to conduct actions. It can be characterized by an emphasis on diplomacy and negotiation, and essentially leaving war as an absolute last resort. And additionally to that, can be characterized by this real belief and confidence and trust in international institutions such as the United Nations to keep order in an anarchic world. And I disagree on all three of those. Dylan says that liberal internationalism is the future and neoconservatism is dead. One, Dylan, neoconservatism's not dead. Then how do you explain all the young neocons that are super hyped up and come and watch the show all the time and are dunking on neocons posting their L's right now? How do you explain people still embracing the Iraq war? How do you explain any of this? Because the problem with liberal internationalism is that if you watch the interview that I did with Anthony of East Dubuisson, we have some disagreements over foreign policy, but understand something. Anthony is one of the most hawkish liberal internationalists that are out there. A lot of them are totally focused on just, trade and diplomacy and everything. Anthony, in contrast, of East Dubuisson, he recognized there's no diplomacy with Saddam and shit. But a lot of them aren't like that at all. A lot of them are like, oh, that's not politically correct. We need to war's an option of last resort, man. You look at you, and then they basically give me the treatment that Liz did, oh, that's insane. You're talking about preemptive war and all this kind of stuff. Here's the thing. I want to go through his tweet. I know we got a lot to get through tonight, but I just want to debunk this thing right now because he says neoconservatism is dead. No, it's not. It's in a brief period of hibernation between what was a very successful period that saw the fall of the Soviet Union, followed by the demise of Saddam and the expulsion of the Taliban from power in Afghanistan, to what I believe going forward will eventually emerge as a renaissance down the road. And it has to, otherwise we're doomed as a civilization. It says, if you want to advance universal rights through a muscular, and he uses that term muscular, mind you, there's nothing muscular about liberal internationalism. Does the UN look muscular to anybody here? Does John Kerry look muscular to anybody here? No. Measured and prudent foreign policy. Yeah, prudent. I like how he throws in that term prudent there. Prudence is preemptive action. Prudence is dealing with things before they get out of hand. There's nothing prudent about doing diplomacy and whatnot with states that have proven that they cannot negotiate in good faith. I'm not opposed to diplomacy. I think diplomacy with the Soviet Union that Reagan did was smart because he went in from a position of strength and he managed to get good wins, and both sides gave up a hell of a lot of nukes, but the U.S. came out ahead, and that was a good thing. Your home is with the ascendant liberal internationalists. He talks about ascendant liberal internationalists. They're discredited. There was a time when neoconservatism was by and large characterized by, an emphasis on free trade with the non-Soviet bloc. But, and they were okay with trading with China. Most neocons that I talk to on Twitter and stuff don't like the idea of trading with China at all. Whereas liberal internationalism still holds this idea that you can reform them by trading with them, that kind of thing, which is, I mean, to the extent that they're ascendant, it's not really true. And to say that they're ascendant, but neoconservatism is dead, I think misses something, that there are more younger or higher energy neocons out there that I've seen on Twitter, including myself, than I've seen of liberal internationalists. They're kind of seen as like a joke, they're kind of seen as, well, they're not isolationists, they're not dictator apologists or anything, but they cannot bring themselves to recognize that war is the appropriate course of action here, that it is prudent. Neocon was never much more than a slur for politically conservative Jews, if we're being honest. So it's true that neoconservative was initially coined by a socialist to describe, the neocons, and say, oh, you guys are neoconservatives, basically, as an own thing. But what did the neocon gang do? They owned the label, basically, kind of like how we own the Ghoul label. And after that point, it actually became a descriptor of, compassionate conservatives that had a very strong belief in American exceptionalism and were totally disillusioned with détente era diplomacy with the Soviet Union. Maybe compassionate conservatism was a thing. By the way, it is. Just because it's not necessarily predominant doesn't mean that it's not a thing. But the wing of foreign policy thought that seeks freedom around the world is worth pursuing has no, in other words, the bulk of neoconservatism has no home with conservatives anymore. Okay, but he misses something there, which is that neoconservative is primarily a foreign policy persuasion. It's not even necessarily something that is inherently, conservative, depending on how you define conservative. It's obviously interested in preserving American institutions, but it's also, and this is where it's going to spook Nick Fuentes a little bit, it's also kind of revolutionary in that it wants to forge the world order into something else. It wants to spread America throughout the world, basically, spread the West throughout the world. It's not isolationist. It's not, something that's stagnant or anything. It's actively seeking to change the world to a state that's more favorable to the West and more secure and more democratic. And a lot of the people that call themselves conservatives would regard that as something that isn't conservative. But I would argue it's conservative in the sense that it's about protecting the institutions of what we think of as America and the Enlightenment from those that would wish to destroy it. But even though a lot of those who wish to destroy it could also be considered conservative within what they're preserving, which is oftentimes a legacy of tyranny that goes back thousands of years. So anyway, those are my thoughts on that. This idea that neoconservatism is dead is dumb. It's like saying a bear's dead because he's hibernating. So that's my view. Spooky, are you there? Uh-oh, did we lose Spooky?
Yeah, no, it's just not extremely well out. And yeah, as has been, yeah. No, are you hearing me? I really feel I could hear you. And
there's a big delay. There's a big delay. Try restarting your Wi-Fi. Yeah, try restarting your Wi-Fi.
Kevin.
Okay, he can't hear me. Okay, I'll post it in the private chat. Yeah, I just said to try restarting your Wi-Fi. Spooky will be back. Okay. Yeah, Reece is cutting in and out. Okay, that sucks. Dang it. Okay. Well, we'll keep you guys entertained in the meantime. Spooky's dead. No, Spooky's not dead. He's just hibernating, dude. He'll be back. Yeah. Dylan is right. Many neocons got censored because they turn against Trump. Trump's an orange man fad. He's like not a lasting thing. Trump is something that in 15 years people are going to be like, oh, remember that guy? And people are going to be like, oh, that's right. That guy was president. That was a big yikes, you know? No, like Dylan Beisner, by the way, I didn't mention this, but like he's affiliated with the Lincoln Project. And the Lincoln Project is an organization that I had supported initially, but I got a lot of criticisms of it as of late, as do a lot of people. I think that most people, regardless of their position on the political spectrum, regard it to be, by and large, almost grifty at this point. And now I'm not usually one to take on the label of a grifter and throw that at somebody, because I think that most of our opponents are true believers and they're, useful idiots and whatnot. But I think that there could be the case there that with some of what the Lincoln Project has done, I mean, it lends itself to essentially Trump derangement syndrome in such a high manner that it really can be described to some people as essentially, pandering to a largely Democratic base and not really focused on trying to reform the Republican Party so much. But that's one criticism that exists there. Trump is no, Kevin is yes. If Biden can drop bombs in Syria, he can drop some broadband in Wyoming. Go and give him Wi-Fi so hard. Lankola says, I know Lincoln Project is in some trouble now, but what's going on with Meisner? Well, I don't think anything to do, as far as what I've seen, Meisner has nothing to do with the allegations that have been levied against the Lincoln Project as of late. He's just affiliated with them. I know that in his Twitter bio, for example, if I go to Dylan Meisner's page on Twitter, he says there, former digital at Lincoln Project with the pirate emoji. Okay, I suppose he's formerly associated with them. Okay. He identifies as digital consultant, strategist, ad guy, fixer, founder at Meisner Strategies. Interesting. And also has there at Sarah Jacobs and APAC. Well, I like APAC. So, okay. We've got Reece joining us again. Hopefully this works this time. But if the Russians could stop screwing around with our internet, we'd appreciate it. So, can you hear me, Reece? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, here we go again. Well, that's annoying. Where is Reece? Yeah, I just put in the chat.
Oh.
Okay. Oh. Uh-oh.
This never happened before. What the hell?
Damn it. Okay. Well, I can hear you now. I can hear
it's fucked. It is so fucked.
Okay, we can mostly hear you right now. Can you hear me? Uh-oh.
I don't understand.
Uh-oh. Shit, bad internet connection. Dang. Yeah, it's finding new ways to be broken. Okay, well, I can hear you right now, Reece. But there must be a time delay on your end. Well, that sucks. If Bernie got elected, we'd have the infrastructure to improve Wyoming. Oh, okay. Well, I could hear you for a second. Yeah. We might have to try this again in, say, half an hour and see if the problem is persisting. Because this is new. And it's very irritating. Wow. Yeah, they could hear you sigh. but we're just hearing silence from Reece currently. Well, that's frustrating. Well, there goes Reece. We will see what's up with that. Might have to try this again, either tonight, tomorrow. Not sure. 100% on that. Does this mean the stream is canceled? Hopefully not. Hopefully not. We might have to try it again in a little bit. But dang. Well, that's very annoying. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I'm waiting to see if what Reece is gonna think we should do at this point, because I'm thinking it'd probably be best to try this again, say at the top of the hour, or even at 12:30. Going to just get in touch with Reece. Look up cringe and cap stuff. Just invite Henry on. Yeah, well, okay. Well, oh, there's Reece again. Okay, can you hear me, Mr. Nukies? Oh, I can hear you.
I'm so sorry, people. It literally, I told you this. It's been fine all day.
Oh, it's fine now. It's fine now.
Yeah, I had to restart my router twice. And in terms of solutions, people, I've looked into it. There are no solutions. I live in the middle of nowhere. You were asking for the impossible. It can't be fixed. I would have to set up like my own server station or something, which is not happening. But okay.
We can try and keep going, and hopefully the internet gods will bestow their favor upon us.
Yeah. I mean, the beginning there, that was like a test, you know. Honestly, it hasn't been that long. Well, it's like we're basically starting the show over anyway.
Basically.
But yeah, no, we can okay, so we're good. We sound good. There's not a delay. There's not even a visual delay like there was before. And the chat says we sound good. Okay.
Wonderful.
Gotcha.
Wonderful. Yeah.
Let me see what we have next on the Oh, yes, of course. So, as was said on a previous stream, the problem with doing a weekly foreign policy show is that there are major updates every day, it seems, at this point, especially because we're taking the entire world into account. So today, just in case you're going to hear this from us, you're going to hear it from us because you're not going to hear it from anyone else. And I'm definitely going to get into that later in the show. I did not see American media, at least American, filmed media, talking about any of this. Anything I found was in the Muslim world, or it was a brief, print excerpt that, I mean, how many people are going to read that, really? And you're certainly not going to hear about stories like this from the Kremlin Kyles of the world. They wouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole.
Really? But I thought that Kremlin Kyle, I thought that this guy here was, an impartial, an honest journalist that just brings us the most important news of the day.
That's what he does. He covers every major story. So you get the full context of what's going on our globe, man.
Yeah.
Just in case you were confused about the goings on. So this today, Saudi Arabia was attacked by the Houthis 7 times.
Yeah.
And like I was saying earlier on Twitter today, and when I made my statement, I mean, like, we'd only had one attack. So, but I saw this as this was a test. I believe Daniel Boardman brought this up on our big mega Biden bomb stream.
Yes.
They're pushing the envelope. They're pushing them on several fronts, and they're seeing what they can get away with. And the attitude behind the scenes, I very much get the feeling is, well, if it took 3 attacks on Americans in American soil for them to give a shit. I'm sure they won't care if we attack the Saudis, who they are signaling major political opposition against at the moment. That is the consequence of the kind of direction we're going in our foreign policy regarding Saudi Arabia. This is the direct consequence. Now, as far as I know, these were intercepted. Did you hear about there being any collateral in any way?
Not that I've seen so far, but I do want to point something out just for everybody in the chat and who's watching this right now. When you see on that list there, you'll have this idea of the Houthis as, oh, they're just, guys with guns and they're freedom fighters and stuff. And it's the evil Saudis and Americans that have all this big tech that they're crushing them with from the skies and stuff. Understand something. Those are unmanned aerial vehicles that they've deployed against Saudi Arabia. And you'll notice there, okay, we got South, we got Kamis Mashat, we got Jazan. Those are all places in southern Saudi Arabia that would be within even a relatively unsophisticated range of, Houthi rebels. Oh, look at that. They got a missile at Riyadh. Interesting. Riyadh's kind of far from the border. That's like 1,000 kilometers or something. So just this idea that they're like, oh, they're poor and all this kind of stuff and they're harmless and everything. It's like, no, understand straight up. They're attacking the Saudi capital way within Saudi Arabia. And they've already...
That's an extremely privileged and luxurious opinion to have. Americans are fortunate because we don't have enemies directly on our borders and we're generally isolated from the world. Same thing with Canadians. Even more so with Canadians, you don't have anything. Like you've got a few narwhals and walruses. Like that's the biggest threat to Canada.
Yeah, Bolton blows off steam here. Chewing on Russian nuclear icebreakers that run astray and dive too far south. So
they were clearly not being looked after. So. He's doing his duty for the environment, I would say. But so yeah, that's what we're dealing with here. A lot of the rest of the world does not have the luxury of looking at a bunch of crazy people with missiles and saying, it's not a big deal. It can't reach me. If they could reach Riyadh, they can reach pretty far, especially because we were talking about this on the mega stream as well. The potential danger of Iran in the very near future getting ICBMs reaching into southern Europe is a very real possibility. Yes. And it is something that they knew about when they were attempting to do nuclear diplomacy with them. And they said, oh, that's fine. 10 to 20 years, that's fine. That's a reality that we are willing to live in.
Well, we should understand something with Iran. There's some nuance around this anyway, because, first, I just want to say about Saudi Arabia with Riyadh. For those who don't understand necessarily how far away we're talking, if they launched it right from the border, it's 1,036 kilometers to Riyadh, which is not an insignificant distance for some supposed, they're just lightly armed and stuff and everything. It's like, no, understand. These guys are also accurate too. Because when they hit the facility at Jeddah that we talked about on this show, when it happened, like right around when it happened, actually,
that's right.
They managed to hit the oil drums like right in the center, and that's like 1,000 kilometers away, right? And those oil drum targets are what? They're like maybe 50 meters, 150 feet across or whatever. When you're 1,000 kilometers off from it, so this idea like, oh, they're not like Hamas even. Like, this is dumb when people do that with Hamas, because whether they've got modern state-of-the-art technology or it's primitive, they're still initiating an offensive action, and I think that retaliation is in order. But they're not Hamas. Hamas is inaccurate because their Katyushas and stuff are from the 1940s, essentially. But the Houthis have, missile technology that's basically pinpoint accurate. I mean, when we're talking about that you can hit anywhere on 150-foot wide oil drum from 1,000 kilometers away, that at that point your military force is pretty sophisticated. Now, where do they get it from? They get it from Iran. They don't like manufacture that in their own territory or something. But the point about nuance that I wanted to get to with Iran, 2 points. First is they can already reach up to 2,000 kilometers with their Ghadar missiles, for example, and those can hit southern Europe. Now, we're talking Greece, not exactly like France or Spain or anything, but Greece I would still consider southern Europe. They can also hit Ukraine with that, for example, and they can hit Romania. Additionally, just so we're clear, Iran does not need to have ICBMs to hit Israel. They can already hit Israel with their Ghadar systems as well as their Shahab 3 systems. Those can also hit everywhere in Israel. So, because Israel's not actually that far from Iran. It's like, what, 1,700 kilometers? Or no, I guess it's about 1,300 kilometers. What is that? Yeah, about 1,300. So,
but contrary to popular opinion, Iran does not share a border with Syria. Just for the
record. Wait, so like, what happened to Iraq?
It doesn't. It actually, you know what? At this point, Iraq might as well be part of Iran. So maybe they had a point.
Maybe they had a point.
Maybe that's what. Maybe it was secretly a hawk take, and we all read it the wrong way.
Oh yeah, no, this one's good though. Like maybe they didn't actually have that quite as long a range because Riyadh's freaking huge. Maybe they just had the southern part of Riyadh, but it's still big.
Oh, it's a fair distance away.
Yeah,
you don't need to be like some thermonuclear scientist to use a missile, or to use any of it. Like, think of a gun. How advanced is a gun's technology versus what most people have fought with in human history? Yeah. You can use a grandma could use a gun.
Well, that's why I hate the arguments about North Korea too, where it's like, dude, like their missiles and stuff are old, which it's not true. Their missiles are as new as the Russian stuff. Like that's not a 1940s era system right there. But additionally, people will be like, oh, but their tech, they don't have electricity and stuff, man, and all this kind of stuff, as if to say that even if their tech is slightly out of date compared to America, that it can't still kill you, because a sword could kill you. Like if I said to you, what's more scary, dying from a state-of-the-art B-61 nuclear bomb or dying from the bomb that was dropped at Hiroshima? It's like either way, you're dead. So you should probably take nuclear threats seriously. And Iran, by the way, is really close to getting nukes. So I know we should probably move on, but understand something here. This was in one day. Saudi Arabia has been attacked over and over again. This is the other thing that I despise about this argument that we'll hear from the anarcho-capitalists, for example, which is that you have a right to self-defense. We're against aggressive wars. We're against wars of aggression. We're against preemptive wars. We're against liberation wars. But if somebody attacks you, you have the right to defend yourself. That's what the libertarians would say in theory. Saudi Arabia has been attacked 100 times in the last year from Iran and its proxies. When does Saudi Arabia actually get the right to fight back? Because if anytime Saudi Arabia actually did anything, now they're fighting back against the Houthis, I get that. But when have they attacked Iran? They haven't attacked Iran. Iran has attacked them directly. They haven't attacked Iran. But if Saudi Arabia retaliates, this military industrial complex, wars for oil, man, and all this kind of stuff. But Iran attacks them, that's their business. That's like their sphere of influence. So isn't it funny?
Pretty sure Saudi has enough oil.
Isn't it funny how the sovereignty crowd that will defend Iran's sovereignty in Syria and Yemen and Lebanon, never mind just Iran, how they don't recognize the sovereignty of Saudi Arabia? Isn't that kind of funny? Like, I mean, what?
And to a degree, I wouldn't even necessarily call it hypocrisy. It is if you're preaching that as some kind of principle that you believe in sovereignty. No, you don't. You believe in the sovereignty of certain nations, and I do as well. This is a similarity. However, it's just a moment to recognize the two teams. Here's the team that supports the Western powers and the powers within the third world that are cooperative with the West versus the rogue, illegitimate states that work with the fascist powers. Those are the two sides. You don't get to pick another side. There isn't one. And I guess you could sit it out and not comment on it, but that's not what these people do. They talk about it all the time. They've chosen their side. They broadcast it very loudly, very frequently. And mask off. Thank you. I know what you believe now. I know that you are not to be trusted. You are not my ideological ally in any way, shape, or form. We don't believe in any of the same things. We just don't. We don't believe in the Enlightenment. We don't believe in advancing democracy and liberalism throughout the world. We don't believe in making a more stable world that is not at the mercy of nations that would wish to blackmail it, either diplomatically or militarily. That's what they believe in. We believe in something entirely different. But we actually do have a video of an interception of one of the missiles. I thought that'd be cool to see.
Yo! Yo!
Yeah,
Yo!
Yo! Well, I'm not
see
sure. I'm not sure if he's speaking English or Arabic. Maybe somebody could say if he's actually saying yo or not. But I mean,
I really hope he's just screaming yo,
bro. Well, I mean, it is kind of base. They knocked this crap out of the sky. It's like, no, you know, you're not getting through.
That's gonna be a new meme.
Oh, there you go. Kinetic impact. There you go. Boom.
Yo! Yo, guys, we have to go. Oh my god.
Oh, they're speaking English a little bit.
Oh no. Yeah, no. They were speaking English. He said we have to go. Yeah, no. He said yo.
Yo, bro, we gotta go.
Yo!
I love it.
Yo, guys, we have to go. Oh my god.
Yeah, we gotta get inside. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's like, man, shit's crazy up in the clouds, man. Like, I mean, so that'd be like seeing two gods battling in the clouds or some shit. Yeah, it's basically, what is it, like Zeus and like Mars or something, like dueling it out or whatever.
Excuse me, sir. Zeus is from the Greek pantheon, and Mars is from the Roman pantheon.
Yeah, but how about this? How about
I just wanted to correct you, sir.
Yeah, but how about this? Both pantheons exist, and they're both pissed at each other. How about that? That?
War of the Pantheons?
That's right. War of the Pantheons. That's right. It's not just that the gods exist. It's that the other gods exist too, and they're both ready to go to war, dude. So
you're stealing my clout. I was the first god of war, goddammit.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you think you're the god of war? Oh, dude, that would be such a good like South Park episode or something. Like, you know, Greek gods versus Roman gods. Like, you know, everybody's got like their alter ego or whatever.
Except they're playing dodgeball.
Yes.
That's the episode right there.
Oh man. No, I gotta say about this video. We've got some spectacularly cringy footage to watch later tonight from a bunch of brainlets. But this is objectively the most spectacular video I've seen this week. Like, this is insane.
Yo!
Like, because understand, right? It's actually pretty difficult to hit those things. So now they're not traveling as fast as like if they're like re-entering or whatever through the atmosphere, but still an interesting piece of engineering. What is that? That's probably U.S. like Patriot systems, I'm guessing.
Yeah, no, that's what I was reading. It was the Patriot system.
Yeah, Patriot systems. So they still work. They're old.
But stop arming them. Stop arming the Saudis.
Oh yeah, that's right. The other thing is, I just want to make this clear to the people in the chat and everything. I mean, you guys get it, but to people watching this too, either now or down the road. For all those people who say, "Oh, but deal with Saudi Arabia," I remember in my university class, they were so critical when Trump signed a deal with, it was like a big arms deal with Saudi Arabia, and he went over there and they did the thing with the orb, and it looked spooky and stuff and all this, and it's like, but understand, if they don't give them defensive systems and everything, the guy who just said yo right there could have died, you know? Like, there are people in Saudi Arabia.
Saved yo guy.
Yeah, like there are people in Saudi Arabia that love the West and have families and aspirations and everything. And just because you want to say, oh, but what about Saudi though and everything, understand that there are people like Khalid, for example, you know, supporter of this channel and everything, that live there, and they're normal people. They just happen to, you know, live in a different country than you, that you seem to think did 9/11 just because a guy who's literally at war with them or was at war with them, but happened to be born there, was the leader of Al Qaeda. Like a lot of this shit's just like, honestly, it comes down to racism. I mean, why did they oppose the aid to Saudi, and why did they oppose the aid to Israel, but they don't oppose defense contracts with, say, the United Kingdom? Could it be that one's Arab and one's Jewish, whereas the other's white? Maybe. So
I think at the very least, I'm kind of hearing an echo of myself.
Oh, you sound fine to me.
But I think at the very least, the Biden administration, they're committed to supporting defense of the nation. I'm hoping, and I can understand taking issue with their conduct in Yemen, because I mean, it's Saudi Arabia. They don't exactly have the most humanitarian track record of all time, and plus they're fighting in a really fucked up, shitty war right on their border that they didn't ask for. But so that's all going on. But I really wish that these attempts, while we are antagonizing Iran, these attempts to somehow get a clamp on Saudi Arabia, instead replace that with having a more active presence in Yemen, and then they could be there in some assisting role, essentially. And okay, you take issue with the way that they're conducting this war. How about you directly monitor how that war is being conducted and do it better and push it back so the war is not right on the Saudi border every fucking day. That's why it's so terrible. And, people will, including myself, will criticize the Saudis. Obviously, there's a lot to criticize domestically. It's not even worth mentioning most of the time. It's just so obvious. But there are a good number of reforms. We're going to get into some things that are very critical of them in the upcoming segment. But to Saudi Arabia's credit, and you brought it up before, they have not done the same to Iran. Saudi Arabia does not do this. This is what Iranian proxies do all throughout the region. That's what they do. The Saudis have not sunk to this level. And that is why we're working with them and we're not working with the Iranians. If it was the opposite, the entire situation would be flipped on its head. And I'd be saying what I'm saying about Saudi Arabia, about Iran. But that's just not the case. Anyway, so we'll get back to Saudi. This next thing, this also happened today, for the record. Care to read that, Kevin?
Yeah, so this is Ambassador Danny Dannon. This is #Iran continues to provoke Israel, and the attack on an Israeli-owned ship in Oman testifies to this. We will not be silent. The Iranians will pay a heavy price for any aggression against Israel. So that happened. So understand something here. Iran has, within the last couple of weeks, through their proxies, attacked the United States, attacked Saudi Arabia, and attacked Israel. So when all these people talk about how doing anything to Iran is World War III, as if taking out Iran would lead to a third world war, understand something. There is somebody who's basically trying to start World War III. It's freaking Iran. You attack Saudi, America, and Israel all within a couple of weeks. Well, who's the one trying to start World War III? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's when I see things like this, it is something else I've said in the past. Every headline I see is just a reiteration of everything I believe. I don't have to distort the world in order to hold the views that I do. Other people do. Our opposition, most notably, has to do that. They don't talk about these stories. They don't. And when I say our opposition, that includes the American media. They are not on our side. Jake Tapper is not on our side. A lot of these Tucker Carlson is not on our side.
Excuse me, Reece. It's actually it's Tap Jaker. Okay.
Tap Jaker is especially not on our side.
Tap Jaker. Okay, that's a really good nickname. I'm proud of it. Took me 6 weeks to think it up.
He's not. It's just us. It's us, and then Arabic media that were talking about this. And of course, it wasn't in English. So otherwise, I would have had a clip. People don't talk about this. People don't bring attention to this. This is the context. So when we strike back against Iranian proxies, specifically Hezbollah, and then you get all these fucking brainlets, these people who just like woke up out of hibernation. They're like, what's going on? Why? Why did that happen? Well, you would know if you were paying attention for 5 fucking minutes beforehand.
Well, Reece, we do know because Kirk Wilcox just showed up here to school us. He says Iran is just mad that the U.S. overthrew Mohammed Mossadegh after he nationalized the oil in 1953, guys. So it turns out all this stuff attacking an Israeli oil tanker, totally justified, man. 1953, bro. So
the Iranians are like, we can't have oil, you can't have oil either. It's on.
It's on. Yeah.
So we're bringing notice to these stories because no one else is going to point out, oh yeah, this happened again. Oh yeah, another attack. And if you're in on the joke, it's not even really a joke. It's a really poor taste joke. I mentioned this when I said, when we had that attack in Erbil at the airport, oh, there was a rocket attack in Iraq. And the Hawks were like, oh, which one?
Well, that's true. There were three separate occasions, if I recall correctly, right? So,
and at that point, they're just been
talking about Baghdad and stuff. It's like, no, but this one was the one in Iraqi Kurdistan. So,
it happens all the time, but then we get lectured for aggressing. Oh, don't poke the bear. Meanwhile, we're getting slapped in the face 24/7. Our allies are getting slapped even worse than us. We're not the ones who, it's not like anything beside our embassies. It's not like the American homeland is being hit. But again, that just goes into the disconnect, the very fortunate, luxurious disconnect that people have. Their lives aren't inconvenienced, so they don't give a shit. Oh, that's happening halfway around the world. They're different people. They're a different nation. I don't care. Except we should have grown out of that very caveman, tribalistic thinking a long time ago. That is a luxury that we cannot afford anymore. That's great for you to think that in your own personal life. I encourage you not to get involved in this discourse at that point. If you just want to sit in your basement, playing Halo, eating your Cheetos, you have a good life. But don't talk about this. Don't then just ignore all this. You don't talk about any of this, but Biden kills some terrorists and you lose your fucking mind.
It's World War III.
Disgraceful. World War III. It's disgraceful, is it not? It is fucking disgraceful the way that they conduct themselves on this issue.
Yeah. It's a mess. It's a complete and total mess. And I just want to reiterate, if we didn't list any of the countries, and I just said there's a country that's attacked 3 other countries.
Oh, you mean America? You mean America?
Yeah, they'd say, oh, you mean America? And it's like, no, there's a country, and they attack 3 other countries. And then one of those other countries retaliates against the country that started the attack, their proxies. The second country that's been attacked does nothing. And then the third country also does nothing. What's going to happen here? Oh, well, the country that attacked back is trying to start World War III. Nobody would say that. But then you fill in the blanks and, oh, that's America, that's Israel, that's Saudi Arabia. Oh, and that's Iran. Oh, well, that was Iran's sphere of influence, man. Like, why are we over there? Why is Israel over there in the Middle East, man? Why
they would unironically say that.
What's that?
They would unironically say that.
No, they would straight up say, well, like, why are we over there? And then you'd say, well, here's why America's over there. And they'd be like, why is Israel over there? Why is Saudi Arabia over there in the Middle East?
Why is anyone else in the world besides Iran, really?
Well, no, but seriously, think about it. Like, at what time is Saudi Arabia? Like, come on, it's been too long. It's been like what, almost 100 years? Saudi Arabia, come on, pull it to the Middle East, man. Israel, pull it to the Middle East. It's been like what, like 1947 or something? Like, it's time to pull out. It's been too long, man. You got to bring the troops home. You know, like, you pull out of the Middle East. What? Why is the UAE there? Why are they there? Why is Iraq there? Think about it. It's just imperialism. Like, the UAE.
They're just there for the oil.
Yeah, the UAE being in the Middle East still today is imperialism. They're just there for the oil. Likewise, for Saudi Arabia. Like, until Saudi Arabia gets the hell out of the Middle East, no, I'm going to say it. Like, it's a forever war. They're just there for oil, man. They're just there for oil. So Saudi Arabia, you know, you want to end the wars and all that kind of stuff. It's time to go home. Time to leave the Middle East, man.
It's a forever war in the same way fighting the Taliban is a forever war. As in, you try to butter them up. You try, oh, here's a little diplomacy on a hook for you. And in the same day, they're attacking you. In the same day, they're sinking ships. In the same day, they're attempting to blow up the oil field.
It's just their culture, bro.
We're in such denial. Both the anti-interventionists and the liberal internationalists. Screw that. That's not happening. I want to see a healthy balance between neoconservatism and offensive realism on the foreign policy stage. And then you can bring in a sprinkle of the humanitarian side of things to make sure everything is conducted in a way that would do our values proud. That's what I want to see.
Well, then, Reece, I've got I found somebody. I found somebody that you might be interested in talking to.
Oh,
That's somebody that you might be interested in talking to. Actually, that you know, they might have some things to say about what you just said right there. Might have some things to say about that, possibly. Well, we'll take a look at that. I'm just going to show you their profile right now, and then we'll take a look. We'll take a look. So,
I'm scared. This wasn't part of the plan.
It's not that spooky. It's a little bit spooky, but take a look. Because you mentioned humanitarianism, you mentioned offensive realism, you mentioned neoconservatism. Oh, what's that? Liberal neoconservative with offensive realist characteristics. Isn't that the way to be?
I didn't even know that was in your bio, to be honest.
No, because that's what I've identified as for months. Because I used to be the liberal neocon, but I'm also an offensive realist. And there are some neocons that they're not as offensive realists as they could be. And then you've got offensive realists, obviously, as we saw with the case of MMI, where they have no regard for humanitarianism whatsoever. So what if you combine the three? So that's me.
The holy trinity of foreign policy.
Yeah, well, actually, one of the gripers said that the holy trinity, the unholy trinity, describing me was neocons, bankers, and deep state or whatever, which is stupid because anybody who knows anything about me would know that was dumb and stupid anti-Semitic bullshit. But again, that's why I call this. Like, people are like, liberal neocon, isn't that a contradiction, bro? It's like, no, it's not. Do your research, dumbass. But anyway, yeah.
I think we're gonna move on.
Mm-hmm.
But so this is the segment of the show where we're going to get into some criticisms of Saudi Arabia.
Just before we move on, there was one other thing in there that's worth mentioning. To everybody out there, debate me, bro. There, let's go. Let's go.
Oh, they'll come. A line's forming right now, yeah. I'm sure.
No, there's already a line. We might actually have some more ANCAPs after ACE. We're still going to see about that. But
so this video is Secretary Blinken. He's talking about the Khashoggi, the new report that came out,
mm-hmm.
and the U.S.'s response. And we're going to take a look at that.
The Treasury is sanctioning former Saudi Deputy Head of General Intelligence, Ahmed al-Asiri, for his direct role in the Istanbul operation that murdered Mr. Khashoggi. We're also designating the Saudi Rapid Intervention Force as an entity under the Global Magnitsky Act for its participation in this murder. We have taken action pursuant to what we're calling the Khashoggi ban to impose visa restrictions on 76 Saudi individuals believed to have been engaged in threatening dissidents overseas, including but not limited to the Khashoggi killing. And importantly, we have introduced and announced a new policy that will apply the State Department's ability to restrict and revoke visas to any individual believed to be involved in extraterritorial activities targeting perceived dissidents or journalists. I would say the relationship with Saudi Arabia is an important one. We have significant ongoing interests. We remain committed to the defense of the kingdom. But we also want to make sure, and this is what the president has said from the outset, that the relationship better reflects our interests and our values. And so what we've done by the actions that we've taken is really not to rupture the relationship, but to recalibrate it.
Okay. So for the most part, I think that's okay. I wasn't too crazy about statements we covered a couple weeks ago regarding Yemen. But I think the point of this is now old news, the Khashoggi thing. It's old news that's being recirculated for a very specific political purpose. Would you agree with that?
Basically, yeah.
They're going to cover that. So basically, when I search up Saudi Arabia news, everything is Khashoggi, and it's not the thwarted attacks today. It's not taking that into context. It's not taking the conditions. Now, granted, we're not saying that this shouldn't be covered if you have a report that comes out, but basically what people were pointing out in the chat was the report was nothing new that just came out. It was just a chance to talk about this again. And for, you know what it was? It was, we have a new administration that's not Trump, who was, very chummy with the Saudis. He was chummy with basically anyone who was authoritarian in any way. He wanted to be like them. So they say, we have a new administration. Let's see how they respond. Let's see if they're going to. There was a lot of calls, especially from the progressives, for there to be sanctions against Saudi Arabia. I believe even Ilhan Omar called for that. Not surprising, because she's a big Iranian shill. But so you have that going on. But it feels completely artificial to be talking about the story at all. So I was kind of debating, like, should we do it? I mean, like, what is there to even? Everyone knows this. Everyone knows MBS's involvement.
Yeah,
this has been said to death. But I thought what was more interesting than the story itself was why the story was being highlighted, especially in the wake of attacks against U.S. ground forces, contractors, and embassies by Iranian proxies. And our response to that, people still want to bring this up and be like, oh, well, what about Saudi Arabia? It's the meme. These people are living memes. In the 1940s, what they would be doing is we would be fighting against the Nazis, and they would be like, oh, what about these Soviets? What about these human rights abuses? What about this? It's like, dude, one thing at a time. God damn it. Yeah. Calm down. Yeah. We will get to it. Now, did you hear what Blinken said? He said, we still have these interests. We still have these shared interests with the Saudi state. If we play our cards right, at some point, those will no longer exist. If there's no Iran, what do you think happens? Oh, yeah, this is going to be addressed immediately, harshly. Mm-hmm. That's a wake-up call to the Saudi state. Look, I know you're reforming. I know that you've done more than basically any country. Well, not any country, but you've reformed the most, especially on the front of women's rights in recent years, considerably, which is impressive. You have leadership that is more progressive than it's ever been in the country. But we're telling you, look, it's not good enough. You need to accelerate this, because this silencing sadistically of dissidents is unacceptable if you're going to be rolling with us. The only reason we're not coming down harder on you is because you're such an invaluable regional ally. Do not test that, though. And I like that. I'm cool with working with the Saudis for now because we have a shared interest. But at the end of the day, it is a completely brutal regime. And there are some good parts of it. There are some parts you can point to and you can say, you know, that's impressive, especially for the Islamic world. But at the same time, they're not the best group to have on your team if you're going the optics route. It's very hard to say, oh, well, we're fighting for liberalism and democracy. By the way, have you seen our friend Saudi Arabia?
Well, that's Kirkpatrick 101, though, right? Like that.
Yeah, and I've accepted that. I can accept that. Can the average person accept that, though?
Well, that's part of why I do what I do at the channel, is to, like, change people's perception of what it means to fight for liberalism and everything. I mean, I think of MBS today as basically a similar equivalent to Pinochet back in the late Cold War. What do you think of that?
Well, I think that we're a lot more directly supportive of MBS than we were of Pinochet necessarily. And I think that in a sense, Saudi Arabia is a more integral ally now than Chile was during the time of Pinochet. But it really depends on how you look at it. I just think we've been more directly involved.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I did want to say something, though, which is that this is something I don't think I've ever talked about before. But now that you bring up all this stuff, I think it's worth mentioning, because there are people out there who would say that our essential condemnation of Saudi Arabia, with the caveat that, well, let's not do anything about them, let's not go to war with them because we got Iran. There are people out there that would say they wouldn't just do the "what about Saudi" meme. They would actually do a projection in that meme. And I don't think I've ever spoken about this before, but what I mean is that when we say we'll deal with Saudi Arabia after Iran, we genuinely mean that Iran will be dealt with and then Saudi Arabia will be dealt with. Now, I'm not of the view that a war with Saudi Arabia is necessary. I think it's very clear that once they realize that, oh, Iran is gone, we can either reform and continue reforming, or we're next. I don't think that MBS is stupid. I think that he would reform more. I think that that's one of the good things about working with these unsavory actors, is that they help you win, and then once you win, you don't have to go to war with them because you've got so much leverage over them that you can pressure them, coupled with the fact that they're smart enough to realize that they'd be next. But this is something that our opponents don't really take from us at a level of sincerity. They really view that claim with this sort of skepticism, incredulity, etc., because they genuinely know in their own view, in their worldview, oh, well, nothing's ever going to happen with Iran. So when you say we'll deal with Saudi after, they see us as just giving Saudi Arabia a pass, because in their mind, well, you can never do anything about Iran, so you're just basically giving Saudi Arabia a pass. What they fail to recognize is that if I was in charge, for example, when I say deal with them next, that means deal with them in 2022, because Iran's going to be liberated before that. Whereas for them, for the opponents, what they say is, well, nothing's ever going to be done to liberate Iran because we oppose doing anything to liberate Iran. So when you say, oh, we'll deal with Saudi Arabia after, you just want to defend Saudi Arabia because oil money and contracts and stuff, bro, because they're not hawks. When a hawk says we'll deal with them after, that means they'll deal with them after they drop some bombs. When an opponent says, oh yeah, but you're just giving them a pass, what about their problems now and everything, that means they've internalized their own anti-interventionism so much that they honestly think that our claims about Iran are just us wanting defense contracts, that we don't actually want to take out Iran. that it's all just bluster and stuff, so that we can maintain a reason for Saudi Arabia existing. You know, in other words, they see us as supporting Saudi Arabia, so we fearmonger about Iran to justify Saudi Arabia. Whereas for us, we are scared that Iran exists and about their intentions, so we have to work with Saudi Arabia. Like, it's a completely different worldview. Like, their perception of our motivations is entirely divorced from reality as well. They think that we like what Saudi Arabia does, and we make excuses for them by overplaying Iran. Whereas for us, we view Iran as this grave threat, such that you have to work with unsavory actors, albeit you want to see greater reform in them in the first place. But every time you hear these people talk about the neocons and stuff, or any kinds of hawks, it's all just, they just want to maintain the status quo, man. Like, what part of a hawk is about maintaining the status quo? We literally want to bomb the shit out of the status quo.
And if the foreign policy, United States foreign policy status quo is this very, kick the can down the road mentality, we'll do a strike here and there. Somebody said that to me on Twitter recently, like, you support the status quo. Do you think I support this? Do you think I support us doing these bare minimum strikes where a few weeks later, I guess we'll do something? The slow grinding wheel of U.S. bureaucracy finally wakes up every now and then and gets something done. No. I think that there are many issues that could have been addressed yesterday, obviously, and I would like to see them addressed sometime within my life, please. Yep. Is that too much to ask for? So no, we're not fans of Saudi Arabia, the government, or but I do think that under the nation being more open to discourse and diplomacy with the West has significantly westernized it from where it was.
Absolutely. I just want to say on that very quickly. For those who say, look at what MES has done and everything. I know this is going to sound like dictator apologetics. Understand that democracy isn't an option there right now. You either have MBS and the royals, or you have the Wahhabist clerics and like ISIS with an actual state. Those are your options in Saudi Arabia right now. So,
but believe it or not, MBS is the liberal of Saudi Arabia.
He's incredibly liberal. In fact, it could be argued that he's done so much that it's perhaps to some extent destabilized the country and being a risk, that there's actually a chance that he could have, in doing some of these reforms, provoked an uprising from the clerics, like you saw in Iran, for example.
It's kind of weird that we have to explain that, because it's almost like an argument that they'll make about leaders like Assad. They'll say, some of them are outright supporters, but some of them will say, man, he's like the lesser evil. What if you had ISIS, man? And it's like, well, Assad supports ISIS, but whatever. And you don't know what's going on.
That's such a good point, because they support Assad in that case, and they argue he's a lesser evil. Yet when it comes to MBS, well, my view of it is, if you
MBS is a genuine lesser evil, though.
Assad but if you ask them, what would you do? What would you replace MBS with? They would say, well, democracy. But I've said before, I believe in democracy, but that country is not ready for democracy. If you had the democracy there right now, the clerics would win a lot, because they've had so much free reign to propagandize the country, because that was the compact that the royals made with the clerics, was that the clerics get to teach whatever they want in the mosques and stuff and all this kind of stuff, but the monarchs get to work with the West and everything. So you've had the monarchy move in a really Western direction, and you've had the clerics move in a direction that would not be out of place with Baghdadians and shit like that. And they're really different. And when people say, and I saw Kyle, I saw Jimmy, I saw Young Turks making fun of MBS, doing like, women, you can drive now and everything. Like I'm a huge supporter of women's rights and everything. Understand, if MBS just made women totally equal in Saudi Arabia right now, he would literally be decapitated that day, and the country would become an Islamic state overnight. So,
and I don't disagree that it is a it's a kind of it's almost like a parody. It's a sad statement about that country and how far behind it is the modern world in a lot of ways. But, you know, them's the breaks. I'm a dreamer, man, but I'm also realistic. I'm a pragmatist to a degree. You have to be. And I think that these are the lessons that, you know, were very useful for neocons and neoconservative adjacent figures to take away from attempts at, you know, quickly spreading democracy throughout the world. Some places take to it better. Some places need a little bit more prodding and a little bit more guidance down that path. And sometimes, I mean, in the case when you have a country like Saudi Arabia, the home of Mecca, you better be grateful for whatever reforms you can get. These don't come easy. Each reform is measured in blood.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think we'll probably move on soon.
We can move on to the next video. So
okay, so this is the last bit about Saudi Arabia. This is actually, so we're going to start at the 2-minute mark on this news story, but we're going to listen to this guy. Yeah, pause it for a sec. But we're going to listen to one of the panelists is he's in Riyadh, and he is going to talk about the Khashoggi thing. And what he says is one of the most ridiculous things I've heard in a long time. And all it told me in that, we'll get to it. Well, let's just play a little bit of this.
Executive Director of the Answer Coalition, and Joseph Williams is a senior news editor with U.S. News and World Report. Salman, why don't I start with you? President Biden calling the king earlier this week, talking about the relationship between the two countries. Then this report drops today. In it, it says 76 Saudi individuals are now being sanctioned. The Saudi government has responded. I'm going to read a little bit from their statement. It goes like this. The government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia completely rejects the assessment in the report pertaining to the kingdom's leadership and notes the report contained inaccurate information and conclusions. Just how damaging is this report, and how does it affect the Crown Prince, do you believe?
Thank you so much, Mike, for having me. I think there were a lot of speculations, accusations, and investigations of this particular case. But based on the released CIA report, there were no one single substantial evidence that can link the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman to the killing order of Mr. Khashoggi.
Yeah. What kind of evidence were you expecting? Of course, it was speculative. It had to be. There's such a thing as inference. It's only going to get worse. We can keep going.
It was an intelligence assessment-based report rather than an evidence-based one. And the report repeated words such as probably, suggests, and we assess. And the court system in the kingdom has said its last words by ruling with the death sentence for the 5 direct involved people in the heinous murder of Mr. Khashoggi, which then got a different ruling of 20 years prison sentences after the Khashoggi family pardoned them from being executed based on the practiced justice system in the kingdom. And based on my point of view, I think human rights politicization is not at the interest of anyone. Weaponizing human rights and other governments' mistakes is in this field to advance political agendas is a betrayal of the core concept of human rights.
What?
And I think the kingdom can play.
No. That's as bad as saying we can have a debate, but it's not going to be political. What are you talking? Human rights are an inherently political construct. Inherently, of course, it's going to be used to advance an agenda. It's being used. Okay, this is the problem. This is what I can't get behind when it comes to the Saudis. You made this mess that was completely inexcusable. And now we're in this position where we're like, okay, look, man, we're trying to look the other way. We're trying to give you credit for your reforms. We're trying to remind people that you're a very pivotal regional ally. But then you do shit like this, and then you're going to sit here and just lie. Oh, well, the court in Saudi Arabia found that the government wasn't implicit at all. Oh, well, okay. How many? Seriously. And then you're going to go down this line of like, oh, it's not a real concern for human rights if you're talking about the human rights in another country.
Yeah.
That you're spewing like a political what? No, it's of course it's a genuine. You know why it's a genuine concern? Because we are directly involved. Our reputation is on the line because of you.
Yeah. So
don't pull this kind of shit.
Well,
and then don't lie to us about it.
He mentions how, Salman MBS, he didn't do anything wrong, and the guys that did do it, it's okay because they've been brought to justice, and the
guys who did it directly answered to MBS.
They answered to MBS. This is the thing. This is something that Machiavelli talked about in The Prince. He talked about how a wise prince, well, if he needs to dispose of some bodies, especially if they're beloved by people or whatever, he's not going to do it himself. He's going to hire some people to do it, some public faces or whatever. Or he's going to have,
Of course. When was the last time a tyrannical leader actually directly killed someone? That's not what they do.
No, I've had people tell me too. I've had people tell me that Saddam Hussein, for example, like one of the longtime haters of my meme page, and actually, this guy argues that Saddam Hussein is not a murderer because he never personally killed anybody, and so the war and everything was illegal and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I bet you that same guy would call Dick Cheney a war criminal, though.
Probably. By the way, I asked Kyle today because Kyle, I was watching an old Kyle video, and Kyle was talking about how Bill Kristol is a war criminal. And I simply asked Kyle, I'm like, can we just have one war crime that Bill Kristol committed? So, but apparently he didn't get back to me. So, of course. So
no, he just likes to throw the label out there. I hope that if people take anything away from us, watching this show, when we accuse someone of being something, we fucking back it up. We explain why we called someone something.
Yeah. It's like yesterday when I called Joe Biden a war criminal. I backed it up because he had drones, man.
There you go. Great example.
Yeah.
We can watch a little bit more of this, but not too much.
Yeah.
The same game and pointing fingers at the U.S. for suppressing and silencing and jailing the journalist Assange, and for the torture and killing of Iraqi prisoners in Abu Ghraib.
Hold on.
Wait, that's right. He mentioned Assange. Wait.
Assange is not in an American jail.
What? Wait. What?
Assange is not a U.S. prisoner, you dummy.
I actually watched this earlier. That I was listening to it while I was getting ready for the show. I missed that. He invoked Assange. He did the meme. Oh, cringe, dude.
And by the way, we're not trying to do to Assange what they did to Khashoggi. Not even close. Even if we killed him, we'd kill him with a needle. We wouldn't hack him to death.
That's right. Wow.
Good fucking Lord. Let's go back like 10 seconds so we get that again.
Yeah.
Fingers at the U.S. for suppressing and silencing and jailing the journalist Assange, and for the torture and killing of Iraqi prisoners in Abu Ghraib in Iraq, or in the infamous
Guantanamo Bay.
Spare me.
Dude. Wow. So, this is the thing, right? So he obviously, in order to say that he's in Riyadh. So he's got to toe the line of, the leaders over there and everything. And he's got to, he's got to say what he's going to say. But.
Which is all whataboutery.
It's all whataboutery.
And most of it is completely distorted. Not anywhere close to the truth.
And that is one of the things about Saudi Arabia. That is one of those very sort of stark contrasts, is that you look in the background there. One, Riyadh's huge, but two, those buildings objectively look swaggy and modern and everything. But their justice system, holy shit, dude! It's from the 7th century.
Oh yeah, it's night and day. And what I found interesting about this guy was sometimes, because we have a couple of Saudis in the Hawk chats or whatever, but like sometimes like I'll just happen to like stumble upon their page and it's a bunch of people speaking in Arabic. So I'll translate it. I can't read Arabic.
Yeah,
I'm way too white for that. But so I'm reading it, and it's a lot of this rhetoric, especially in conjunction with this story. It's a lot of them, the anti-Western attitude just flares up, and I see that, and I'm like, oh my god!
But
once Iran is gone, we're not going to be friends, are we?
but you're not referring to like people that are actually in the chat, right? It's like
no, I'll see them retweet stuff every now and then. I look at these other accounts, and it's like, and then I'll just like go down this rabbit hole of Arab Twitter, and it's fucking ridiculous.
No, okay, well, you know what? I'll say this though, Reece, which is that if I lived in Saudi Arabia, I mean, I'm probably not going to be saying 100% what's on my mind, Like if it'd be not like North Korea, but you'd be better off.
Here's the thing about that. I will acknowledge that, but all that doesn't change anything for me. That just tells me, okay, that is the attitude that's expected of you in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
heavily anti-Western to a major degree, not as much as Iran. But still, there is a streak of that, and that with Iran out of the way, a conflict could erupt so easily between the West and Saudi Arabia.
I don't believe so. I'm inclined to believe what Khalid has said, and just in general that there's this understanding that the West is cool and everything by a lot of average people in Saudi Arabia.
But I mean, how much power does the average person wield in Saudi Arabia?
Well, not very much. That's the problem. It's just this idea that, like Saudi Arabia, you'll hear it from like the brainlet brigades all the time, that like Saudi Arabia is a monolith and everything. It's like, no, there are average people in Saudi Arabia.
I'm sure there's a lot of cool people. There's the Yo guy. There's a lot of cool people, but I'm talking specifically about a potential Wahhabi leadership that would say, okay, I wouldn't put it past them to try to take over at some point.
Saying, 100%. If they perceived weakness in the royalty, they would seize upon that and do what the Ayatollah did. 100%. They would just be like, these guys are illegitimate to rule. They make out with the great Satan and everything. They allowed the U.S. to be on our bases, and they would take over, and they would probably be buddies with Al Qaeda if that happened. So
it is in our best interest to promote these gradual reforms, because if we're not careful, I'm reading the chat. I understand they're not an imperial power against us at the moment. I'm speaking about the future. I'm looking to the future and seeing what we can do now to avoid catastrophe.
No, I know. I would just say though, it would be really unfortunate if that sort of thing actually had to happen, because like I'm of the view. I mean, I know a lot of people think of me as like this dirty warmonger who just loves war or whatever. I really only think that like if you did Iran and North Korea and Syria, like those three in quick succession, you'd never really have to do a big war again, because everybody else would get the message as long as you bankrupted Russia and China. I don't think that war with Saudi Arabia is even likely. I really think that with Iran out of the way, the leadership there would understand that they need to now appease Washington. But I will say this too. If you are the president of the United States down the road when this happens, don't get on Saudi Arabia's ass to tell them to basically reform to where the West is in 10 years. Because if that happens, there would be a revolution or something probably. Like, it needs to be gradual. I think of it as like a 50-year process to get to, a liberalized Islamic country.
That's an insane commitment. I understand that, but look, that is the reality that we're dealing with.
The faster you do it, like it's kind of like a game theory sort of thing. Like, let's say you did it in 5 years, and let's say it worked. That would be awesome. That's the highest payoff. The problem is the risk associated with that is a 95% chance that that leader, that leader is gone before he can fulfill that through. Probably in the early days of that, they call him, you know, a traitor and all this kind of stuff, and an atheist or whatever, that kind of thing.
Atheist.
Atheist.
You're an atheist.
No, it's not an. He says atheist. That's what he said to David Pakman.
Like, I can't even do it. Like my mind instantly corrects it. Like, no, there needs to be an N there.
Well,
you know,
I've done that. I've done the Jesse Lee Peterson meme so many times that for me, to preface things with an "an" is kind of alien. It's like atheist.
You've become the Jesse.
Yes. So no, but like, let's say you did it in 5 years, that would never happen. But like, say you did and it worked, then that's the best payoff range. And then say you did it in 1,000 years, that has the lowest chance of stoking a revolution, but the payoffs are super low because you won't see it in your lifetime. 50 years, I think, is that sweet spot where it's like the chances of provoking, you know, giving the clerics enough sort of momentum at any point along that road of reforms. Each one of those reforms would be too minor in and of themselves to justify a revolution, but that the payoffs you could still see within your lifetime very well, even if not through to the end, you know, because Saudi Arabia 30 years through that looks a hell of a lot better than it does today. I really think that this needs to be something that both sides understand, that Saudi Arabia needs to reform and they need to reform faster, but that America needs to understand that if you pressure them too much, and if they do what you want, then the whole thing might fall apart and then you lose everything. And now you have like ISIS, except they have a full country with a ton of oil now. So
I just for the record, 1,000 years in the future will still be in my lifetime. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's that's pretty spooky.
I'm forever, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, I want to get through his segment and then we're gonna move on because he says some more crazy stuff.
And it will be a prison, or for the institutionalized racism against African Americans and other minorities, including Native Americans, and the list goes on. But the kingdom.
Oh God. Okay.
So that's the other thing. This is a problem now. I don't know to what extent. Actually, I haven't done very much research on this, but I know it's a huge problem in the UAE. And I imagine it's probably a similar problem in Saudi Arabia, although they haven't had the same construction boom recently. People from India are treated like shit in Arab countries. So
yeah, that's
like they're basically like slave labor. So
yeah, I mean, he's basically saying like, you know, oh, I'm not going to lecture you on these issues, but by the way, I'm going to bring up all these things. I mean, a lot of them just straight up distorted and warped beyond all belief. Bringing up the mistreatment of Native Americans. You have to go back like 150 years to find something, my dude. It's lame. It's lame whataboutery. It's very snakish anti-Western sentiment that you see kind of boiling beneath the surface. Dude, you're representing Saudi Arabia right now. You don't get to lecture us. I'm sorry.
No, I know, and understand that everything that looks cool and swaggy about Saudi Arabia there in the background, like, oh, look at us and our capital and everything. Understand that those buildings are like Western engineering and everything. I mean, with Mecca, for example, and where they got that new hotel, I believe it's like the second biggest building in the world or something. It's just massive, clock tower and everything. I watched a documentary on the construction process. They just contracted out a bunch of German engineers to do it. So that's like,
oh yeah, I mean, that's the case in really any nation. If you see something in a nation that's not built by the ancients, it's something more modern. Oh man, that looks so awesome. Well, yeah, it was a Western design.
A lot of them weren't even Muslim. I'm not even sure how they were allowed to be in Mecca, but they outsourced that to Germany.
Money speaks. Money is the ultimate religion.
So so I mean, it looks swaggy and everything, and you can say, well, the aesthetics of it are definitely Arabian, but it was Western engineers that did that. And that's not to say that Saudi Arabia doesn't have talented individuals that could have done it. It's just a lot of those buildings there are the product of Western innovation and engineering. So, you know.
Absolutely.
And they do look cool. And I can tell you this, Saudi Arabia, that does become more progressive over the course of 40 years and everything. would have a lot of swaggy buildings, and they would be a lot wealthier, and the average person would have a lot more wealth because the more sort of liberalized societies tend to decentralize wealth over time. But everything that we said today is the case for getting the war over with Iran right now, because we can't really pressure Saudi Arabia to reform very much when Iran is still a thing. MES didn't have to do what he did, and we'd still have the same relationship with them. So
yes, so it's notably better than it could be. I think we're done talking about this basically, but the notable takeaways are what is being reported right now about Saudi Arabia, what's not being reported, everything that we went over before, how this is being the conversation. Yes, there are criticisms to be had. Yes, I think that a lot of what that guy was saying was infuriating and very snakish, and I'm not going to deny that. But
interesting. Kansas in the chat says that MES is moving to repeal the kafala law system beginning March 2021. The law system that allows employers to mistreat migrant laborers in Saudi Arabia. Well, that would be big if passed. So,
see, and that's a very good example of policies that we would like to support and see go forward.
That would put them ahead of the UAE, by the way, because I talked about how in 40 years maybe they could get to where the UAE is in terms of liberalization, but they'd already be one-upping the UAE there, because the UAE does not have that kind of labor.
Not as far as I understand. But so basically, all I can tell people is to be very skeptical of the media discourse that is presented in front of you, because there is a very clear agenda at play. Especially a lot of the liberal media, they want to be super critical of Saudi Arabia right now and push the Biden administration to be more critical of Saudi Arabia because Trump was so pro Saudi Arabia. It almost caused this inverse effect. And this is not going to go away. Basically, any time that we come to blows with Iran in the near future, we're gonna live through the meme. What about Saudi? What about Saudi? Saudi is a problematic, flawed nation, considerably more progressive than Iran, but not without its problems and not without things that we could call out. That is an integral regional ally in the fight against global terrorism. That is what Saudi Arabia is. They're not perfect, and in fact, they are quite less than perfect. They are not an ideal ally. They are the definition of a necessary evil in a lot of ways. I have accepted that. I have taken the Gene Kirkpatrick pill, and that is what everyone needs to get used to, because the world is not perfect. You don't get to pick the best. I'm only going to work with these nations. It's like being a picky eater. And at some point, you just need to grow up and say, okay, fine, I'm just going to eat.
Yeah.
This is what I have. This is what I have. This is like being a picky eater, but all you can afford is ramen. And you're like, oh, I fucking hate ramen. Well, guess what, bro? If you don't eat it, you're going hungry.
But you don't understand, Reece, if we just stopped the Cold War and got along with Iran and Russia and stuff, then we could afford caviar, man.
Exactly.
Like that, because people say, well, when you bring up Pinochet and stuff, and they'll say, oh yeah, but we could have been friends with the Russians. And then what? It's BS. Anyway.
That was not happening.
We should move on to the next one. This is the one about Artemi Panarin. So we'll go and bring that up.
Yeah. I just happened to find that this was so interesting. So off the beaten path for us.
Yeah. So here we go.
On this developing situation, we welcome in Vincent Mercogliano, Rangers reporter for USA Today. And Vincent, obviously a very bizarre story, but what have you been able to gather throughout the day on what's happening here with Artemi Panarin?
Well, this was definitely unlike any day I have had covering the Rangers. 1 minute you think you're preparing for a run-of-the-mill practice, and the next minute you were writing about Vladimir Putin. It's been a crazy day. The phone started blowing up this morning.
I don't know, man.
Basically,
sounds like Russophobia.
No, it's Russophobia. 100% Russophobia and stuff.
Oh, man. Cringe! More Russiagate.
Yeah. Oh man, we got neocons exists in the chat.
Neocons,
and oh yeah, we got Oreo right there. Gene Kirkpatrick is based. Yep.
Does somebody remember one of my old usernames? It was Neocon.
That's right. I remember that. That was a big meme. That was a big meme for sure.
That's
and I like how because Neocon's posting their L's has brought attention to your profile recently, and a ton of people were like, "Oh, like look at this like Neocon and stuff and everything." And you're like, "I'm not a Neocon." And then he took you saying that you're not a Neocon and then exposed you and like, "Ah, I gotcha." You took it.
He was like, "That's something a Neocon would say."
That's right.
What a fucking moron.
By the way, no, that's not like you had people there in the comments today saying how even neocons don't like the label neocon. It's like, yeah, I'm going to need a citation on that one. So
it was like that debate you did. Like, okay, so you have all these neocons like George Bush, Dick Cheney, Mitt Romney. What?
No. So I've got a guy right now who wants to debate me on if Obama was the greatest neocon of all time.
Oh, that's right.
He's saying like, he was like, choose your goat. Choose your goat. And I'm like, dude, what do you mean? And he's like, my goat is Obama. Obama was the greatest neocon of all time. I'm going to show like your audience why you guys should actually like Obama, because this guy hates Obama. I think he's like a war criminal, all that kind of stuff. I'm like, what do you mean? I guess my goat is like John Bolton, but he's not really a neocon. And he guy's like, what do you mean? Like, of course, John Bolton's not a neocon. Come on, man. Like, because in his view, Obama's a neocon, which is like, I mean, I was talking about this last night on the show. If you score anywhere on the political compass, any coordinates in any of the four quadrants, you're by definition a neocon at this point. So
pretty much.
Like,
I think we should explain a little bit more about this story.
Yeah.
Just to give a little context. So and people in the chat kind of knew, but essentially there is an NHL player named Artemy Panarin. He's from Russia, obviously. And I say obviously. I mean, with a name like that, you know, you have.
Well, he could have been Ukrainian. Could have been even perhaps Belarusian, but probably not South Korean. So probably not.
We're narrowing down. So essentially, this guy has for years been very critical of Vladimir Putin, and especially now, you know, in recent times has been ramping it up because of what's been happening with Alexei Navalny. Yes, that is the Russian heritage coming through. Alexei Navalny. So obviously we have problems with him because he's a, you know, kind of a nationalist psycho in a lot of ways and would not be a friend of the West. But we support his right to protest a completely corrupt and despicable government. And we actually have a story about him later as well.
Yeah.
But so this is the story here with Panarin. So essentially, he's been accused of an incident that happened 10 years ago. He's starting to notice a pattern there.
Yeah.
X thing happened 10 years ago. I mean, after a while, you just stop caring, really. But allegedly, 10 years ago, he physically assaulted a young woman. This is not being reported by the woman. The woman is not in the picture. It is being reported by an old coach of his who is extremely pro Vladimir Putin, has not been shy about that, has been extremely vocal. And pretty much everyone in Western media recognizes that this is a politically motivated smear job. And now you have Panarin taking a leave of absence from the NHL. So we can keep playing the video unless you wanted to add something.
I don't really have anything to add there other than to hell with Putin. And for those who think that Alexei Navalny is a color revolution by the CIA, that's dumb. So
that's like the shittiest revolution ever. What?
Yeah. that would be like basically Khrushchev being a color revolution. It's like the CIA got rid of Stalin and replaced him with a pro-Western puppet who stationed nukes in Cuba. So
I mean, he's different. He's a different guy.
Yeah. By the way, Navalny.
Hey, wait a minute, Kevin. Wait a minute. It's almost like people of a nation are not a monolith. It's almost like they can have issues with their own governments, organize movements every now and then, Now, granted, in most of these cases, it's not very successful because they go to jail and all their followers die. But
well, he does have hundreds of millions of views on YouTube in Russia, and he's so big at this point that if they killed him, he'd just become a martyr. That's why they can't exactly just straight up kill him. But he's the only one in Russia that they would think twice about killing. But let's continue.
Gather is that Artemi Panarin is taking a leave of absence from the Rangers, indefinite amount of time. It could be short, it could be long. We still don't know. But basically what happened was a story ran on a Russian sports website in which a former coach of Panarin's during his time in Russia made accusations of him. The quote, the translation loosely is beat an 18-year-old woman following a game in December 2011. So we're talking nearly 10 years ago. And as the story has unfolded, what the Rangers are saying, what the people from Panarin's inner circle are saying, is that this is an intimidation tactic, retribution, if you will, for Panarin being an outspoken opponent of Russian President Vladimir Putin. He has spoken out against him a few times. He recently expressed his support for the opposition leader. So Panarin is fearful, from what I understand, of the safety of his family that remains in Russia. And they are vehemently denying these allegations. We're still waiting to hear. We don't want to be dismissive of anything, but this is not coming from a victim. It's coming from a former coach. And the Rangers are saying to Panarin, listen, take your time, do what you need to do.
I don't know, man. Sounds like a lot of toxic masculinity to me.
All right, so you led me to my...
A lot of rape apologetics, bro. Yeah. What's up with that? Actually, it wasn't even a rape accusation. Sounds like a lot of beating women apologetics, bro.
By the way, the Putin regime made it illegal to do anything for the police to do anything if a wife calls the cops on her husband beating her, as long as she's not seriously injured. So
but you have the massive supporter of Putin who's suddenly trying to be this virtuous feminist.
Yeah, no, they're duplicitous. They're duplicitous hacks, man. So.
It's unbelievable. And like this story to me, the real reason I want to talk about it was like look at the influence that Vladimir Putin has in the world. Mm-hmm. Look at how far away you can be, and he can still make you just shiver in fear.
Oh yeah.
For the sake of people you love. But then we go on Twitter and we have these utterly mentally deficient fools who are going on about, well, what's the big deal about Russia? They have a GDP less than Texas. Doesn't matter. Does not matter. If you have a gun to my family's head, it does not matter how much money you have in the fucking bank.
Yeah, exactly. Let's continue.
Next question. What needs to happen for Artemi Panarin and the Rangers to feel comfortable with him back on the ice and playing with the team?
Well, I think a lot of it depends on him and how comfortable he is with his personal life, with the safety of his family, and some of the things that we just touched on. Obviously, I'm sure everybody wants to see these allegations cleared up. We know that the coach that made the accusations is a supporter of Vladimir Putin and has a history of vocalizing that. And you know, we've heard a lot of different rumors. But basically, the Rangers, I'm sure, want to, have whether police reports come out, whether they don't. The coach said that there are police reports, but we still haven't seen anything. Whether we find out anything along the lines of that, we're waiting to see. But the Rangers
no
right
evidence
now are
of
saying
anything.
that they do not believe that these allegations are true. So I don't think that they're worried about that from what I've been hearing. I think it's more so Panarin kind of getting this straightened out on his end and making sure his family is safe.
Definitely a story with plenty of loose ends still. The Rangers are back in action on Wednesday in Philadelphia. Vincent Mercogliano, thanks for joining us here on Geico Sports Night.
No problem.
There you go. I liked what a progressive apostate said. He said, yeah, at the very least, nobody reported about Panarin as if the charges were actually legitimate. Yeah, no, that's credit to the media for that.
True.
That's a big step. I mean, generally the media has, especially in recent years, had this kind of anti-Kremlin bias anyway. But, it's nice to see it on not just MSNBC. Because this is a channel that's not going to talk. This is Geico Sports. They're not going to be talking about politics. They very much could have just they could have ran it like, oh, it's up in the air, an accusation, especially in this day and age. An accusation of violence got thrown out. Maybe it happened, maybe it didn't. All right, there we go. That's my report. Good night, everyone. And that would have been some people try to paint that, oh, that's fair and balanced. I mean, they're saying it could have happened or it couldn't have happened. Well, no, it's not fair at all, because these are not accusations coming from any sort of victim involved. They're coming from a very obviously politically motivated individual with a grudge, and that should be taken into account. And if you don't report on that, if you don't include that, then you are absolutely complicit in the spread of misinformation. But anyway, we're gonna move on unless you have something else to say.
Well, I think it's interesting how, those people who talk about spheres of influence and everything. I mean, doesn't America have a sphere of influence?
No.
Not even within America. So dumb, so duplicitous, such a double standard, such bullshit, such an attempt to gaslight. We can move on though, because we have a lot of material to go over to this.
This next one, I knew I wanted to cover. This is we're going to be watching a hero of mine, a personal hero of mine, Hillel Neuer, who works for UN Watch. He went to a meeting, the most recent meeting of the UN's Human Rights Council.
As he tends to do.
Oh, I thought you were going to download the video.
I did. I have both.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, because the video won't show you the tweet and vice versa. So I have both at the ready.
There we go. Yeah, we can just play the video. Essentially here, what he's addressing is the fact this was the first UN Human Rights Council session in which Venezuela participated, a fucking murderous state.
Lovely. They're a champion bastion of human rights. They should be lecturing us because they know better than us on human rights. So.
It's a joke. And this video tells you everything about the political discourse on this topic.
So here we go. Believe this
Madam President, today we come with one question. Given that this council's fact-finding mission has just found that the Venezuelan government, state agents, and groups working with them have systematically committed arbitrary killings, torture, and sexual violence aimed at suppressing political opposition and generally terrorizing the population. Given that these crimes were found to be highly coordinated, pursuant to state policies and part of a widespread and systematic course of conduct, thus amounting to, quote, crimes against humanity. Given that the investigators found that President Maduro and the ministers of the Interior and of Defense were aware of the crimes, gave orders, coordinated activities, and supplied resources in furtherance of the plans and policies.
Excuse me, just 1 minute. Venezuela wants to make a point.
Oh.
I wonder what they'll say.
I wonder what they're going to say. I wonder if they're going to back him up or if they're going to take issue with what he's got to say.
I want to see it cut to a guy who's like, he's pulling his shirt away from his neck like, yeah, okay. That was some harsh words there.
Ha
I love that clip.
No, okay. Credit to Wyatt for suggesting that to be in the audio cue. Anyway, here we go.
The speaker is out of order.
I would give the floor back to the speaker now.
Speaker is out of order.
Civil and political rights. Given that investigators found that President Maduro and his officials.
Well, he said mean things, Reece.
You were mean. The speaker is out of. Yeah, how dare you? I mean, they're so used to getting everything their way.
Absolutely.
Just glide your way onto the Human Rights Council. When you're at home, you get to do whatever the hell you want.
By the way, imagine being on the dais of the Human Rights Council and saying that Neuer is out of order in favor of Venezuela. I mean, this is like a South Park episode, dude.
Yeah, you're out of order, sir. Quit bringing up these inconvenient truths.
It's like, okay, so this party has a point of order. The party that has a point of order against you represents a regime that's responsible for the suffering of millions. You, however, said some things that were mean. So we are going to rule that you were out of order So therefore, you have been rebuked, sir. So let's
sir.
Pursued policies to further plans and policies under which the crimes were committed. Given all of the above, we ask this council, by what logic and by what morality can a convicted murderer, torturer, and rapist, convicted by this council's own investigators, remain a member of this Human Rights Council? We now have a petition to the United Nations found at unwatch.org/expel Maduro.
Convicted by this council itself. That right there tells you how useless the UN is. The UN, out of one side of their mouth, oh yeah, you know, we did this investigation. We didn't do any action. We did an investigation, and we found that this obviously totalitarian government silences its opposition all the time, commits violence, starves its own people, kills people with abandon, not to mention has displaced millions throughout the continent because of all that. But out of the other side of our mouth, we're gonna say you can be on the Human Rights Council, Reece, obviously.
Reece, okay, we are going to interrupt this regularly scheduled programming. We have some news. It's actually not breaking news. It's been around for a few hours. However, it's been brought to my attention just now that a very special brainlet has mentioned this channel actually tonight. So this is,
I think I know who it is.
Yeah, we're just going to remove this for a moment. We'll come back. Look at this. This is neocons posting their L's online. Oh, that's me from a long time ago, back before Arthur got me a swaggy profile picture and everything. Well, that one was swaggy too, but this one's a bit more cool. So that would be, by the way, I like how he's like blurring out my @ and everything here, even though everybody knows it's at Kevin Castley. Like
I guarantee you that somebody else did that because he's way too lazy to actually do that himself.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Cheney was a based vice president, and then he's got young neocon, and then you have this Calvin guy, probably a troll, but neocons posting their L's online. He's seen the channel. No, he's a real unironic neocon who runs a crappy YouTube channel.
Oh, I hope you're watching, bro.
And then
I hope you're watching and seething.
Seething. Yeah, seething and screaming. We got Morrison down below says free YouTube channels were a mistake. So how lovely. So,
free. So what? They want to charge for a YouTube channel?
For a YouTube channel.
I thought whatever happened to free speech?
Wait, I thought that I'm supposed to be backed up by like all the think tanks and Raytheon and stuff. Wouldn't I just be able to pay the fee, like with the AstroTurf money? What?
There you go. He's part of the controlled opposition, man.
Yeah. Wait, you're blocked from following Kevin Castley. You can still see. Oh, that's such a good point. He didn't. What a brainlet. He didn't even cross
lazy.
Out that part. No.
Lazy. That's right.
At Kevin Castley. So he removes at Kevin Castley everywhere else except. Oh, I wonder. Blocked from removing at Kevin Castley. I wonder who the account is there that I'm blocked from seeing. By the way, that this is a time when I did block people. I don't block people anymore. So, but.
Yeah, they were probably being annoying. Fuck it. Why not?
Oh, no, they were being annoying. It's just if I have an open debate policy, I don't want to do what Jack did and have people accepting my debate requests that I can't. Well, I don't do debate requests, but if it's an open debate policy, I don't get to sound badass about that if I'm like going to block everybody that would challenge me, So.
Oh yeah, no, that'd be lame.
Yeah,
much like Jack Posobiec.
Jack Posobiec said this. By the way, I can't get over how cringy that profile picture is because Mr. Tough Guy here still has me blocked. He still refuses to debate me.
Real tough stuff. Yeah.
Tough guy.
By the way, Jack Posobiec retweeted neocons post their L's to his 1 million stupid ass followers.
Yes, that's correct.
So yeah, great, good. Great contribution to the culture war, my dude. Really.
By the way, I gotta say, this account here is less creative than Liz was because Liz would do the gotcha sort of things back in the day. This guy is the laziest of them all. At least Liz has a personality. So, you know.
Yeah, Liz was a person.
Yes.
This may as well be a bot account.
Mm-hmm. It's basically just a retweet our Hot Gang group chat account.
I didn't want to even include anything from this guy tonight. Like I thought about it and some of his like mutuals, but I was like, no, he's not worth it. But since it came up, obviously we'll show.
Oh, he's talking about us. We got called out. Crappy channel, man.
You have a channel. Oh my, you exist.
By the way, I wonder how many. I know this guy's got a lot of followers. I wonder how many subs this guy has on YouTube. Probably not that many. So.
I don't think he has a YouTube. I'm gonna go with 0.
Suka probably has infinitely more than he does because he has 2. So let's go back to Mr. Newer.
In the name of National Assembly President Juan Guaido, exiled Mayor of Caracas, Antonio.
Excuse me. I give the floor to Cuba.
Of course. Of course. Especially
point of order.
He was just getting into it. He was just mentioning Juan Guaido, the legitimate leader of the country, recognized by hundreds of other nations, who is in constant fear of his life and of being jailed because of that regime. But we're going to hear from Cuba, the ever outstanding on human rights Cuba, not biased at all. It's not like they have a well-known, well-documented relationship with Venezuela. No. Let's give the floor to Cuba. Let's hear what Cuba has to say.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is the thing. So I know it's kind of a meme about like the UN and everything. I actually did model UN for like 5 years. And like that whole point of the order thing, all that, it is a thing. Like it's the most relativist bullshit because it ignores all context of what, like, because in that room, everybody's just one state with state interests, man. That's it.
Yeah, just one state among many. Meanwhile, Hillel Neuer is coming in, attempting to add that context, saying, hey, this whole thing is a fucking sham.
Mm-hmm.
This is called the Human Rights Council. You've got Cuba and Venezuela here. Excuse me? Is the simulation broken? Excuse me.
No, it would be like
going on?
Yeah, it would be like having a conference of neocons. And then right there, you've got Donald Trump and Elizabeth Warren, and you're like, well, wait, what are these guys doing here? Like, and they say,
did you invite him? It's like a lame guy shows up at your house party. Did you invite him? I didn't invite him. Did you? No, you're like asking all your friends. Doesn't make any sense. Did he just show up by himself? What?
Yeah, it's like you invite him. You invite that, like, this random guy shows up and he's telling like some of the guests and everything, like how there's this like evil imperialist YouTube channel that they need to like speak truth to power to and everything. And then you come in and you're like, dude, that's my channel. Who the hell are you?
Dude, that's like literally my channel.
Yeah, it's like, dude, that's literally my channel. Like that's when you know you're gonna be big, is when you're just in the grocery store or something and you're like over here in another aisle, like, dude, like, can you believe this channel exists? Like, he's an unironic neocon. The other guy's like, whoa, that's spooky, man. And you're like, you just go about your day, like go and check out. That probably won't happen yet, but down the road that probably will happen, because guaranteed that kind of conversation happens about PewDiePie, and it probably also happens about Kyle. Now, unfortunately with Kyle, randoms that tend to talk about him actually have a favorable view of him, and that's very annoying. But we're trying to expose him, so
exactly.
But both of those people, by the way, are low skill. They're YouTubers, right? Low skill, not elite.
non-essential workers.
Yeah, not elites, So
no.
So, I do like this one though. Jill Stein is the best neocon. You can't convince me otherwise. I mean, she even had dinner with Putin, so it doesn't get more neocon than that.
Pretty hawkish, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Oh, I like this one. I'm hungry for justice at the UN.
Me too, my dude.
You know who's not hungry tonight, though, for a change? Kyle. He's not hungry for justice.
No, he is a status quo bitch.
That's right.
Anyway.
By the way, isn't it funny how all these people that say that they want to change the world and everything don't want to do jack shit about anything to reform the status quo in the world?
Yeah, they want to change small corners of the world that are already amazing.
Yes. Amazing. Okay, let's continue.
Once again, this NGO is politicizing the council.
That was political, man. It's like
just like what the Saudi guy said.
It's like, hey, man, Trump is not political. Democrats are political.
Yeah, how dare you? How dare you? What is the political angle other than don't be an asshole? Like, don't be an anti-humanistic garbage dictator.
Hey, man, human rights are politicized, man. Like, some people say they are a thing, other people say they're degenerate. So
they don't even, like, this is what pisses me off the most. They don't even have a real response. Oh, stop getting political. Don't politicize this. No, you don't get to tell me to do it. How about you stop killing your own people? And then maybe we can talk about my harsh language and my out of line conduct. Oh, sorry.
Out of order.
So out of order.
Very out of order. Absolutely.
Just like a soda machine. Just out of order.
Out of order.
Don't work.
And he is using abusive language. We cannot question
abusive. Hold the fuck on.
By the way,
abusive language.
I don't know. Maybe this is a point of order because it's not really relevant. But is he chewing gum at the Human Rights Council? Like,
I mean, honestly, they can just coast by here.
Like, I mean, it's not a serious thing. They're like, oh, this is just a big meme, right? Yeah. It's like
they're just like, well, we're technically we're a nation. We represent a group of people who we trample on all day.
Yeah.
And I'm just here. Like, they just let me in. And
you know what?
Like, whatever.
You know what that placard of Israel in the background reminds me of, though? It reminds me of this meme that Kanzik drew, which is this, and then in the background. Because Israel's just lurking in the back, so...
Yeah, Israel couldn't even be bothered to show up to this farce, really.
Like, wait, why should we go, man? We could get sushi, or we could go and get lectured by Venezuela and Cuba. Yeah.
States it's a lack of respect for the council.
Oh, respect for the council. You know, that was the true genocide. You know, maybe after all, the real genocide was the lack of respect for the council, bro. Have some respect for the dais, Reece. You're talking all this crap about Cuba and Venezuela, but like, you're also a state, man.
I mean, think of the poor people there who had to hear. I mean, they had to hear about terrible things. They didn't have to suffer any terrible things like people actually are. No, they just had to hear about it. And then they were painfully reminded of not only were they doing nothing about it, they just did here's a little investigation. But they were actively letting those nations be a part of some sham global international discourse that is complete bullshit.
I like what Neocon says to say. I'm surprised they aren't making angry AOL dial-up noises because they're NPC bots, right? Like, I mean, everything, you know what they're going to say, so.
We agree with what Venezuela is saying, and
they agree with that, Reece.
They agree. Well, of course you agree. Of course you agree with Venezuela.
It's like Rave Dubin, dude. I agree with that. And then Venezuela's like, I agree with that.
Yeah, we agree with Venezuela. You're being abusive in your language. Yeah, that's the problem. That's everyone. That's totally the problem, right?
You know what Dave Rubin needs to do? He needs to do a change of career plans. He needs to become like one of the guys that speaks here. Just be like, I agree with that.
Objection. I just wanted to say on the point about Iran, I agree. I agree with that.
That's right. And like everybody that he agrees with is like Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, all that kind of thing. Or it's like, no, you know what? It'd be even funnier. He just does that for every country. Like Israel says, you guys violate.
He doesn't even take a side. He just literally agrees with it.
It's like Israel says, you guys violate human rights. And then they call for a point of order. But then Rubin calls for a point of order. And the dais is like, well, you have to say, sir. And he's like, I agree with that. And then Cuba's like, okay. And then they go to him. And they're like, yeah, that was a point of order against our great state and everything. And then they go back to Rubin because he chimes in again. And he's like, I agree with that. And the dais is like, God damn it. Like, because
Permission to cut his mic, please, because it's wasting our time at this point.
Yeah, it's like we're you understand we're going to cut your mic because you keep saying you agree with that. And he's like, I agree with that.
Okay.
It's like, oh, good. Eye to eye, Reece. Oh man, somebody said earlier World War Reece. Did you
World War Reece?
That's right. Okay, World War Reece.
Call upon you to prevent the speaker.
But by the way, that's like www. That's like every website. worldwarweece.com.
From abusing the council.
Everybody should respect appropriate language. Having
Oh yeah, the language, man. Like
don't. What was he supposed to do? Are the language barriers that restrictive that you can't bring up anything of substance?
No, why it's right though. Why didn't they just put Transnistria on the UN Council? And next, why not just have ISIS there too? I mean, they claim to be a state. Why not get their voices so we can listen and communicate and
let's just collect. We're just going to have a collection of bodies here.
And nonviolent communication, Reece. Let's just do NVC with ISIS, man.
Yeah, really watch your language. If you can't bring up these legitimate concerns, how in the world would you be expected to talk about it at all? The answer is you can't.
You can't.
You can only say nice things. You can only give countries little pats on the back. Good job. You exist. You're a country.
Oh, good job. That's impressive.
We're the same. I have a country. You have a country. I have a leader. You have a leader.
I exist. You exist.
We all exist. We have reached the bottom of the barrel. We all exist. Never say anything remotely confrontational, or else Venezuela and Cuba will be very upset with you.
Yep.
Oh God. Why?
But even if you had that, they would just move the goalposts to become like super solipsistic and say, well, no, actually we exist, but these Western countries don't exist. Prove otherwise. I think therefore I am, right? Like, okay, let's
see, that's hateful language right there. I exist. Come on now.
Yeah, let's continue on. Oops.
Call upon you to.
Everybody should respect appropriate language. Having said that, I'll now give the floor back to the speaker.
Invoking Article 8 of the founding charter of this council, Resolution 60/251, in the name of 160,000 people who have signed the petition, when will the UN remove the Maduro government from this Human Rights Council?
There you go.
Owned.
Exactly what needs to be said.
Mic drop.
Despite their best attempts to interrupt him and not let him make his point in the name of not abusing the council.
Yeah.
No, the real question of the day. This is not a conspiracy. We know that these things go on. It's not a secret to anyone. Don't gaslight us. I wish they would just come out instead of playing these like microaggression games. If they just came out and said, yeah, that's what we do. What of it? I mean, they could say that. The UN doesn't give a shit.
That's true.
You're there, clearly. Mm-hmm. What are they going to do? Even if they fessed up to everything, they were just like, yep, we did that. We enjoyed that. We enjoyed that. Yep. The UN would be like, okay, moving on.
And it's like, okay. Yeah, it's like they argue that human rights are relative and the other guys argue that it's not. We can't tell the difference. Let's move on.
Oh, but your language is so violent. You killing political dissidents and starving your country, and then you have your butt buddy over here backing you up, who also has a terrible human rights record. That's fine. That's totally fine. Unbelievable. The bullshit that poor Mr. Newer has to put up with. I cannot even imagine.
That's like us watching 5 Kyle videos an hour.
That is a nightmare.
Even Kyle's like, oh shit, that doesn't sound pleasant.
Oh man. Oh, Kevin, you're gonna like this next one. This is a good one. This is a fellow Canadian, Rob Rousseau, commenting on the Canadians government. Not even them, but just the representatives condemning the Uyghur genocide. Obviously, Trudeau abstained.
Of course.
because we've covered that before. But this response from your fellow countrymen, I thought was pretty funny.
So we got Stephen Chase here, 266-0. Canada's House of Commons formally declares China's persecution of Muslim minorities to be genocide. The motion also calls on Olympic organizers to move the 2022 Winter Games from Beijing if China doesn't relent. Prime Minister Trudeau and his cabinet abstained because, of course, they did. And I like how I'm in here too because I replied. We should go to him first. Rob says, we're being asked to get on board with Cold War II right now. You're allowed to say, no, thank you. And I say the Cold War. The West just pretend it was over. So apparently saying genocide bad is Cold War II. So
yeah, wow. That's his response to a completely symbolic vote. It's not enacting any kind of policy. It's not calling for sanctions against China. It's not doing shit. The only thing that it's potentially affecting is those precious international relations and all the money that flows between Canada and China that we've talked about. Oh no, don't put my money at risk, says Rob the socialist.
Amazing.
Fucking disgraceful and despicable. This is your response to a genocide involving re-education camps, forced sterilization of a minority group based on the trumped up charges of they're all terrorists, and you call yourself a leftist? Are you fucking kidding me?
Terrorists, man. Terrorists, man.
Yeah, I love it. These are the same people who screamed about Islamophobia for years.
Yes,
look at them now. Look at them now.
Like the people on the left used to always talk about how, like, Young Turks, all those types of people used to talk about how anything that happened was like, ooh, like the right wings being Islamophobic and all this kind of stuff and everything here and whatnot. And now it's like, or anything is Islamophobic, not even just right wing. I mean, even people, they would criticize people on their own side. They criticize Christopher Hitchens, for example, for being Islamophobic.
Oh, yeah. Noted Islamophobe Christopher Hitchens.
Yeah. A guy who's got like a Kurdistan flag on his lapel.
Yeah. The guy who wanted to free Iraq.
Yeah.
A country filled with Muslims.
Actually, Reece, he just wanted to barbecue Iraqi babies with Dick Cheney and the other neocons.
Ah, of course. Yeah. The other neocons like Dick Cheney. Give me a fucking break.
Yeah. So you're allowed to say no, thank you.
No, you're not.
You know who's not allowed to say no, thank you, though? The Uyghur people, because if they come for them in the night and they say no thanks, then it doesn't go over so well, you freaking brainlet.
Maybe that can be I might be taken the wrong way. I would love to see Timothy make a video like that.
Oh,
no,
man.
Thank you.
That's right, because he did they're concerned, bro. The EU is concerned, bro. Timothy, by the way, is in Germany, but he does say that he watches every video and he's a base patron of the channel, but he doesn't have the time to make it to chat very often. If you do see that you ever have the chance to get to make a video, if you just did oh, no, thank you, and then like, oh, okay. Like,
yeah, use Rob Rousseau and his horrible mustache.
I mean,
it'd be pretty funny.
It's as big of a meme as, oh, why not just send Communist China Rothbard PDFs? That'll liberate them. Unironically. So, yeah.
Those Rothbard PDFs, though.
Apparently, Henry sat down with Keith, and they had a chat, too. So,
yeah, Henry, I'm convinced, is a bigger masochist than both of us combined at this point.
Well,
because he knew exactly what he was getting into.
Yeah, he had no excuse. So, there you go.
I'm actually going to be right back, but you can entertain the chat for a minute. I guess we're going for kind of a longer show because we have the time.
That's right. Well, I'm also going to have to take an intermission too. So what we should
we need some like elevator music.
Yeah. You know what? I got to do like a meme of some kind, just like we'll be right back, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'll only be gone for like 2 minutes, so it's all good.
Yeah,
I'll let you set that up.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll do. Okay, so basically, we need some music or something. But yeah, no. Basically, I'm just gonna entertain the people here for a couple minutes, and I guess once Reece is back, he'll entertain the people for a minute or something. That's how we'll do it, so you guys don't get bored. So yeah, big noteworthy neocons, Christopher Hitchens and Dick Cheney. By the way, I wonder if that account has been tweeting about us tonight. Probably not, but you never know. They are pretty obsessive. No, that's the latest tweet still. Just looking over his stuff. Obviously, he's featuring Neocon Asuka. He's featuring Neocons Exist. You got to be in there a bunch of times. That's cool. Neocon's posting dubs. I'm in here. Oh, Neocon Stewie called people peace cucks L's, and then Neocons posting their L's online said, quote unquote, peace cuck. Neocons actually think that's an insult, LeMayo. It's like, well, yeah. How can you have peace with a country that wants to get nukes to destroy you? Duh. Oh, we got Dick Cheney again. Oh, there's me. There's me. Okay.
I'm back.
Okay, you're back. Okay. Well, I was just trying to keep the people entertained. There's still the same number as before, so it looks like I was successful in that regard to whatever extent. Anyway, I got to go and get some water now, so if you can entertain the people, that'd also be based.
Oh, he needs water, so weak. I've learned to live without water. That's how ascended I am. Anyway, looking at the chat, got No Name, we got Arthur, Natalie, Neil Cons exists. We got Wyatt here, got Kanzik. Yeah, it's been an interesting time, has it not? A lot of news coming out, and I think that we've had a very we got Progressive Apostate as well. We've had a good show so far, and very informative in a lot of ways, covered a lot of ground, and we have a lot to go. We'll see how long we go. Basically, I try to load up more material than we need, just so we have something to go over. Reece, did you watch my video, Anonymous Hacks the CCP? I have not yet, but I'll try to in the near future. I've been a little busy, my dude. Compiling torture techniques for this show. I'm not singing for you people. It's not happening. I kind of did earlier. Sometimes when I get really animated, I kind of do a little sing-songy thing. Reece, don't forget to wish Kyle a happy Bloody Monday in March. Oh, of course not. He'll get reminded hardcore. Happy you could have had Bernie, but you didn't get Bernie. You lost. Honestly, though, I don't even think Kyle cares about that at this point, because, well, we'll get into it. We might have something related to Mr. Triple K, but Kyle is kind of anti-Bernie right now. I know that sounds crazy, but I'm not lying to you. And Kyle's been on a rampage about the Syria strikes. Oh, you best believe we will. No matter how long we go, that is going to be the last video we do, because I did not sit at my computer doing research for no reason. That's right, people. I did research for this stream. I know my shit. Not really. I'm a Googler. Hey, he's back. Big man Castley.
Yeah. The dude with the ears is back, everybody. So.
The ears have returned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anyway, nothing really happened. Shockingly.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They were mentioning that Bloody Monday is coming up. That's actually today, right? Is today Bloody Monday, or is... Wait.
No, it's not. It's not Monday.
It's not Monday. That's right. That's right. It will be in 22 and a half hours. Okay.
Yeah, get your days right. Granted, you're on such a whack schedule. I don't blame you. You're on the me schedule. It's pretty fucked up, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Like my schedule's all over the place, man. Like I don't know what day it is.
Like I got my second wind. I feel the stamina. I feel the energy. I'm ready to roast some brainlets.
Yes. So who's up next? Who else wants to get heard?
Donald Trump Jr.
Oh, God.
at
Okay.
CPAC.
This was the one contribution that I had. Well, actually, there might have been another one, but this was the one contribution video-wise. I just want to say here, God damn it, he does every cringeworthy meme. We're going to stop this video. I'm anticipating we're going to stop this video more than all of them, except probably the last one, because the last one features a very smug brainlet. So,
yeah, I think they've already figured that one out.
By the way, if you guys in the chat want to play along, to whom are we referring as the last video? Who is the very smug brainlet? So, you guys
I might have given them too many hints for this game.
More importantly, who would have thought that within 33 days we'd be bombing the Middle East again?
Wait, it's quiet. Wait, oh God, it's quiet, and he already said cringe. Okay.
Well, I really don't want to hear it, so that's a bit helpful. Within 33 days, we're already bombing the Middle East. We were bombing the Middle East for 4 years when your dad was the president. Are you fucking kidding me?
He literally did tomahawk strikes, slews of 100+ tomahawks.
He upped drone strikes. You can't do this. You cannot do this. This makes no fucking sense.
No, like, because
and the dumbass audience just eats it up.
There are some people out there that will regard Trump as a total isolationist, and it's like, no. He did approve several noteworthy strikes. He did more than Joe Biden, and now you could say, well, Joe Biden did one. Except we had that person yesterday, that brainlet the other day, saying, well, Trump wouldn't have bombed Syria.
The traditional girl or whatever.
Yeah, that loser. And by the way, in case you're wondering, well, we talked. Oh no, I'm blocked now. And like everybody's blocked. You're probably blocked by her. So
okay, this is the real point. Here's the comparison we're gonna draw. Trump assassinated Soleimani, but you're complaining that we killed some Hezbollah nobodies.
Trump started World War III, Reece.
That's right. We've been in it, in an alternative timeline that is invisible to all but the most ascended.
Well, like, this is the Third World War. I don't know if you realize, like, the Third World War isn't as deadly as the second one. This is just, it's the Third World War, Reece. How's it feel?
I feel fine.
Yeah. Brainlet June said that was World War III, so we've already... Okay, let's continue on. This is just such a cringy speech, though, and like, wow. Okay,
how is he involved in politics again? Because his dad was the president. Nepotism much?
Well, I mean, okay. People would say, well, what about George W. Bush? It's like people could say that about George W. Bush, but George W. Bush was smart.
He actually did things. He had accomplishments under his belt.
That's true. Well, they would say, so does Don Jr.
What has he done?
He spoke at CPAC. Reece.
Oh, there you go.
Have you spoken at CPAC?
That's true. I haven't. Yeah, good point.
Okay, let's continue. By the way, we're probably going to have to pause this another 14 times. So,
come on, StreamYards.
But guys, more importantly, who would have thought that within 33 days we'd be bombing the Middle East again?
Boo.
I would have.
Oh, I've got another point to make on that. Within 33 days. Look, this should have happened a while ago. That's what
that's the point. Yeah, that Daniel Boardman was making.
Like, it's already too late.
Man, it's 33 days, and we're sitting here like, what a loser, dumb point to make.
It's been too long.
We endured 3 attacks, and then we did a quote. We did this like de-escalation strike with no intention to do anything else, and they're complaining. They're complaining about nothing. The bare minimum that would be expected. Don't you believe in self-defense, Junior? Isn't that something you believe in, Mr. Second Amendment?
That's only for sovereign countries like Iran and Russia.
I see.
Yeah, no, I did want to say though. Also, notice how it's both ways. In Afghanistan, it's been too long, but Biden doing this, it was only 33 days. He didn't even wait.
That's the problem. Why wait?
No. But in both of those cases, the time is irrelevant. Like, who cares? Like, so what? Say somebody bombs you and it happens to be day 72, your administration, and day 73, you retaliate. Or if we're talking Biden, day 80, you retaliate because he waited. Why does the time matter? Or it's been 20 years, except you weren't serious about it for most of that time. So you have to apply more force and you finish the war, say 28 years, and you get the job done. Oh, but it's been too long, man. It's like, okay, let's pull out and let the problem go back to where it was before. And then have to go back in and do another 20 years and just yo-yo it. So like we're like 6% through the video. Let's continue.
Oh no, guys, come on. The military-industrial complex, I'm surprised it took them 33 days.
I guarantee you he just learned that term.
Oh, yeah.
It sounded so rehearsed, like he's reading off cue cards.
It took them 33 days. Does he not understand that this wasn't a preemptive strike? This was a retaliation to something that Iran did in the weeks prior. So, like, he's not smart. So...
No. The understatement of the century right there.
Oh, man. Oh, I like this from Round and Round. The Honorable Neocon, a member of Parliament.
Honorable member of the House of Lords.
Neocon. Yeah, Neocon. Yeah, no, that's great. That's great. By the way, if somebody out there does have the last name Con, kind of a badass last name. Name your kid Neo.
Honestly, if that's their last name, they could probably trace back some lineage to Genghis.
Well, people were saying that he was a neocon and stuff. So
famous neocon Genghis Khan.
And they'll be like, well, yeah, he went to war in the Middle East. So
why do you think they call them neocons, huh?
Yeah.
Didn't come from nowhere.
Didn't come from nowhere. That's right. Yeah, I mean, they say it started from Trotskyists like Genghis Khan, right? So
nah, those people, they haven't taken the Genghis pill.
The Genghis pill. Hey, man, I mean, he did know how to, occupy a lot of territory and stuff. But let's continue.
I guess they waited till the first month, so they couldn't say that was part of the first 30, but...
Oh, that's just so hacky. Like, I hear that a lot of the time. Like, and not even just in speeches about this issue, but you often hear that, like, oh, I guess they waited so it wouldn't be for part of the first 30 or whatever. It's like, nobody cares. Nobody cares about X period of time. Like, whatever.
Yeah, and never mind the big point. The elephant in the room is that we waited for after 2 additional attacks to do anything.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. Oh, 30. He's doing this whole shtick. 30 days. Who the fuck cares about 30 days?
It was only shortly thereafter where we started bombing the Middle East.
The Middle East. Just throwing that out there.
Like, it's Saudi Arabia, Iran, all that. It's just the Middle East. Just Middle East.
Yeah, where? Oh, God, where could that be? Are we bombing Pakistan?
No.
It's in the Middle East.
Speaking of bombing the Middle East, have you seen Liz Cheney's poll numbers?
Oh,
terrible,
dude!
Terrible.
She won the secret ballot, proving that you guys have no clout when people actually speak their minds.
Yeah, proving what a fucking cult your party became.
Guess what? People, look, they said this about Trump. They said in the polls that Trump was more popular than the polls led on because people were afraid to speak their mind. Likewise, now, you think people are going to say honestly that they support Liz Cheney? Well, yeah, I am, because I'm your friendly neighborhood neocon ghoul. But most people are like, if they know Trump people, they're probably not going to say that they're going to vote for Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney's going to win. I'm going to say that right now. She's going to win. So there we go.
Yeah, I mean, like, if it was such a guaranteed thing, why not at CPAC, but at AFPAC, at America First PAC, why was Nick Fuentes going on about, oh man, we're gonna do something to primary this lady from Colorado? You didn't even know what fucking state she represented.
Oh, he said Colorado.
Yeah, he said she was from Colorado.
But so that's crazy because everybody knows that she's from Vermont. So
of course. I mean, you know, if that's the opposition,
they go hunting, you know, Bernie.
Obviously. If that's the opposition, they may be too incompetent to actually pull off any kind of primary. It's not happening, people. A few people
from Colorado, because like isn't Colorado in Canada, man?
I didn't take geography class. It wasn't my thing.
No, it's like Colorado. Don't you mean Canada?
A few people booed and hissed when she spoke against Trump. She's not gonna lose.
Well, yeah, Hawks don't lose, so
she'll be just fine. And then what are you gonna say? You just found your new scapegoat, your new person to obsess over. What? Why? Because she said things that were right. She was openly and bravely critical of U.S. isolationism, and she also didn't toe a party line.
That's right.
You guys you're sinking yourselves to the Trump ship, and it will sink. It's not guaranteed to last forever. And you have a few people with common sense who are like, guys, those last 4 years were completely disqualifying and embarrassing on all levels. We'll never live it down. What the fuck was that? Let's move on. Let's get a Nikki Haley or a Dan Crenshaw or someone who actually knows how to govern.
Yeah, you could do that. I like
somebody who isn't just an opportunist populist like Don Jr., just like his dad, spewing out these leftist talking points as if they have any business being at CPAC.
Yeah, I like this this comment from Wyatt. He says, America First PAC couldn't afford a real stage, which is why they looked like they were at a cult meeting. The lights had to be dim to hide the fact they were in a school cafeteria. So how sad.
Sorry, I can't debate you until I get access to my school cafeteria.
Like I still maintain that my studio is swaggier than Nick Fuentes' stupid green screen. So.
It did, you know, come to think of it, it did look pretty dark. That's a good point. The lighting, you know, they forgot to pay the electrical bill.
Okay, let's continue.
Wow. What a self-aggrandizing douche. That is just insufferable.
No, listen, the one thing I'll say for Liz Cheney is I'm sure she has a lot of bipartisan support because if there's one thing that she and Joe Biden definitely want to do, it's bomb the Middle East.
Okay, Noam Chomsky. How's it going?
As far as I can tell, opposing Iran does have bipartisan support. So what are you talking about?
Great.
I thought the neocons controlled everything.
Wait, hold on a second. This is what's stupid. I thought that Trump was like tough on Iran. I thought that was his branding. Like this is what's stupid is that Trump would have done the same shit if he was still in charge. So
yep, and he wouldn't be saying any of this. It is literal partisan hackery.
Well, it's partisan hackery. I guarantee it. Trump would have done the strike, and that there's actually a chance he might have done it sooner. He might have done it longer too, depending on how much Tucker Carlson he was watching. But he would have approved the strike. There's no way. The dude killed Soleimani. He definitely would have done this. He bombed the Shayrat Air Base. He definitely would have done this.
And it doesn't even matter what he would have done. What matters is what he did do, which is in stark contrast to everything you're trying to say. Like, you're trying to act like this is a new thing. Oh, Joe Biden becomes president and suddenly bombs start. Like, what? Suddenly? Bombs never stopped falling.
No, I like this comment from Wyatt Claypool. It says, I like how the Middle East has just become one big country to these people. It's like Africa too, because there are a lot of people that think that Africa's a country, right? So
yeah, that's typical of, you know, low IQ xenophobic nonsense.
But they argue that the Hawks can't find Iraq on a map. That was the whole meme with Bush,
yeah,
right?
Says the people who just told me that Syria and Iran share a border.
Yeah.
What are you doing on the Syrian-Iran border? Nothing, because that's not a real thing. Fucking brainlet.
Brainlets. Well, it's like Hassan Piker. He couldn't find Pakistan, couldn't find Yemen. It had trouble pinpointing Germany on a map. That was where Estonia was. Couldn't find China. Like, and you can watch the video, and he really struggles, and he gets a ton of these things wrong. And you're like, Oh, but they said that the people that supported the war in Iraq couldn't find the Middle East on a map. So,
yeah, the people paying attention to these issues couldn't find it on a map.
Everything else is a disaster. Everything else is just rhino policies. The kinds of
rhino policies. Rhino policies.
Like what? Like what?
What? Like low taxes, which your dad did. Bombing the Middle East, which your dad did.
Is he talking about the current iteration of the GOP? Every House Republican just voted against the COVID relief bill. Are they secret rhinos?
Rhinos, man.
They just didn't want to be known. They all fell in line.
So stupid.
policies that put the Republican Party in a position where they needed a Donald Trump.
No.
No, seriously.
No. You guys, you got salty. You lost 2 times in a row, which, by the way, it isn't even necessarily indicative of anything being wrong with your party. That's what happens.
Yeah.
The parties switch positions of power. And usually, especially in recent years, a president will get 2 terms. It is what happened with Trump was a glitch. It was a blip on the radar, that kind of thing. Honestly, I kind of expected him to get 2 terms, but he didn't. And there you go. But like, I love how they try to act like these big saviors. The party was fine. What the fuck are you talking about? And it's total projection. Look at where the party is now, where there's these threats of people going their own way. Something goes wrong, and you have one of these big Trump supporters come on Twitter with millions of followers. Oh my God, it's time to secede. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys are in such a great position right now. You're literally in a place where you're trying to convince us Liz Cheney is a rhino. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, rhino. Well, they would say that unironically.
Embarrassing purity tests, man.
Well, they would say that Dick Cheney was a rhino too.
Oh, of course. Everybody before Trump was a fucking rhino. Trump, the lifelong Democrat's the true conservative. What
yeah, like
the
there's all
fuck?
those pictures you can find of him, like all smiles with Hillary and Bill Clinton and stuff, and like giving them money, donations.
It's such a grift. It's such a these aren't principled conservatives.
I like this comment from Wyatt. He says he looks like he's 32 and 62 at the same time. It's actually
balanced as all things should be.
No, it's kind of true. It's kind of true. He's like he's a 32-year-old, 62-year-old. So
Liz Cheney and her politics are only slightly less popular than her father is at a quail hunt.
Oh,
recycling fucking
take them to write that one, right? Because they're all like, oh, like that one's a zinger, that one's a gotcha, that one's a sick burn.
Yeah,
bro.
That's literally him like digging through the Daily Show's joke bin from 15 years ago.
Yeah, it's like, hello, Jon Stewart from 2009. Okay.
Oh, less popular. Get it? Because there was a guy who got shot at the quail.
No, they literally sound like Michael Moore right now. They sound like Michael Moore. They sound like Stephen Colbert. That kind of stuff from back in the day.
It's like it's like those old meme accounts. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's here's an old meme. Do you want to make a fresh Britney Spears joke while you're at it too?
No, but Spooky, he's old and he is a meme, so
Hello, Jon Stewart.
Jon Stewart. This speech is cool and good. That's what
Hello, do you has stonks?
Stonks. Yeah, I wish we had the audio from Arthur. Actually, he sent me the audio, but there's no way in StreamYard to just upload a pure audio clip. It has to have video with it. So that's
we'll figure something out.
We'll figure it out.
What?
I just dropped a real edgy joke
look
on
at this
y'all.
badass right there. Look at it.
We got a badass over here.
He's badass like Jack Posobiec, like a true man's man.
Yeah, Jack Posobiec throws a debate offer to anyone and then just leaves. Probably mutes the thread. What a badass. Jack Posobiec is such a badass that the thing that he's most notable for is not engaging with, but filming Laura Loomer interrupt Shakespeare in the Park. That's what people. And then she's going crazy. Like, she actually has some balls on her, being a total psycho. And Jack Posobiec's in the back, like, yeah, she's right. Pussy. You should have gone out on stage with her if you're such a man.
Okay,
you let her.
Yeah, what?
I'm just gonna film you. He was probably in on it. Like, oh, this will be fucking hilarious.
By the way, there was a speech earlier that I was seeing where they had the cue of the text, like the caption for it, where it said "clap." And it's like,
clap, laugh.
What do you want to bet the chances are in the background here? It's like, laugh at Donald Trump so he feels good about himself, and everybody's like, yeah.
Initiate laughter
or initiate booing here, you know, for Liz Cheney.
And then Liz Cheney,
but he came up with a nickname for her. They have a nickname for her now. They call her Lincoln Liz. And I'm listening to this, I'm like, that's not exactly the insult you think it is. I mean, now he says Lincoln Project Liz, but I've also seen Lincoln Liz. It's like, Lincoln Liz, what's next? Reagan Liz?
She's not even associated with them.
No, she's not. But she supports
it's a lame nickname. It doesn't even work.
She supports bombing the Middle East, just like the neocons of the Lincoln Project.
Oh God.
Oh God. No. I mean, it's kind of like the heat death of the universe thing. It's like, you know, the political culture just ends with everybody calling each other a neocon, you know? Just like, okay.
No, you.
And then it's like, and then you know what actually breaks like the what forms the singularity is when everybody does that, but then eventually it does not compute and the system fractures and the world devolves into a black hole when you reach this. Just, yes. Uh-oh. What do we do now?
Oh my, like, he's neocon YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's like,
they're serious, bro.
Yeah. So, by the way, that guy thought it was a troll at the beginning. My guess is he watched some of the videos and came to the conclusion that I'm not a troll. So, thanks for the watch time.
Living rent free.
By the way, we passed 160,000 minutes a month for the first time. So, that I'm not sure if that's a lot for a small channel like this. I'm sure there are YouTubers out there that are listening and they're like, I get that in a day, but it's like, okay, good for you. We'll get there soon. But, you know, it works out to about 2,000 hours a month, roughly. So, you know, but yeah, so let's continue.
Oh,
fact checkers, please have at it.
What?
What?
Yeah, please have at it. Yeah, we all know the story. We know the story. Oh yeah, fact check it. You mean the accidental shooting?
It was literally an accident.
You know that
by
kind of thing.
By the way, fact checkers, your dad lied over 30,000 times in 4 years while he was president.
Yeah, I find it very odd he's suddenly pro fact checking.
yeah. I thought that the fact checkers were fake news. So
yeah, doesn't that make you a rhino, Don?
By the way, I love how they had the please clap thing in their teleprompters when they made fun of Jeb Bush for saying please clap. By the way, we all should have clapped for Jeb, like, just for the record.
Oh, Jeb would have been fantastic compared to what we got.
Okay.
Fact check true. Right? Listen, like I said.
Thanks for wasting our time.
Okay, but that's like a joke that Michael Moore would have said on like Bill Maher's show 12 years ago.
And he just kept harping on, like he spent like a good 20 seconds. Like, hey, you get it?
You have one joke, and it's freaking cringe.
You get
like,
guys.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. People talk about how like the political spectrum, how they can switch, and how parties can switch overnight, and that kind of stuff, and everything. Here we have the right now switching to where the left used to be, except at least you would hope, well, you're going to get some new right fusion left memes coming out of it. No. They switched positions with where the left used to be, and then they stole those jokes that weren't funny back then, and now they're even less funny now. They couldn't even come up with their own jokes. That joke is a left-wing joke from the comedy night circles when Bush was president. That's how uncreative these people are.
That's what they have to do.
I mean look at Neocon's posting else. He's the most lazy and uncreative person. He makes Liz look like a genius. So,
well, that is quite the.
Also, Liz debated me too. He doesn't. So she actually challenged me to a debate. This guy, he won't even open my DMs. He'll watch my channel, but he won't open the DMs. Where I'm like, hey, we're expose me. Why not come and debate me? He has
the gauntlet's being thrown out again. Once more, my dude. Kevin has an open debate policy.
I mean, these people are so weak. Okay, let's continue.
Open his policies because her family has a long history of friendly fire.
See, friendly fire. See what he did there? Another Dick Cheney joke. Which, like, by the way, just for the record here, I actually have proof. I actually have evidence. I actually have facts here. Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney are actually two separate people. That's them. They're in separate chairs. If they were the same person, how can they occupy separate chairs? So,
that's a good point.
Like, was that her? Did she accidentally shoot somebody in the face? I'm pretty sure they're separate people. I'm pretty sure that Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney are separate people. Maybe they're the same person. Maybe, but probably not.
Be a hell of a makeup job.
Oh, by the way, he opened Arthur's DM, but not Kevin. Oh, that's right. That dude does not want to talk to me. So, like, yeah.
Oh, no. He messaged me again. No, don't open.
Yeah. It's like the knock at the door, just like, hello there. When's the debate happening?
Oh my God, officer, there's someone at my door. He wants to debate.
He wants to debate.
And I won't even show my face or let people know my voice. I'm just a bot. I'm not even a person.
Yeah.
Neocons exist, but Neocons post L's does not exist.
Yeah. But by the way, like, do people actually think like Rick Wilson is like a neocon? Like, I never even really thought of him as like even a meme of a neocon, but like, I don't know.
They're
like,
all neocons.
Like, when was the last time Rick Wilson was talking about interventionism and stuff very often? Because like, if it was Bill Kristol's face, then you mean like, okay, whatever. But like, I mean, hell, even if it was like, you know, Frum's, even if it was Dick Cheney's, but like Rick Wilson is like, okay, whatever. But anyway.
But she also hates them because she's tied to an establishment that has done nothing but fail us time and time again.
Us failed us. When have you been failed? He's like trying to be. I'm one of you. I'm one of the working Joes.
Yeah.
Fucking unbelievable.
Wow.
Who buys that? Who's listening to that? Like, yeah, you feel my pain.
The establishment is like, okay, but you guys agree on like 70% of economic and social policy, probably. So, if not,
what did you expect them to do? Aren't you about small government? Don't you want this hands-off approach to society? Why it failed us? Why is it the government's duty to succeed for us?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, I mean, he's not exactly like a libertarian type person. Like, that's the thing with them, is that there's this aesthetics of paternalization, but it's a condescending paternalization. It's like, you need a great leader to lord over you kind of thing. Whereas with the Cheney crowd, it's more of like, you know, it's more of like a safety net, but you got to do your own thing sort of thing. But And yeah.
Dick Cheney in his political prime could talk circles around any of these jokers.
Oh, he could still. So
that's true.
Like, I mean, anyway, let's continue.
The rhetoric from some of them over the last couple of weeks, and now you've seen that change very quickly. Because if there's one,
there wasn't a change. There was literally no change. What are you talking?
Imagine unironically listening to this and thinking like, oh man, he's making such good points right now.
Yeah, maybe if you spent the last week, not even the last week, the last 10 years in a cave. Oh yeah, oh, I'm just waking up. Here's Donald Trump Jr. I guess Donald Trump was president at some point. Yeah, I'm sure that I'll catch up on that. I'm sure it was interesting though.
It's fake news.
But now Joe Biden is. I remember him from the Obama years. Yeah, fuck him. He's got a D next to his name.
Beijing Biden.
Really good at over the last few decades is snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second. George Bush, Dick Cheney got 2 terms. Your dad got 1 term. So how do you explain that? Didn't Donald Trump snatch defeat from the jaws of victory? The dude turned Georgia blue. Now, of course, they'll say that it was rigged. They'll say that the election was rigged. Yeah, give me a break. Hashtag cope.
Excuses. You know why George Bush won a 2nd term? Because people liked him. People made a lot of jokes. That's true. People liked him. He worked with people. He got things done. He accomplished bipartisan goals.
He got more done on border security than Donald Trump got. Think about that. And it wasn't even like an issue. It wasn't like a big issue for him. And that's part of why he was able to get it done, because he didn't make it so politically toxic that nobody could vote.
You're politicizing.
Yeah, politicizing. There you go. You're being political, Reece. So.
Dun, dun, dun.
They've caved to every special interest. They've caved to...
What?
Every special interest. So hold on a second. Okay, I get that he's being hyperbolic there, but technically there's like CARE or whatever the hell it is like, like what is it, like Muslim Brotherhood advocacy group. Did they really cave to that group? Like, well, I don't know, but like show me some evidence. By the way, Trump caved to special interests as well. So like,
I mean, it doesn't make sense to use these far left talking points. When people bring up the special interests, they'll bring them up because they are suggesting that a politician has sold their soul. They're selling out the country. Your dad gave tax breaks to the richest motherfuckers around. And apparently, he didn't need to be paid to do that. He just did it. So what's worse? What is worse, truly?
I actually unironically believe that. Like, it's same with Reagan. I don't think you would have need to pay Reagan to get him to lower taxes. I think that...
No, he lowered taxes because they were his group. It was his tax group.
Well, that's true. But I think that there's a genuine belief in the Laffer curve, the idea that you can lower taxes and still raise revenue because people will be more productive. But the problem with the Laffer curve is if you lower it so much that things become inefficient, then you'll still lower productivity and have less revenue. So there's a sweet spot. The question is, what's the sweet spot? That's what everybody disagrees on. Because nobody would say 100% taxes, and nobody would say zero. Well, okay, I say nobody would say zero. I debated a guy a few days ago who did say zero, but
honestly, there's a lot of people who would say 100 too. But
that's true. That's true. But
whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Corporate America, they've caved and bowed to the radical left that hates their guts, hates their...
He's talking about he's talking about Liz Cheney, by the way. He's not talking about Joe Biden, by the way.
Yeah, no examples. Very interesting. Just these vague accusations.
Liz Cheney caving to the radical left. How? Like what policy of hers in any way could be construed as radical left?
Well, she did recently criticize fascism, so obviously she's Antifa.
Oh, God damn it. God damn it. I was trying to look like I was all smart and everything, and then you come in here and fact check me, and it turns out that your fact check is true. So I guess I'm just going to have to
Liz Cheney criticizes fascism. Oh my God, she's betrayed us.
But like I could unironically see that being like an article in one of these like hacky sort of publications, or even like on One American News Network or something, just like a segment of like how Liz Cheney criticizing fascism emboldens the radical left or whatever, this kind of thing. It's like it was problematic language, man, because if you criticize fascism, you're saying that communism is okay. So
clearly, I'm a deep thinker.
Yeah.
Their values and hates their freedoms.
Oh yeah, because you guys are the ones who don't want to retaliate over 9/11 or do anything to stop terrorism. And you're mourning the loss of Iranian-backed militias in Syria, but Liz Cheney hates freedoms.
Yeah, she wants to work with Antifa. They're going to limit our freedoms somehow.
Oh yeah, no. Antifa and Liz Cheney right now are plotting the second invasion, or I guess the third invasion of Iraq. Well, no, second invasion. So third war, second invasion. By the way, get it together, HW. You should have invaded the first time, but
I value our freedoms. Our freedoms. Meanwhile, American service members attacked and killed. Should we do anything about that? Something gets done about that. Oh my God, we're back to bombing the Middle East. How could we do this? Why?
Back to bombing the Middle East. Bombing
Back
the
at it.
By the way, if they bombed ISIS, if Biden bombed ISIS, they'd be saying this too. So.
Oh yeah, no, just any bomb. Bombs were there could have been like a bomb test and they would have lost their shit.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Oh my God, they're testing bombs for war.
It could have been a virtual bomb test in a video game.
In Minecraft, bro.
In Minecraft, bro. Okay.
Oh yeah, I blew up a bomb in Minecraft.
Lincoln Project Liz, as I'd like.
I'm going to go back.
Lincoln Project Liz.
Liz.
I'm going to need a citation there. Does she have any affiliation with the Lincoln Project? Like, has she gone on their programs or Lincoln Project, Liz Cheney? I'm just going to fact check him right now because I'm not 100% sure on that. But I don't remember anything regarding them, like working together or whatnot. Reece, do you recall anything?
No, but it's basically it doesn't even matter because it's just it's basically like calling people rhinos. It's just here's conservatives who didn't like the way the party was going, and that's bad. In one breath, he's talking about, oh my God, we need to protect our freedoms. There's people who hate our freedoms. By the way, if you go against the party, we're coming for you. Dude, you people are turning into communists a little bit more every day, and it's embarrassing.
Actually, we also like fascism, though, Reece.
Oh, well, pick your poison, I guess.
Why not both?
Why not both? Yay!
It's like the Nazbol gang. They're like, we want a little bit communism, we want a little bit fascism. Why not both?
Why limit your options, really?
Like, they view the real tragedy of World War II as why couldn't Hitler and Stalin just have gotten along, which they did, but until
they could have been friends.
They could have been friends.
Friends for peace.
Yeah, friends for peace and genocide.
Hey, Hitler, can we be friends?
No, it's like it's like that meme. Oh man, yeah, it's like that meme of Logan commenting on everybody's channel. Want to be YouTube friends? Just Hitler. Want to be YouTube friends? Because like you're gonna say like that username's probably already taken. I thought music was already taken, but music commented on my channel asking me if I wanted to be friends, and I like music, so but
I guess we can be friends.
I guess we can be friends.
Seem like a swell guy.
Okay, almost done.
Dun dun dun.
To the radical left, their guts, hates their values, and hates their freedoms. Lincoln Project Liz, as I'd like to call her.
Shrug.
He does like that shrug. What are the chances that somebody who writes for him came up with that nickname? Like it's probably 80%. Like, I know that Trump thinks up his own nicknames. That's why most of them are pretty cringy, but some of them are actually really good because he is good at marketing. What are the chances that his dad came up with that one? Like,
pretty high.
Don Jr. come up with that?
Like, that's the problem. Like, if they're
Don
going
Jr.
to
is dumber than Don Sr. So
if they're going to try to run him, like rehabilitate him to run, he doesn't sell any of this. He doesn't have his dad's charisma and his just like give no fucks attitude.
No. His dad could literally sell a used car and brand it as newer than new. Like he was the guy who did Trump steaks and would sell you a 6-pack of frozen steaks through the Sharper Image for $1,000. And yes, they went bankrupt, but he also sold some to people. So, and he did that advertisement where he's like, Trump steaks are the world's greatest steaks. And believe me, I know steaks. It's my favorite food. And people are like, oh man, we got to try these steaks.
I mean, this guy sounds serious. He knows his steaks.
He would yell at the screen too. He's like, and I can't think of a better partner to team up with to get these steaks to you than the Sharper Image. And you're like, oh man, like
hey, Kevin, the stakes have never been higher. You gotta invest in Trump steaks.
He said, when it comes to steaks, no, this is literally okay. We're actually gonna have to play the video. It's so good. It's so good. It's so.
Oh God, we don't have time for that shit. No.
When it comes to steaks, I've just raised the stakes. That's what he said. That's in the advertisement. And like, I mean, a lot of his ads and stuff, like he did Cadillac ads, and like that was one thing with his ads because he did this for Cadillac too. He'd say, this is the world's greatest brand or the world's greatest car. Like everything's just the greatest, the best, the softest, but Don Jr., just like, man, I don't know, man. He seems kind of low energy. He seems kind of artificial, you know?
Yeah, sheepish, completely rehearsed. And I mean, like, does he even believe any of this? It's
like, no. He doesn't seem charismatic. What he seems is polished. But the irony here is, like, he seems like the meme of the rhino.
How much of sheeple are the audience? How many people in that audience do you think voted for Bush and Cheney?
Oh, guaranteed, like 90% of them.
And now they've just completely changed their tune.
The other 10% of them are like the young Zoomer groypers that were too young to vote. So,
yeah, all completely misguided at this point.
Yeah, nobody here voted for Obama. So
the leader of that failed movement, and if we want to go back to losing,
you just lost.
He's talking about go back to losing. He's invoking Dick Cheney the entire time. He's not even talking about McCain and Romney here. Instead, they're talking about Cheney, and he's specifically been talking about Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney, I got news, dude, was a winner. A Chad Cheney. You guys lost the Rust Belt and turned Georgia blue.
Man, you need to go back to win. If you want to win, stick with us. Am I right?
You guys lost Arizona. By the way, McCain didn't lose Arizona. Bush, if I recall correctly, he won Arizona. What? Okay.
Fail.
By the way, again, he's talking all about all our poll numbers and everything. Yeah, just because some groypers in Virginia don't like Liz Cheney doesn't mean that in her actual home state of, I guess, Pakistan or whatever, that she's going to have polling results. It's like Cenk. Yeah, Cenk's got 5 million subs. What does that translate to? That translates to 6% in a progressive primary. So for $1 million. So
best $1 million ever spent.
Well, I mean, it was a good meme. I gotta say that meme's, it's a $1 million meme. So
that's true.
If we want to go back to an America Last policy, we should be.
America Last policy. You literally don't want to do anything in response to American service members and embassies being attacked.
Yeah,
but you're America first.
Gene Kirkpatrick said it. America first means America last. And I guess in this case, America last means America first because those guys actually dealt with Al-Qaeda and the Taliban and stuff.
Man, these guys don't care about America. They just want to...
Before one of Nick Fuentes' fanboys says, yeah, but she didn't do anything about Israel. Right. Okay, we're almost done.
Following that, but I don't, and I don't think anyone in this room does either.
Utter
vapid
trash.
Okay, let's move on. We don't need to say any more about Dawn. Dawn's done.
If you thought that was bad, we were alluding to this earlier. A story regarding one Alexei Navalny. This is about Amnesty International revoking Navalny's status as a prisoner of conscience.
Yeah, that was pretty cringy.
Amnesty International, the human rights NGO, says that it no longer considers jailed Kremlin critic Alexei Navalny a prisoner of conscience due to past comments he made that it believes qualify as advocacy of hate.
Why does that matter?
Advocacy of hate.
That should not matter. That should not matter. Are we gonna take away Khashoggi's anything he's done? Any kind of label we could ascribe to him because he was like some Muslim Brotherhood guy? Oh, that wasn't a real murder. I disagreed with him. And Navalny, we don't agree with him. You have us. We are not fans of Navalny. But he is quite explicitly a prisoner of conscience. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's not even debatable. That's the thing that's so dumb
Oh,
about
that's where you're wrong, Kevin. It is debatable. Amnesty International is going to set you straight on your hate
Oh, well, you know what I'll say to
apology.
that? I'll just tweet at them and be like, debate me, bro. Like, what are the odds that they would actually come on and debate me on this? Guaranteed. It's like, you know, even if I was huge, even if I was PewDiePie huge, they don't want to talk about it. So
Maybe they'd send like an intern.
yeah, they send an intern and just be like, well, actually, like, you don't understand, man. Like, yeah, Putin's bad and stuff, but like Navalny, he said some mean things. I mean, like, oh, here we go.
He said something about immigrants, like as if that matters.
He's a Russian nationalist, which, like, by the way, it goes to show what the Overton window in Russia is like, because the only reason why Navalny has such popular credibility and whatnot is because, you know, it's apparent that he's not like some Western shill. He's not like George Soros. Like, they try to brand him as George Soros. It's like, what part of George Soros' open society would say the shit he said about immigrants? Or
it's a CIA movement, bro.
CIA movement.
Crisis actors.
Yeah,
Yeah, no.
pick him. So
Navalny, he's a neutral evil. Putin is chaotic evil.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing about Navalny. If Navalny was in charge of Russia, I've said it before, Russia would have a stronger navy. They'd have a more organized fighting force in Syria, and they'd probably be more effective in propping up Assad, guaranteed. Because the big problem with the Russians isn't just their small economy, because you can do a lot with a small economy. It's the fact that they have a small economy coupled with the highest levels of corruption basically anywhere. And if you thought corruption in Ukraine was bad, guess where they learned it from? I mean, it comes from Russia. Russian corruption is huge. And if Navalny was actually able, because that's his big thing, is stamping out corruption because he argues it weakens Russia. Well, he's 100% correct about that. They would be a stronger.
The biggest corruption is in the U.S., sir.
Oh, that's right. Citizens United. I forgot about
the progressives are going to fight. Progressives are strong together. We're going to fight.
Too strong. 1,000 strong. Hey, Reece, you want to become too strong? Let's just like do $1,000 tier on TYT. Be like their 98th and 99th patrons.
Finally, I can become too strong.
Too strong. I just need to give Jank $1,000 so that he can. That could be a meme page for sure.
In a statement sent to Reuters, Amnesty said some of these comments, which Navalny has not publicly denounced, reached the threshold of advocacy of hatred, and this is at odds with Amnesty's definition of a prisoner of conscience. NGO says that
who cares about your definition?
Yeah. No,
there's an actual definition. Like, you have to sneak that language in there. It doesn't match with our definition. Oh, did you write the dictionary? No, you didn't. Okay.
Oh, the man 782 asks, if Putin's chaos evil and Navalny's neutral evil, who's lawful evil?
In
Russia. Lawful evil in Russia. I mean, at that point, I'm not even sure. I mean, I guess it would have to be Shoigu or something, you know, like in the military, I guess would be lawful evil. I don't know. But, you know, I mean, because neither Putin nor Navalny are military guys. Putin was KGB. Navalny is like an activist and stuff. But, you know, you've got guys in the military too that want power. So I guess they would be seen as, you know, having the authority of the state or whatever. But, you know, that's they're all evil, you know.
That sounds like something Wasp Boppin would say.
Well, no, Wasp Boppin would say they were all fascists, and because they're Russians. So
there you go.
Advocacy of hatred, and this is at odds with Amnesty's definition of a prisoner of conscience. Amnesty did not say what comments it was specifically referring to. But in the past,
of course they
has
didn't.
been criticised for nationalist statements against illegal immigration and for attending an annual nationalist march several years ago.
So hold on.
He's a nationalist. What a shocker.
we literally have to guess because they won't. I guess they were just so terrified of spreading more hatred. We're gonna revoke this label from him that perfectly applies to him. We're not going to name the statements that inform that decision because they're too hateful. Okay.
Too hateful, dude.
So we have to guess like, oh, well, I guess here's some things he got criticized on in the past. Maybe it was that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty hateful, dude. It's pretty hateful, you know?
As if that matters.
Again, just imagine they said this about anybody else. It would be seen as a joke. Imagine Otto Warmbier. He liked, I don't know, like let's just say randomly, like he liked the Trump page on Facebook. We're removing his status as a hostage or whatever. Because like, what?
He said things I didn't like. It
This
was wrong.
This is disgraceful. So. By the way, like Amnesty International, when I was like a kid and stuff, I thought that they were really cool and everything, but like they're feckless. So
borderline useless.
This is what liberal internationalism gets you, by the way. Just so Dylan Meisner's clear about this.
Yeah, we're literally canceling. We're canceling jailed political dissidents.
Yeah,
that's what we're doing.
How you feel about that? It's like, Putin puts you in prison, and then it's like, it gets better. Now you're canceled. It's like, okay.
You don't even exist.
Yeah. No. This is what liberal internationalism will get you. Guaranteed. Muscular. Meisner described it as muscular. Yeah, no, the only thing that's muscular about liberal internationalism is the muscles of the tin pot despots that liberal internationalists kiss on the world stage. So that's it. So it's like Putin riding a bear with his shirt off. That's that. That's the only thing muscular about it. So
in a 2007 video, he called for the deportation of migrants to prevent the rise of far-right violence, saying, "We have the right to be Russians in Russia and will defend that right." However, Amnesty did.
So he was against the far right.
Well, they would say that that's kind of like a Nick Fuentes type person saying like, well, in order to avoid people becoming Nazis here, we need to like get rid of all the black people that are causing animosity.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Again, we don't know the exact context of everything. It would have helped if Amnesty International told us what they were so upset about.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. It's just there's a lot of racial animosity in Russia, like big.
And ultimately, it doesn't matter because we're not defenders of Navalny. So,
yeah.
But at the same time, I think we're commenting on the absurdity of we're going to police this guy's political views and his language to try to warp what the situation actually is. It's a complete denial of reality.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Let's continue.
Say Navalny should be released from jail and that he has committed no crime. It says he's being persecuted for his campaigning and outspoken criticism of President Vladimir Putin.
Pause.
He was arrested on his...
Yeah, that makes him a prisoner of conscience.
Yeah,
I love that. He's not a prisoner of conscience, but actually he is.
He is. He just said some mean stuff. So,
but we support him and we don't want him to be jailed. But we're going to engage in this pointless virtue signaling.
That's it. That's what liberal internationalism is: virtue signaling, and they think that it's a virtue to give every benefit of the doubt to the enemies of freedom. Like, I mean, I remember way back, I would check out Amnesty International, and they would have like a lot of really hard-hitting stuff on North Korea and everything. But then you realize, at the end of the day, even if everything that they're saying is true, this is the pill. What do you do about it? Right? Because that's when people get spooked. Because there are all those bleeding heart people out there, you know, that would look at this stuff and say, oh, yeah, that's awful what's happening there and everything. And it's like good on them for exposing this and bringing it to light. But the second somebody says what I'll say, which is, so what do we do about it? That's when people say, oh, that's a tough situation. You can't do anything, man. Oh, are you suggesting preemptive war, you and neocon? I'm like, yeah. It's like, what now? Like, people get genuinely fucking spooked, dude. Like, yes, like it's literally just a meme. It's literally just a meme. Like, people get so anxious when you bring that up because it's easy to say, oh yeah, you know, it's awful what's happening over in North Korea and everything, or it's awful what's happening here. What do we do with it? What do we do about it? That's the logical question that follows from that. And then everybody just says, well, it's not our place to do anything, or that would cause violence. That people could die if we did anything, man. It would be like Iraq. And I'm like, oh, so we get rid of the despot and they'd have a chance at freedom. Okay, let's do that. So,
man, people could die. I mean, people are dying now, and I only pretend to care about that.
But I still have people do the Bush lied and people died meme to me. It's 2021 already.
As if the Dick Cheney quail jokes weren't lame.
No, these are even more lame. It's not even close. Oh yeah, Bush lied and people died. See, it rhymes, Reece. It's a meme.
Such mastery of the English language, right there.
Returned to Russia last month following a near-fatal poisoning last year. Navalny is set to spend just over 2.5 years in jail for parole violations he called trumped up.
Yeah, that's because they are trumped up.
His allies protested the move by Amnesty on Twitter. They included Ivan Zandov, who said, quote, the procedure for assigning and revoking Amnesty International status has proven extremely shameful.
Yeah,
that's true.
It's true.
True dat.
True dat.
And
Wow.
All you've done is, I guess, you were clout chasing some headlines. You brought attention to Navalny, but you wanted to kind of, you wanted to support him, but you also wanted to wag your finger at him, like, oh, he said a naughty thing, so we're against that. But we're also against Putin.
Virtue signaling BS. Like, again, this would be basically like saying, you know, we're going to intervene to stop a genocide that's going on in China or something, or we're going to condemn China for the genocide, but then we're also going to say, well, actually, China's right to do what they're doing because they were terrorists. It's like, have your cake and eat it too. How about this? How about in the world of international affairs, you can either have your cake or you can eat it. You don't get to do both. So you have to actually pick a side. Because if you do this lame ass shit that Amnesty did, you know what I say about that? I say the same thing I say about Switzerland. Neutrality in the face of evil might as well be evil because it's too close. It can't tell the difference. And so for me, I just round down. So they're in the same ballpark now as Putin, you know. And I'm not trying to imply that they've done everything that Putin's done, but it is apologetics when you're going to go and do that shit. So
anyway,
we can move on. We got more stuff to get to.
This is a short one.
I got more fun, my Hawks. Let's continue.
We'll see how long we want to go. I mean, we've got time. So
I don't work tomorrow, so I'm actually good to get to the smug, pompous brainlet. We can do the grand tour. So
because we have a few things, but we could, if you want, we could cut ahead to stuff related to the Biden bombs. Some of this other stuff is okay though. It's kind of funny.
I'm actually down to just do the grand tour. So I've got one from Stance Grounded up next. So this.
Oh wait, which one do you have?
I'm just getting it right here. This is just gonna bring it up on.
It was the news clip about the. Oh, okay, yeah, we've got that. Okay, we can do that one.
Yeah.
Okay, this was circulating around. It got like a shameful amount of hundreds of thousands of likes.
So I didn't see this yet. I'm going in like I haven't seen this yet.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The video doesn't matter. It's just a panning shot of this destroyed Homs, Syria. Is that how you pronounce that?
Homs.
We'll go with Homs. Homes. That's some street talk right there. Hey, Holmes. What's going on?
Yo.
What's going on, my dog?
Yo. It's like where was it? It's like
people are gonna make fun of me for years.
Yo.
Okay, that's a new meme.
That's a new meme.
That's gotta be in the
those guys
rotation.
are cool. Those guys are cool. And by the way, to all the brainlet brigades out there that want to pull aid to Saudi Arabia, those guys might have died if there were no patriots there. So,
we're gonna go with Homs because that sounds much more Arabic. So, feel free to read that, Mr. Castley.
No, it is Holmes. I think it's Holmes. I think it's actually pronounced Holmes.
I did so much other research I couldn't even be bothered to do this.
No, I'm gonna look up the pronunciation. I'm pretty sure it's Holmes.
Oh, we're gonna figure this out, guys. We're gonna get it down.
It's Holmes.
Well, it had to be either or, really.
Yeah, 50-50.
See, we're clueless. Don't
you
listen
win
to us.
some, you lose some. Unlike Neocon L's, who always loses.
That was a legit L on my part. I'll take the L.
We both took L's.
And Neocon post L's, you can post that. That's fine. I'll accept it.
U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East. This is Syria. For a country that doesn't want refugees, they sure do love creating them. If you don't want refugees, stop creating them. And stop voting for politicians who love bombing the shit out of other countries. I'm lost, Reece. Can you explain to me what?
I'm pretty sure the Biden administration wants more refugees, my dude. Pretty sure that's one of their things.
Okay, who the hell is this guy?
Nobody, but
he's just a brainlet. Okay.
Just a brainlet who got a lot of attention and a lot of likes.
We can play the video.
Yeah, the video doesn't even.
Destruction in Syria is so sad. This was when I visited.
I'm just going to remove the image so you can see.
The destruction in Syria is so sad. This was when I visited in January 2021.
That's that. So allow me to shed a little light on this from Wikipedia on Homs in the modern era. From May 2011 to May 2014, the city was under siege by the Syrian army and security forces. The Syrian government claims it is targeting, quote, armed gangs and, quote, terrorists in the area. According to the Syrian opposition, Homs has since become a blighted city, where authorities regularly block deliveries of medicine, food, and fuel to the inhabitants of certain districts. By June, there were near daily confrontations between protesting residents and Syrian forces. As a result of these circumstances, there have been more deaths in Homs and its vicinity than in any other areas of Syria.
Yikes.
So, in other words, not the United States. We are not involved. We're barely involved in Syria to begin with, especially now. We had nothing to do with this.
Amazing.
This was Assad coming in, deeming everyone who disagreed with him as a terrorist, and that's what it looks like. That is the real world manifestation of that attitude.
I know people in my personal life that think that that basically the rebels are Al Qaeda and ISIS. So,
of course, If you disagree, I mean, why would you disagree with the government, bro?
They'll say things like, I'm not saying that Assad isn't a butcher or anything, but like we're helping Al Qaeda and ISIS. That's what they'll say. That's what they'll say.
How?
Oh, and of course they don't have a citation on that. So, no, actually, one guy I was speaking to did. He said, "Oh, well, we propped up the white helmets," and then, yeah, I know, but you have to understand something. In Canada, where I live, that's like, the white helmets are seen as like, oh, well, they're basically like, ISIS collaborators, that kind of thing. So,
yeah, like, such ISIS. Oh yeah, those humanitarian aid workers, real scary folks ultimately.
But you know what's actually I believe it's the second most popular international news network in Canada. This is probably an old stat, but Russia Today after CNN. So
that's disgraceful.
I know, it's fucking disgrace. I used to watch RT a lot, and I still watch them to keep up with some of their talking points and everything. But we can continue.
I was merciful today because I happened to see that there was a Russia Today clip with Chris Hedges. And I was like, God. You know what? I don't think we can do 2 weeks in a row of Chris Hedges. So
I got recommended to read Chris Hedges recently, like some new article or whatever on like his views and stuff.
Hey man, never say I haven't done anything for you. I spared you from Chris Hedges tonight.
That's true. But you know how I returned the favor? I made us watch Don Jr. So.
That's a fair trade.
Okay.
I just, I'd rather watch Don Jr. to be honest with you.
Yeah. Actually,
he's got some more energy going on.
I said he had no charisma. I take that back. He has more charisma than Chris Hedges. In other words, no charisma. So,
no is more than negative 50. That's very true.
That's correct. So the next story that we have.
Yeah, this is the clip of the Trump advisor talking about him saying at one point Trump wanted to kill Assad. Very interesting. We've referenced this a few times.
Yep. It's from BBC News press team. Quote, steam was coming out of his ears. Oh, ears? That's spooky.
He has ears.
He was angry. He was hungry. He was upset.
I'm hungry for justice.
Unquote. Now, that might not be the full quote in its actual, that's
it. That's the quote.
Well, one of Trump's top advisors, Katie McFarland, describes the moment Trump claimed he wanted to assassinate President Assad. Trump takes on the world. Okay, let's take a look at the video.
Real spooky stuff.
Wait, where the hell is the video? Did I not get that video? Oh, interesting. I might not have gotten that video. Interesting. We will download that video.
Interesting. Oh no, it's worth seeing for sure. It's a very interesting claim in a lot of ways, and obviously people are going to debate that.
Yeah, you should have done it. That would have been base.
They're going to. Oh yeah, I mean, honestly, if he had done it, I would have strongly considered voting for him.
Oh, straight up. Like same with Iran. Like if he took out Iran, that would have been base.
I would have been you know what?
I did have it there. It's just it was a different thumbnail than what I was expecting.
Now you've got a duplicate. That's so lame.
Yeah, I got a skeptic clone in my inventory.
It's a cloned file.
Clone, bro, and they owe twice as much royalties to Fat Greg. So here we go.
We assembled in the president's office for his first item of business, which was the president's.
Oh, I did the boomer meme. I uploaded it as a video clip. I meant to do video file. So we could
we assembled in the president's office.
Yeah, so now we can pause it. So that's actually consistent with another thing, which is that it's been described as his instinct on Iran, for example, when they shut down the drone, was to hit their shit inside Iran. So it raises a question. Is Donald Trump in his heart actually somewhat hawk-pilled, but that he's held back by those in his movement and Tucker and Pompeo and others around him. Like,
yeah, I think it's that to a degree, and I think it's also this urge to, like, he'll want to do something, but then he's like, "Oh, is that popular? Let me check with the polls." Like, oh yeah,
that's like what Obama did. He's like, I support gay marriage, but like, is it 50.0000001% yet? Oh, now it is. Okay, now I'll just switch my view like halfway through my administration. I evolved, bro. Evolved, bro.
I believe it. I really do. Based on what you were saying about Iran, based on kind of his earlier rhetoric on North Korea.
North Korea. Look, okay, here's something that I think a lot of people like, because like we don't have Trump derangement syndrome here or anything. The best 2 years of any presidency on North Korea, post Cold War, occurred during the first 2 years of Donald Trump. Yes. It wasn't Bush. It wasn't Obama. It wasn't, we need to say about Biden. It wasn't Clinton. It was Donald Trump's first 2 years. Fire and Fury was based in hawk-pilled, 100%. And if he had acted on that and actually taken out the Kim regime, he would have gone down as like seriously the best legacy of any president of this century. Because what's going to happen in the mid portion of this century, when they blackmail America with nukes and take South Korea, and America surrenders 30,000 plus servicemen to become POWs, and then NATO falls apart because people realize that America won't defend them if you aim nukes at America, America will go from being a superpower to nothing overnight. Like, it'll be like the Suez Crisis on steroids. Donald Trump very well could have averted all of that and saved the world, basically, but he didn't. But he had the instinct to, but he didn't. But even the other leaders didn't even have the instinct to do it. So,
got to have that follow through.
Yeah, that's true.
Because once you have all this bluster, eventually it kind of doesn't mean anything. And I think the rest of the world picks up on that pretty quickly. They realize, oh, he's just raging. Who cares? Yeah. He's not actually going to do anything.
Well, that's why Kim realized, like, oh, I know what we can do to change this. I'll just meet him, and he'll think I'm swaggy. And Kim was right.
It was a pretty good plan.
Yeah.
He's a smart guy.
And, God damn it, you know who unironically might have just ruined all this bullshit? Because there was a chance that if that went on long enough, that there might have been some sort of thing that came up or an accident or something that did cause a war with North Korea, and North Korea would be neutralized. But you know who expedited the process to actually get them to meet up? Unironically, you know who it was that might have just trashed America as a superpower in the mid-course of the century and thereafter? Dennis Rodman.
That's right.
Dennis Rodman might have sold out America and the Western world forever. Like, because again, NATO falls apart if America doesn't intervene in Korea once they invade. And America, even if Bolton's the leader, won't defend South Korea. I've had people tell me, no, you're wrong, Kevin. America would go to war with North Korea if that happened. I'm like, but we're talking about when they have 1,800 nukes and they've got hundreds of missiles. Like, come on.
People won't go to war with them now. They freak out over that. No, they won't go to war with them now.
They're not going to go to war because, and straight up, I this one's tough. I would do the war personally, but I understand why anybody else wouldn't, including John Bolton at that point, because they say, well, the time was too late. And I wouldn't even do the war at that point to save South Korea, because you can't lose your own country to save somebody else. That's stupid. But you would lose your country if your alliance system fell apart, and your alliance system wouldn't mean anything more at that point. So, like, it's why national security is more important than humanitarianism, because if you're not secure, you can't look after anybody else. But you want to do both. But it's like why I care more about taking out Iran than intervening in Syria, because Assad isn't on the verge of getting nukes. But
it's a good point. Very true.
Syria already has nukes. They already have upwards of 225 kilotons. They've already tested. They might even have H-bombs by now. We don't know. They haven't tested it yet. By the way, Daniel Boardman was talking about how Iran is testing the new administration. He's dead right about that. That's why all these strikes happen. Like, if Donald Trump was still president, by the way, would the strikes have happened? No. And that's not Biden's fault. they would have done that with any new leader. It's nothing personal against him. You know who else is going to test the waters? North Korea. My guess is they're going to test a thermonuclear device within the next few months. So, because, yeah, you know, what do you think of that?
A test is coming up. Better study.
Yeah, better study.
Better not just cram the night before and hope to pass.
Yeah. Kim actually did change some policy where some of the scientists wouldn't be executed if the test was a failure. So that was
how gracious.
I know, right? Because that's what they used to do. Like they'd have a banquet and a feast and stuff if the test was successful, and if it was a failure, they get taken to the back. That's just what they used to do. So, but
well, you know, you can never fault him for keeping you on your toes.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
mess. Yep.
This next thing is, I have also alluded to this before. This is shocking. This is the failure of liberal internationalism in a nutshell. This 60 Minutes, it's a clip from a 60 Minutes documentary they did recently about Syria under Assad. And you have to see this.
Let me just make sure I've got it here.
Yeah, don't do a boomerism.
I did a boomerism again. I did an oopsie. That was the one that you sent me later, and I didn't get a chance to download yet. That one is coming up right now.
Kevin,
I know. That's the loss of them. So,
did I send that one to you again?
You had to, because the first one wasn't available. Because
I mean, I sent you the same link, I'm pretty sure.
One was through CTV, and then one's through Global. The other was through CBS.
No, this isn't that one. This is something on Twitter.
What? Okay, hold on. What are we looking at? Which is the clip that
this
you want?
This is the 60 Minutes on Syria's secret prison.
Oh, okay. So, that's right. That's the one. Okay, that's a different one. So, okay. Let's take a look first.
That was a boomerism.
Yeah. By the way, Neocon Els was like dunking on me for saying I'm a boomer and all this kind of stuff and everything. It's like I said, I'm like a boomer with Zoomer characteristics. But here we go. 60 Minutes. We've got better evidence against Bashar al-Assad and his regime than we had against the Nazis at Nuremberg, says Stephen Rapp. Nazis didn't actually take individual pictures of each of their victims with identifying information on them. And now we can take a look at the video.
Go back 5 seconds.
But that was vetoed by Russia.
Oh. Why would they veto that? I thought that they cared about human rights. Wait, but I thought that liberal internationalism was muscular.
The UN.
Dylan Meisner told me that liberal internationalism was for those that are disillusioned with the neocons and want real muscular foreign policy.
Yeah, they'll really get stuff done. So the UN, worthless. Referred them to the ICC, worthless.
Yes.
Vetoed by Russia.
I love what Bolton said that. I believe he said with regards to the ICC, for all intents and purposes, they're dead to us already.
They're dead to it. They may as well be dead. They do so little for the world.
Well, Bolton already said about the UN that you could take 20 floors off the UN and it would make the world no better or worse off. So no, I disagree with him. I think that you could turn the entire thing into low-income housing, and that would make the world better off. Just make the whole headquarters low-income housing. That's what I would do. But
it's such a joke, man. Everything about this is such a joke.
They know that this is a system that was set up by the West that just privileges them, and they're using it to the full advantage. And the only reason why we allow it is because we want a virtue signal about legitimacy. We could wipe out both of these guys immediately. Now, obviously, I'm not saying invade Russia. I want to bankrupt them on oil, and you need Saudi Arabia, by the way, to help with that, obviously. But with Assad, But I got news, Assad. Just like how America wouldn't intervene to save South Korea if North Korea seriously threatened America with 1,800 nukes, likewise, your daddy there, Putin, isn't it going to intervene to save you if America actually got serious and took you out? Because Putin's not going to risk a nuclear war to save this dude. Like, yeah, it would be sad.
No,
I'd rather have you around as a puppet than not around. But if the Americans actually come in and break your knees and stuff, Putin ain't going to do shit. Putin's not going to get vaporized to save your ass. So
I heard there was going to be World War III, though. So
World War III.
I think you're wrong.
That's right. Hillary Clinton doing a no-fly zone over Syria was literally going to be World War III. So, like, are we on the 8th or the 9th Third World War right now, Reece? Like,
what's I love all the goalposts moving because they said that, and so a lot of people, you know, including people on the left, were like, "Well, this is why Trump needs to win, so we can avoid World War III." And then Trump struck the airport, and there wasn't World War III. And now we've just killed Iranian-backed militias.
That was the 8th Third World War, Reece.
It just keeps happening over and over. I forgot.
By the way, Bashar the Butcher there looks like such a smug punk. Like, I mean, at least Putin looks tired, and he's like, can you believe the shit they allow us to get away with? But Assad's just like, oh yeah, it's based. like I mean, because, you know, like Assad's basically like the meathead dumbass, and Putin's just like because, you know, Putin, I mean, there's got to be a part of him that's just like, dude, it's not that hard to not have the people rise up against you. Like, you know that there's a part of him that's disappointed in Assad for not cracking down hard enough on the riots in the beginning, the protests in the beginning, because we all know what Putin, like, now they shot them and everything, but I'm sure Putin's like, you didn't do enough, bro. Like, there's a chance he's disappointed in him, because whenever he's in Syria,
put the fear of God in him.
Yeah, whenever he's in Syria and they go and talk, like, you can see there's literally a video where they're about to go and give a speech, and Assad goes up and watches on the stage with Putin, and one of Putin's security guards puts his arm on Assad's shoulder and says, gotta wait your turn, bud, in his own country. You know, and he has to wait for Putin to finish speaking. And you're like, oh yeah, so all this talk about his sovereignty. Syria's not a sovereign country, even with the Baathists. They're a puppet state to Russia. So, you know.
No, don't you believe in alliances and diplomacy? This is a friendship for peace. How dare you denigrate it?
But, like, if that sort of thing happened in the UK, the British Prime Minister would speak first and then introduce the American president. But in Syria, Putin speaks first and introduces the Syrian president. Look at this cuck, dude. I mean, come on, man.
I just like the idea of them in a room laughing like, okay, so get this. The UN, they tried to refer us to the International Criminal Court, and then you just vetoed. Yeah!
No, it'd be like Beavis and Butthead laughs. Following. Yeah, I love this comment from Kanzik Supreme. You'd think an eye doctor, because Assad is an ophthalmologist, would have good optics. That's the quote of the night. Like, that needs to be the thumbnail. Somebody screenshot this shit right now. That is beautiful.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Because people say, oh, no, he's not a bad guy. He became an eye doctor because he was squeamish around blood. How can you say that he's like slaughtered all these people? Again, these people fail to understand the idea that Assad didn't personally shell and torture every Syrian household in the country. He had other people do it. He's usually
a sensitive guy.
He's a sensitive guy.
He's in touch with his femininity.
Katy Perry, man.
Oh, I'm sure he does.
He listens to Katy Perry albums with Kim in a T-72 battle tank, man.
What a misunderstood soul, honestly.
No, look at these guys. No. I mean, their facial reactions say everything. I mean, because, like, I mean, Putin, you know, Putin's got to be like, I mean, it's honestly criminal. I feel disgusted at how much the West lets us get away with.
Oh, we're so bad. We're so dirty.
Bad, like somebody needs to make like a B movie, you know, rip off Bond villain movie where they're just like, you know, I mean, Assad. I mean, come on, dude. I mean, yeah, I know this guy's killed hundreds of thousands of people and everything, and like forced, you know, 8 million to flee their homes and everything and all this kind of stuff. But like, all that aside, the dude's also a laughing stock. Let's just be real about it. I mean, look at him right there. I mean,
yeah. Look who I've got in my court.
Yeah. I mean, he's just a pawn. He's just a pawn.
And in our court, we have the ICC.
Well, actually, I consider the ICC in their court. You know who I've got in my court, though? This guy looking at those guys. Like, that's
You're
him.
done, son.
That's him staring down these guys. And that's their response. Like, because Assad knows he's like in a timeout. And Putin's like, well, we were bound to get caught eventually. And
I think they're onto us.
And this is the ICC. This is like a tribunal after both countries have been liberated and they've been rounded up in their bunkers and shit. And he's just like, you're done.
Speaking some real truth there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's great. You're saying that on 60 Minutes. That's the message we've been sending to the world for 10 years, though.
Yeah.
We have brought, it's like how, you know, you send out like radio waves into space and like maybe an alien will pick that up or something.
Yeah.
We've been broadcasting the message for 10 years that this was okay. Mm-hmm. And, you know, we'll get involved a little bit, but not too much because that's.
You mean the U.S. is at war with Assad, man?
Oh, yeah. We're just so incompetent. We can't finish it.
Yeah.
And Assad has won.
Oh, well, we can move on to the next one. So.
Oh, yes. Okay. So here we go. We're going to do it. We're getting into the Biden bombs. And right. This was the one that I had to send you again. Yeah. So this is just a nice little intro into this segment. And this is really what people wanted to hear about. I understand that. But,
this one's the Biden. This is the global news one, right?
Yes.
You have to resend? Okay.
In his first known show of force as America's commander-in-chief, U.S. President Joe Biden ordered airstrikes on buildings used by Iranian-backed militias in eastern Syria. The action was retaliation for the militia strikes in Iraq last week that wounded a U.S. military member and killed an American civilian contractor.
Oh, but it was an American aggressive act, man. It was aggression.
I love how all the people were in response to that were like, oh, contractor. Didn't you mean a mercenary? Don't you mean a civilian?
Oh,
you're just going to brush that
right, because people are going to say Blackwater. That's embarrassing, yeah.
I mean, it doesn't even matter. It was an American civilian. And you're just like, oh, ha, Merc dies. Yeah, real funny. Real funny stuff. Just a merc, just an American who probably had a family, a home, a whole life left behind.
Oh, and more Americans are going to die, by the way, by Iran. Like when they nuke Israel, a lot of Americans are going to die too, even if you didn't care about Israelis. So,
well, they were Zionist adjacent Americans, so that's acceptable. Obviously.
President Biden ignored reporters' questions about the airstrikes as he left the White House for Texas. But the Pentagon says the president's message was clear.
The United States will act to protect American.
You know, honestly, that's kind of Chad. Like all these reporters are like, "Oh, what happened? What did you do?" And he's just like, "Fuck off! I'm going to Texas."
No, I know that is pretty base. He's like, "I'm going to go and like hang out with Henry." And, like,
enough questions. Yeah. I've got things to do.
Yeah, because I feel like, you know, I always feel like when you watch that, you're like, oh man, like you can say whatever you want to the reporters and stuff. Imagine being the president. But then you're like, once you even just do YouTube and stuff and realize, like, you know, you offer your opinions out there and everything. At some point, if you're being hounded by people all the time, you are eventually just going to ignore the chat.
If you're being hounded.
Yeah, no. He just ignored the chat there. That's what happened. And sometimes you do that, you know?
It's a base move.
Because guess what? He knows if he comes back at any point ever, they're going to be desperate to ask him questions. You know, it is totally Chad, you know? So, no, he's
waiting on every word.
Yeah.
Our security.
Well, by the way, imagine getting to interview the president, right? So, I mean, like, you do that for Trump, you do that for anybody who's the president of the U.S., so.
Interest in the region.
The airstrikes in Syria targeted the Guardians of Blood Brigade, which took response.
By the way, the Guardians of Blood.
Very peaceful.
Yeah, peaceful.
Jihadis of peace.
Yep.
The attack that killed and wounded the Americans in Iraq. The Pentagon says 9 of.
I don't know if you know this, Reece, but jihad just means struggle, okay? It's like
strugglers of peace.
It just means my struggle. That's all it means, man.
You know, all of this is a struggle if you think about it.
Yeah, sure.
Their facilities were destroyed.
We know what we did, and we're confident that that target was being used by the same Shia militia that conducted the strikes.
Iran's leaders denied.
Wow, Biden administration so woke. It's just woke drones. You have to have minorities in the cabinet. Totally something a racist wouldn't say.
No. You're right. I was for a second. I'm like, I'm so tired right now. I was like, wait, why are we bringing domestic politics? Oh, he's black. I didn't even notice. Like,
just like actually, I saw like the military, like the official of U.S. military Twitter or something. They were like celebrating Black History Month, and they were like, from the Tuskegee Airmen to Colin Powell. And I could just imagine a bunch of people seething, just like, no, he lied about WMDs, bro.
I know Bush lied and people died.
Kind of an epic troll to do that. Like, okay, we're gonna make this kind of woke, so you can't complain about it.
Well, you know, one of my favorite Twitter accounts actually is the Central Intelligence Agency, because like for Valentine's Day they'll tweet out something wholesome, and you know the brainlet brigades will get triggered and ratio them talking about how they're war criminals and stuff, and you know, yeah,
well, obviously they've got nothing better to do. A bunch of neats,
yeah.
Any links to the group, but the back and forth military strikes could complicate the Biden administration's efforts to renegotiate a nuclear deal with Iran.
Please
Former
no.
President Donald
that's quite the understatement too. It could complicate the attempts at re-entering the deal.
Just a little bit, perhaps, possibly.
We're gonna have a peace deal. Oh, I guess we're gonna keep bombing each other. Okay, that's fine.
Why not both?
and then it can be an even bigger sham, basically.
No, I mean, unironically though, I get the sense that like those Meisner folks and stuff would say, why not both? Because I'm sure he supports the strikes. I don't know what's his view on the JCPOA, because I see from some of these liberal internationalists that are out there, not Anthony Avistubi-Son, but some of the others, that they tend to be pro JCPOA. So,
I think Meisner is, honestly.
He's for the JCPOA.
I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I'm guessing he is.
That would be so cringe if he was talking about a muscular foreign policy to try to turn away neocons.
Well, hey man, the JCPOA stops them. It stops them from getting nukes.
Oh man,
from getting nukies.
Still in Meisner, yeah, spooky nukies. Still in Meisner 99, I think it's his. Like, okay, I think it's still in Meisner. Wait, what's his name? Meisner 99, maybe. Meisner. Because I want to see. I'm just typing into the search right now. Dylan Meisner, and then call
We're just
it.
going to be left on this screenshot of Trump looking very suspicious.
Meisner. Yeah. Wait, why can't I find him? Did he? Well, he didn't block me.
Yeah, I don't remember what his at was.
D Meisner 99. Okay, so D Meisner.
The D Meisner
99. JCPOA. Let's see what he said about it. Oh, there's a tweet that he deleted. Somebody responded to, you don't agree with the JCPOA? This was an international agreement from last month. So it
maybe
looks
we're
like
wrong.
we might be against it. Here's why. Oh, okay.
It was an international agreement.
Well, technically, so was the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. So, I mean, it's just Hitler and Stalin being muddy. So, international agreement, man. Anyway,
that legitimizes it.
Tweeted. Let's see. Okay, so he says, with respect to Margaret Brennan, will the U.S. lift sanctions first in order to get Iran back at the negotiation table? Biden says no. He says, in regards to that, absolute Chad moment from my president and whatnot. So it looked like he's supporting Biden not re-entering into it with no preconditions. But again, that should be like an obvious thing that nobody should support no preconditions. Oh, interesting. He says, I still think that sanctions immunity for nuclear promises of 5 to 10 years, aka the JCPOA, is a bad trade. But this is smart, powerful diplomacy nonetheless. So he seems to be like a mixed bag there, where he needs there to be, I guess, a return to the old deal, not a new deal with no preconditions, I guess. Like,
yeah, both of those are equally bad.
Yeah, no, I just, again, because for somebody like me, like this whole thing on the muscular foreign policy, you look at my Twitter, I've never made it like, oh, maybe the deal's a little bit good, but like we could go back to, no, I'm just straight up like, no, the deal's junk. And I often tweet out #bomb Iran. So, like, straight up. So, but I guess liberal.
But he's muscular and measured, Kevin.
Yeah, he's muscular and measured and prudent. And I'm impulsive and I guess ectomorphic and I guess unmeasured.
Unmeasured.
Too big to measure. Too big to measure.
That's what she said. Okay.
Yep.
Now, so that was kind of an intro. This next thing was really funny. This was the Tap Jaker retweet we were alluding to earlier. This is
that's
quite the fall from grace, if there was much room to fall, really.
That is Mr. Jaker. That's right.
Mr. Jaker. Excuse me, Mr. Jaker was my father.
Oh no, dude. Okay, so they're gonna do a movie. Instead of the Joker, it's gonna be the Jaker.
The Jaker.
It's Tap Jaker doing the Joker pose on the stairs, and it just says like.
No, that's pretty cursed right there.
Yeah, that's like, and it just says below, it just says like special thanks to the brave Mujahideen soldiers or whatever. You know, I know they've all done the meme. So
what about 1953?
Wait, so is the next one? Is it Partisan Girl? Is this one that we're
getting? No, it's a screenshot of Jake Tapper's retweet.
Okay. Oh, it's that one. Oh God, that was so cringe. He did the meme.
we've been saying that a lot.
Okay, so back off. Warchild says, I spit out my coffee. On this drone, we believe, and like basically it's just like feminism, Black Lives Matter, trans rights, like
love is love. Science is real.
Jake Tapper retweeted. Hold on a second. I thought that the media, establishment media, was supposed to be like big fans of and sellouts to the Pentagon. What the hell happened? Well,
in fact, Jake Tapper is one of the leading voices in bringing up the Khashoggi story again, just kind of resuscitating that, and not talking too much about Iran as far as I can tell.
But I thought that CNN was in bed with Saudi Arabia. That's what the Grizzlies told me. So.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, no, I mean like
no, Jake Tapper is a 14-year-old edgy boy. That's what he is.
Yeah, no, and it's, I mean, like, there were a lot of tweets like this kind of encapsulated it. There was like a guy who wrote, he was like an editor for the Daily Beast who posted something like this too. And
Reece, 1953. Yeah, you know, but Iran we voted back in most of that 1953. Oh god, that's so good. That needs to be a title for a video where I just go over that. Like, because I was going to do World War Re as a video, explaining how this isn't literally the Third World War. We need to do 1950 Re, and it's just like a triggered Pepe for the thumbnail,
Jap Taker. He's the guy that abducts Japan.
I didn't want to. Well, no. Kanzik spelled it with 2 P's before, and I was like, that's a bit too spicy to say on air. Now he's just like straight up just 1 P. Like it's literally that word.
And I just said it with no remorse. Oh, whatever. It's pretty funny. Anyway, you were actually
in the woods. No, he misspelled it though. It's DRONK in the WUUDS. It's
he's getting drunks in the woods.
Drunks in the woods. Drunks pooter. Yeah.
Okay, you were right, Kevin. The next one is unfortunately Partisan Girl.
So when you sent me all these sources, I wasn't able to acquire this one initially because guess what? I'm blocked. So
it's surprising. I don't know how I'm not, honestly, because I have tweeted at her.
Blocked. She is total cringe. Okay. Syrian girl, Partisan Girl. Biden would never have been able to commit the crimes. The crimes.
He's big into crime.
It's plurals. There was one airstrike. Even if you thought this was a war crime, that's a singular.
No, they're crimes.
This is so dumb. He is committing in Syria. If Syria had not agreed to give up chemical. Wait, is she implying that chemical weapons alone would deter America? By the way, he hasn't exactly given them up. He used them twice and had some of his facilities tomahawked as a result. It's very likely he still may be in possession of chemical weapons. But of course, but Daddy Putin stepped in and decchemicalized Syria, man, because Obama had a red line that he didn't want to do.
The guy who vetoed.
Dude, this timeline that we live in is super cringe, dude. Can we go back to the timeline where McCain won? Like, come on, dude.
We're gonna leave the inspection of chemical weapons up to the guy who vetoed. Didn't want them to have an investigation even done on them by the ICC, the most useless organization ever.
But implying that chemical weapons are like some great deterrent against what the U.S. Air Force, like no. This argument would only make sense if she was talking about nukes. Anyway, zero benefit came from doing so. The accusations continued and the deterrence was lost. Again, what deterrence? His chemical weapons were primitive and were only effective against ground-based targets. If America droned his ass or airstrike the whole country, how are you going to take down an F-15 in the skies with chemical weapons?
You don't understand, Kevin. Drones are very susceptible to gas.
The gas, that's true. Gas.
The gas that's the drone's weakness the whole time. Yeah. We figured it out.
Yeah, it turns out if you're flying a drone and you go through a cloud of mustard gas in Syria, even if you're flying in Nevada, that trailer in Nevada at Area 51, it becomes like you can't breathe in the trailer.
You're officially done, son.
Yeah. Mistakes should be acknowledged, then corrected. Okay, but you existing was a mistake. So
honestly, this is the worst tweet I've ever seen from her, and that is saying a metric fuck ton.
I haven't seen that many because I'm blocked, but there's no way. She's said so much insane and asinine crap.
I'm gonna lift this up for the time being as the official. This is openly saying we need to have chemical weapons.
She doesn't even live in Syria. Is that correct? She lives in Australia, to my understanding. Is that
I believe so.
That's pathetic. By the way, she's a freaking fifth column. Australia is a Western country.
Yeah, fifth column.
She needs to be investigated. Like, how do we know she doesn't actually have ties to the Syrian government? Like,
she probably does. Honestly, I wouldn't assume otherwise.
Received $2,500 confirmed from the Assad regime, for example. So, I mean,
yeah, Jimmy's trash, so that's not surprising.
Yeah, we can move on.
That's just a taste. So, okay, so these are the spicy ones. We've been asked to cover this guy His name is Richard Medhurst.
This is Milk Boy Richard or the other one?
This Richard is somehow even worse. This Richard is. I've heard some conflicting things. He supposedly was born in Damascus, but he lives in the UK, I believe, or maybe he just has Syrian heritage and he's just trying to be like a token. He's basically upset that Biden bombed, quote, his country. So that gives you a good preview. Of the video.
It's titled. It has a very cringy image of Richard, and says, "Thanks for bombing my country, Joe Biden."
I like how he's a cringy picture. It's literally just his face.
Yeah, okay, that's a good point.
Which means he's perpetually cringe.
But, by the way, people do the ears memes with me. I'm getting ears vibes right now. So,
yeah. What are you, a Zionist?
Is he like my twin or something? He's like my alter ego. If I was like a shill for the Syrian state,
he's about to get real. He's about to get big mad at Joe Biden.
Man, those ears, dude. Those ears, dude. It's like okay.
Kevin finally found an ear brother.
No, I think his ears might be bigger, actually.
Okay, he found an ear father.
Okay, let's continue.
People are starving. They can't pay their rent. You got millions of Americans that are uninsured.
Wait, does this guy actually talk faster than Ben Shapiro?
It's just like, how much bullshit can I fit into
No. But like when Ben Shapiro talks fast, he still somehow manages to sound cool and collected, and granted, very impersonal and clinical. This guy talks fast and sounds exasperated.
How can you say I sound clinical when I'm talking about my wife, doctor?
Okay, let's continue.
They got no health care. They lost their jobs. Where the fuck are the checks?
Oh my god. Oh my god. He did another meme.
Meme, dude.
There's the checks.
He did the meme, dude, because when he says checks, he's thinking $2,000 checks. Which, okay, I gotta say, I know this is probably like overplayed, or not overplayed, but I know all the rotations and everything. I'm late to the game on it. I didn't get the meme about the $2,000 checks thing until recently. So it's actually as simple as that. It's actually that they couldn't subtract 600 from 26 or whatever the fuck it is, 600 from 2000. Like it's that
adding it to the 1400. Yeah, like, no. So
that is so okay. So it raises a question with like Jimmy and all these guys, because they cover this all the time. Are they stupid, or do they know when they're grifting?
I mean, there's a point when it's kind of beyond parody. First off, this guy isn't even in the US, so calm the fuck down. It doesn't pertain to you. But beside that, he doesn't understand how the government works. We're talking about Joe Biden here, the executive branch. Joe Biden does not have control. We're going to get into it more later with the next video, the last video. But Joe Biden does not have control over the checks. He doesn't. He couldn't even just do an executive order. You literally don't know how the government works.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, I know. They went to Raytheon so they could bomb my country.
Gaytheon.
I was going to say Gaytheon because neocons posting their L's. Highlighted, he exposed one of my tweets where somebody was like Gaytheon.
Exposed.
And I was like, oh, Gaytheon, that sounds pretty cool. You know, I'm a big fan of gay rights, and I'm a big fan of Raytheon. And he like showed that as like, that's a big L for me. But it's like, by the way, that goes back to what I've been saying. The dude's a griper. Like the guy that runs that account is not like some progressive or whatever. That dude hates neocons because he thinks that neocons are against gays getting slaughtered in Russia and Iran and shit. So,
and that's just lame, man. That's not cool. That doesn't win elections.
By the way, you know what I would love for like Pride, in the summer is if Raytheon changed their name on Twitter to Gaytheon. Wouldn't that be based? And imagine they had like one of their Predator drones and stuff with like the LGBT flag, but like they did it unironically. Like, imagine
honestly, at this point, they should, because
like,
the world would implode.
Dude, you guys' stock prices would go up so big because the whole hot gang would start buying Gaytheon bucks. Stonks.
Gaytheon stonks.
Stonks. Change your listing on the New York Stock Exchange to GAY. Like, how based would that be, dude? Like, I mean, anyway, let's continue.
Thank God the cabinet is diverse. I'm so happy.
He did the meme.
Oh, they're so diverse. As if it's not even worth bringing up.
He did the meme. He did the meme.
This guy, he just sees people as tokens. Meanwhile, he's a token. The absolute irony. Yeah, he fails to see people as individuals, qualified individuals.
Gaytheon Badonka stonks.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no.
That's right, boy.
This Richard guy. I mean, man, his parents must be proud, man. Like, what a good.
Now you're bombing my country, dude. Your country doesn't even exist anymore,
dude. 8 million people from your country had to leave that country because your dictator slaughtered the country and burned it to the ground so that he could hold on to his blood palace and his swag bets.
How many Syrians killed or displaced by Iranian proxies? And now this guy's upset that some Iranian proxies, so people who are not even working for your government,
country to the fucking ground, and he comes out here from the safety of Britain, where he's getting paid big money, and does this shit. That's basically, you know, that. I mean, I guess it would be up for the people of Syria to decide once they have their own country and everything. Seems pretty seditious, you know. I mean,
Richard Medhurst posting his L's.
Yeah, Richard Medhurst. Oh, but we're posting our L's because we're criticizing him.
Oh my God, how could you be against Assad? That's cringe.
By the way, Wyatt asked neocons posting their L's, like, basically if they even knew what an L was and what a neocon was, and they explained that that they basically they just highlight neocons posting stuff, and I'm gonna see if I can find his reply to Wyatt, because if I type in neocon L's, it was a good question, because if I go here,
some would say the most important question.
Yeah. Where was that?
I think I've seen it if you can't find it.
Yeah, I can't find it, but his explanation was so stupid, where he was basically like, oh, well, like, they post stuff on the internet, and that was kind of like his definition of an L, was like that they exist and stuff. It was stupid. So
that a rainbow cabinet just bombed my country. Thank you.
Rainbow cabinet. There you go.
Not a dog whistle at all.
He's implying they're gay.
Yeah, that's fine. You're not your country. Let's let go of that language.
No. I got a question, Reece. Like, seriously, is Richard gay? Like, I don't know, because you'd think that Glenn Greenwald would probably be straight after all the shit he said, but it turns out he's gay, and he's an edgy boy. Sean Putin. Is this guy gay? Like, because what's up with all the self-hating gays? Like, what's the deal with that?
I really don't know. At the very least, he's a minority, and he is a token for fifth columns the world over. Like, oh, here we have this guy. He was born in Damascus, and he's against the U.S. imperialism.
No, but like, think about it. We go after people like Kyle and stuff all the time and everything, but like, Kyle's an American that simps for Russia. But imagine being a Syrian that simps for Assad. That's way worse, because that dude burned your country down, and you're still shilling for him.
Yeah, and from the safety of the West, in your cozy little room, probably funded by Patreon bucks.
Yeah,
you get to talk shit. Biden did not bomb your country. He bombed foreign operatives in your country who kill people like you all the time. That's what happened.
Wow. Oh, wow. He has 392 patrons, and his patron tier starts at $3 a month and goes up to $10 a month.
Pretty bad that he's outclassing TYT.
He's making between $1,000 a month and $3,000 a month Canadian to do that. Wow.
That's the state of the world, people.
For reference, we're at $100 here. This guy gets 3,000 potentially.
Yeah, clearly, we're doing it all wrong. Maybe if we shilled for Assad, we'd make the big bucks. He'd bring us to Damascus for a tour.
That's right.
It'd be based.
Dinner. Yeah.
And then we get to stand there and make that face and be like, yeah, we're winning.
We're winning. And then Neocons posting their L's would say that we posted a dub.
Finally, we made it on the dub list, bro.
We made it on the dub list. That's right.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Liberals, thank you.
Liberals.
It reminds me of like,
okay,
whatever
liberal.
you say, liberal. Okay, liberal. Like that necrophilia communist.
Maria the Witch.
That brainlet.
that
like what is it with all these people in that community of like anti-interventionists? They're all cringy. I mean, the only one that has any degree of like somewhat I guess you could say some level of like self-respect or whatever, or some degree of like not looking like it's complete and total goofball. Wait, what's that?
Pac-Man.
It's David Pac-Man.
Yep, I knew what you were going to say.
No. You knew I was going to say David Pac-Man because
of course I knew.
I used to actually like David Pac. I used to watch him unironically, like, and not just in the way that I used to like watch TYT. I used to watch him unironically even like a year and a half ago. So, yeah.
Here's the best endorsement I can give of David Pac-Man. I recently checked his channel for material for us, and I didn't find anything.
Oh.
I was just like, that's fine. No, that's fine. No, nothing worth covering. Okay, move on.
He is still an anti-interventionist, by the way.
Yeah, he didn't talk about it. He probably talked about Biden's bombing, but I didn't see that yet.
He does the memes, but he manages to do them in a way that doesn't come across as anti-Semitic, homophobic, or anything else. He just, he is the most benign of all of them. So.
Yeah, no. Well, he's a nice guy. Meanwhile, this guy is just undiluted cringe.
Yeah, no, I would like to speak with Pac-Man one day. That'd be pretty cool. He seems, he seems cool. I mean, imagine it was me, him, and Jesse Lee Peterson. It's like
I love people who are so openly illiberal. Like it's just mask off 24/7 with guys like this.
Yeah, well, it can go one of two ways. Either people who say that are either like the most like partisan hacky type, voted red my whole life, GOP, still got their Ronald Reagan stickers on their car, and they talk about the liberals and how the liberals like don't understand the culture and stuff. And those people are using the word liberal to basically refer to Democrats. And then you have people like this or Vosh or Shoeonhead. When they talk about liberals, they're including those conservative voters in that group. They're basically saying anybody who believes in the American system. So
yeah, they mean the bourgeoisie who like the gays in brunch.
Yeah, and by bourgeoisie, they're not just talking about Jeff Bezos. They're talking about anybody that's not an industrial laborer that has the portraits of Vladimir Putin and Bashar Assad in their in their room of their like co-op or whatever. Like straight up. These guys would describe us as bourgeois, for example. So.
Oh, you nailed it.
Like they basically would say, you guys are middle class liberals, degenerates, all that kind of stuff. So
maybe the bottom of the middle class.
Yeah.
I'm bad and bougie.
Bad and bougie. Well, this guy's bad and cringy. So
I'll take what I have, honestly.
You want to talk about diversity? There's nothing diverse about Joe Biden's cabinet.
You were the one who brought up diversity. What the fuck are we talking about?
By the way, that's actually not true. Like, I don't know if he knows this, but Kamala Harris is actually the first female vice president, for example. And even if she wasn't, even if there had been like a ton of other female vice presidents, it would still technically be diverse by that metric anyway. Lloyd Austin, you know,
he's upset that there's not diversity of ideas.
By the way, if they were all whites and they were doing like the OK sign and stuff and everything, and like, you know, and they were giving press conferences that referenced Andrew Anglin, Richard Spencer, and Stone Toss and presidential news conferences, and they were all white, and they literally had in the hiring policy for the White House no non-whites allowed. He'd be saying how that this is white supremacist or whatever. Or let's just say it was all whites and they weren't racist, they just happened to all just be white people. He would also say that was white supremacist. So it's either this what is it? Not like the diversity thing, or it's the white supremacist thing. So in other words, you're either a coward if you haven't joined the military, or you're a war criminal if you have. So therefore, I get to dismiss you either way. It's brainlet logic. So, by the way, dude looks like a goofball. I just gotta say that. Like, serious.
That's an enhancer.
Yeah, that's not relevant. Oh yeah, that's like MMI. It's like, oh yeah. Like I'm trying to stay on topic and talk about economics and everything, and you're bringing up these, you know, this evidence, you know, showing that I'm a racist, but like that's not relevant. My racism isn't relevant to the discussion, man. It's like whatever. Like,
I'd say it's always relevant if it defines you.
It's like you're trying to argue that elites have the best interest at hand, that elitism is the best. Yeah, you're doing the slavery thing. You're talking about how retail workers deserve to be enslaved, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, like this guy looks sleazy and greasy. I'm just gonna say that. Like, because Kanzik says he looks greasy. No, he looks greasy and sleazy. So,
but he doesn't look greasy.
Doesn't look greasy. He'll never look greasy. So,
these people are imperialist scum. These people.
Imperialism, because retaliating in self-defense is in imperialism, no good. USA neocon.
These people are the people who waited for 3 attacks and are probably not going to do anything else.
Imperialists
are imperialist scum.
Imperialists. You know, it's like when FDR bombed Japan after they attacked Pearl Harbor. That was an imperialism, man.
So much imperialism.
Because we had people in the Twitter brigades. They were arguing that if America hadn't sanctioned Japan, Japan wouldn't have had to do Pearl Harbor.
That's right. That was
like whatever happened to sovereignty, by the way. Again, so America infringed upon Japan's sovereignty by doing oh yeah, because you have a right to trade with America. Well, like, by the way, why doesn't America ever get sovereignty?
Not telling the full story there. I wonder if there was a reason we were sanctioning them. Wonder if there was something happening in the Asian Pacific.
Oh, that's their sphere of influence. Sphere of influence.
Oh, I see.
So was Hawaii too. So
very fast. Oh, you know,
and Wyoming.
Man, Japan really just has it going on, don't they?
People serve corporations. They're fucking
corporations, and he serves Bashar the Butcher. So
yeah, what's worse?
It's a continuation of every other administration before it.
Okay, but you're aware that Bashar the Butcher took over for Hafez al-Assad. So you could say the same thing about them. He's literally the son of Hafez al-Assad. What?
The video is so much funnier once you pull back and you realize, oh yeah, this is his response to the U.S. killing terrorists that killed its people.
God damn it. Okay.
And it's like, oh my God, every administration's the same. I would fucking hope.
Yeah.
What kind of world are you advocating for, my dude?
Before it. They support the corporations. They support the wars.
The wars.
Wars. What wars, dude? Oh, that's right. The 8 World War IIIs that Trump did.
Yeah, Biden's he's really all about war.
He's trying to start the 9th Third World War. and he's always succeeded.
I just love the anti-intellectualism on display. Man, the politicians, they're for the corporations, they're for the wars.
The wars.
What are you talking
No. I gotta say, dude, all these ears memes and stuff, like, we found somebody new. Like, seriously. Look at me. Look at my ears. Look at him. Look at his ears. Me, him. I mean,
my picture doesn't have ears.
They screw over the working class. That's not diverse.
Okay, but your daddy, Bashar the Butcher, burned the country to the ground and bombed every working Syrian person's house to rubble. So they had to leave for Europe.
Oh my God, I love Jay's comment. That's awesome.
Oh. I love how he's shitting on the corporations that he has AirPods in. Oh, that's right. That's right, because those are literally branded AirPods, I'm guessing. Those weren't made in a Syrian co-op organically, right?
Yeah, not a commune project.
He also points out that I have sexy ears, whereas Richard does not. So,
distinction noted.
That's a continuation of the same old shit.
Okay, but again, your daddy, Bashar, was a continuation of the same old shit under Hafez.
Like literally the same old shit.
Literally the same old shit from the 1960s. Oh my God, dude.
But this guy's really anti-status quo.
Have a democracy in Syria. It's hereditary rule. Dude.
No, look, Kevin, you don't understand. Richard Medhurst is very against status quos.
That's true. That's true.
Especially,
he's a Baptist.
He points to America and he's like, man, where's the checks? Where's this? And it's like, he looks at Syria and he's like, oh, that's good enough.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck it. That's the best we can do.
Yeah.
With a different mask. Talking about, oh my God, Joe Biden, he's the lesser of two evils. He's going to be shitty, but not as bad as Trump. Well, how is he not as bad as Trump? This is exactly the same as Trump.
What? On foreign policy, this is actually considerably less hawkish than anything Trump did against Iran.
That's right.
So, no.
I mean, it's so less hawkish that, I mean, again, if Trump was in charge, I don't even think they would have done any of the strikes because they saw what happened and it would have provoked potentially a war. But
no, they did it because there was a change.
They did because there was a change, and that's true. And that's true. And that's not Biden's fault. But I do fault Biden for not retaliating after the first one. So
yeah, no, that apparently that's our guy though. That's
he's a neocon, dude. He's a neocon, dude.
Yeah, I feel so safe already. Really.
He's keeping sanctions on Syria.
Right? Yes, for
good reason.
Very fucking obvious. What?
By the way, this guy, the way that he clips his videos, he must have like some speaking issue or something because he cannot do a continuous clip that goes more than 10 seconds without having to cut it. And maybe that's just his style.
Oh yeah, no, and we've talked about that before. It's so fucking annoying.
It's obnoxious. It's not as bad as the RT stupid neckbeard boy edits every 5 seconds.
Oh, that was terrible.
Well, actually, I say every 5 seconds. Some of them were every half a second, unironically. But
why use status quo? Status quo is where it's at.
Status quo. Yeah.
I support the status quo.
Brutal sanctions.
They're starving civilians that have.
No. Your daddy is starving civilians. By the way, the whole thing started back in 2011 because of the bread crisis. Because even eating in Syria under his rule was a luxury. This is embarrassing.
And now he's complaining that somehow sanctions.
About my country, he doesn't know jack shit. Dude, we know more about Syria than this loser.
Apparently, sanctions are starving Syria, a country that's always been starving. That'd be like saying the U.S. is starving Ethiopia.
God damn it!
That's where we're at, people.
Cripple the economy that have destroyed the lira, the Syrian pound. He's continuing to steal the oil in northeastern Syria.
Oh my God!
We talked about that too.
Oil. All that oil in Kurdish Syria. All that oil, man.
Yeah, I wonder. I wonder if there's another reason we're there. It's only this important intersection between nations. But it's not on the Iranian border, just for the record.
He mentions the oil before he mentions, Rojava, Kurdistan, that kind of thing. What, like, come on, dude.
Yeah,
now he's bombing.
Such a mystery. Why would U.S. troops be stationed to protect the Kurds? I don't know. I don't get it.
Syria just like
probably
Trump.
oil.
Literally no fucking difference. Yeah. Now
No
he's
fucking
bombing
difference.
Syria just like Trump. Literally no fucking difference.
Literally.
Literally,
They're
my
actually
dudes.
the same dude. Like the DNA, everything. It's the same dude. Like people talk about how like Biden rigged the election and all this kind of stuff. That was the meme. And it's like, but they're the same dude. So
Biden pulls off a mask and it was Trump the whole time.
Trump the whole time. It's like I did win. It's like I ran against myself and I lost to myself, but I also won against myself.
It's just such demented propaganda.
Literally.
He points to Trump and Biden and he's like, look at these guys are real bad news. They were sanctioning a horrible regime, one of the worst regimes in human history, with an abysmal human rights track record. And they bombed people. Trump bombed in response to the chemical weapon attacks, and Biden killed some Iranian fucks, Hezbollah fucks.
Reece, you're literally John Bolton. Literally.
Hey Richard, when am I supposed to be outraged? When am I supposed to be like, oh, he did what? This is
that was at the start of the video. He said some stuff, some shocking stuff.
It's so diverse. Like I'm so thankful I never fell for any of this bullshit.
No, we're going back to the start because you asked when were you supposed to be outraged? Right now, dude.
People are starving. They can't pay their rent. You got millions of Americans that are uninsured.
Yeah, because of a pandemic. They came out of a country. They tried to hide it to protect their reputation. And the conditions of that shitty country created that virus. Thank you. Next.
Yeah. Next.
Difference. How can you sit there and tell me that Joe Biden... Literally no fucking difference. How can you sit there and tell me that Joe Biden is the lesser of two evils? It's the exact same evil.
He's
the
not
kids
even
are still
evil.
In the goddamn cages. They
You're
just have
ridiculous. The kids are in the cage.
We did the kids in cages meme.
The kids are in a temporary housing unit meant for unaccompanied migrant children.
He didn't.
Not a cage. These things are not the same. When people complained about those conditions before, they were actually abysmal.
Yeah, under Trump, they were
underfunded as all hell.
They were one of the reasons, by the way, why he got basically nothing for border security, because just the optics of his attempt was absolute shit. Like, because even if you were racist against people coming from Central America, you probably wouldn't go that far, because you'd understand that you wouldn't be able to get anything passed as a result. But wow.
But apparently the temporary housing, not a cage, no housing. And then people are still complaining about that. Oh, well, just let them be free.
Yeah, well,
literally let children wander around without any supervision. They can do whatever they want. I'm sure that will go well.
Well, some of these people would say, why not just have open borders?
I mean, that's literally what people were saying.
No, I know, but like that's dumb too. I hate
and
how
it's like, okay, look, Biden,
kids in cages or no borders. That's
yeah. I think we've hit a happy medium. Thanks a lot, folks. Really.
Conditioning now and fancier containers to put them in. There's still cages. You haven't gotten.
Oh, fuck off.
I like when he says fancier. He like touches his AirPods from Apple. It's like, yeah, those are fancy, dude. Like, you're talking about bourgeois. Oh, dude.
Your stimulus check, he scammed you. He's not going to give you a $15 minimum wage. How can you sit there?
That's not in his power. That is literally not in his power.
Yeah, he's acting like the president is the dictator of America. Well, I mean, he supports the dictator.
That's all he knows. That's what this guy knows.
Rational adult and tell me that this guy is any better. It's okay, right? Because Donald Trump is gone. The orange shooter man is gone. Now we can have pink bombs. We can have
pink bombs
because of women and vaginas, right? Pink. Hashtag pink.
You know, rainbow colored drones, right?
Because of gays.
Yeah, you see, he's talking about no. Does he need to explain to us now why they'd be rainbow color? Okay.
Again, Uncle Joe's rainbow.
What?
Look at that cringe.
Wait.
Uncle Joe's Rainbow Coalition Death Cult.
And it's Ice Cream Man. You've got some orange tomahawks. You've got an F-15 dropping it looks like a gravity bomb, and then you've got a Predator Hawk drone. Wait, this looks unironically based.
Yeah, no, they always fail at that, don't they?
Uncle Joe's Rainbow Coalition Death Cult. It sounds. By the way, I like how like Uncle Joe's. I guess maybe that's something that people call Joe Biden, but like, is that supposed to be like a reference to Stalin? Like, isn't this guy a fan of Stalin? Wait,
I don't know. I think it's just something they call Joe, honestly.
Okay.
But like, dude, are you selling those? Because I don't know if that's legal with his likeness on it. Maybe it is. I kind of doubt it is, though.
Oh, wait, would that be illegal? Like, because they sell shirts making fun of political opponents all the time. Richard.
I think maybe it depends on the website you post to. I have seen stuff like that before, though.
Oh yeah,
where shirts get like banned because this contains so and so's likeness, and you don't have the right to reproduce that. I don't know. Otherwise,
no. We got a tweet about it. We got a tweet from him. We should actually bring this up. This is from January 25th. So he made this before the Biden bombs actually became a thing.
What a prophet!
Yeah, prophetic. This is like Nostradamus level.
Joe Biden does the bare minimum to protect American lives, and this guy's like, I nailed it.
Gotcha.
I called that shit.
Wow. Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, no, I can.
Okay. There's just a long delay in loading that. That's annoying. Okay.
Loading.
Okay, here we are. You asked me to put this on a t-shirt, so here you go. Celebrate the diversity of Joe Biden's new Warhawk cabinet with this beautifully designed #Unity merch. Uncle Joe's Rainbow Coalition Death Cult. And you got Rocket, and you got Rainbow, and he's got link to where you can go and buy it. I wonder how much he's charging. Everybody take a guess. How much is he charging? He says, I came up with the phrase, but credit to Mona Love 1984 for the design. So it's a shirt. You can buy these shirts, and let's just take a guess. Take a guess. Everybody in chat, take a guess. How much? Oh,
they're gonna be disgustingly overpriced.
Okay, I'll give you a hint. It's more than you would pay for it.
I'm gonna go with $30.
Canadian or US?
US.
Okay. I'm looking at it in Canadian here. You lowballed it. Like it's expensive. Wait, so I'm only seeing
more than 30.
No. I'm only seeing the hoodie. Oh, okay. Okay, he's got different stuff. Okay, the classic tee is 31 Canadian dollars. So, but the hoodie,
close enough.
52. And the unisex hoodie is $58. And the coffee mug is $19.
But we're totally against corporations, bro.
Women's comfort tee is $32.
Why are you charging women more, huh? Sexist?
Yeah, that's women's tri-blend tee is $33. This just seems like a freaking massive. Yeah, this is Merchhurst store. Oh, get it?
Merchhurst.
Yeah. Merchhurst.store.creatorspring.com /listing/woke imperialism product number. And then he's got a bunch of different product numbers. You might also like, we might also like chilling and killing. Hey, Reece, have you seen chilling and killing? Have you seen these shirts, dude?
I think that's a new one.
I think that's a new one. I think that's a new meme. Chilling and killing. Chilling like a villain. Killing like a villain.
Big up to all the brainlets out there for making Joe Biden look way cooler than he actually is.
Oh, no doubt, dude. No doubt. We're gonna take a look at chilling and killing, because I want you to understand just how overpriced this crap is anyway. I mean, I guess this is probably fairly regular, and it's not like it's stupid expensive, but at the same time, understand
it's stupid, man. It's stupid.
Stupid. Look at this.
Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me?
No,
you didn't tell me it had Hillary.
Unironically, I'll just remove the logo so you can see it. Oh, I never changed the background. God damn it. We have a new background for this show. There we go. There we go.
Again, made Hillary look cool.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I wonder what the entry is for this. Merchhurst. Oh, get chillin' killin'. That's what he's got it as. And you can get a tote bag. He's got women's comfort tee. He's got a die cut sticker for $11.
We just chilling. Nothing to see here.
Wait, this guy has a lot of stuff. Oh, he's got homeware. He's got face masks. He's got phone cases. No, dude, this guy's a Renaissance man. This guy sells everything. He's got.
Got to pay them bills somehow.
Wow, I'm just looking at this stuff that he produces. He got stickers. He's got, oh god, he did the meme. He did the meme, dude. He did the meme, dude. We've all seen this meme. We've all seen variations of Assad or what's a Tanky Tulsi. We've all seen variants of this meme replied to us before, but you can get a sticker version of this meme. Now, it doesn't come up very well on here because it's screwed up with the angle when I moused over it, but this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like right here. Just put the logo back. And
yeah, show it, Kevin. The chat's berating your boomerisms.
Yeah, no, but I don't deny being a boomer. I'm guilty as charged. Now, you can only read part of it, but it basically says, shut the fuck up, imperialists, for $11.
Is that with the Bernie font?
With the Bernie font, that's right. I know. See, like, I guess it's an edgy meme. And...
We found our new lolcow. Let's finish his garbage video.
He's got Crab Dance, Richard Medhurst.
Crab Dance.
I know, right? Like, yeah, John McCain is dead. Crab Dance. Like,
is that seriously on a shirt?
No. But like, that's the meme that everybody does. Like, yay, McCain's dead. Like, they still do that. By the way, you know that guy was a legend when there's still people bitching about him today. Like, oh man,
his ghost haunts them clearly.
Sells women's athletic, just logos. Dude, who's gonna pay $55 for your stupid Syria dictator apologetics yoga pants, dude? Like,
oh, there's someone.
This seems like virtue signaling capitalism to me, right? Like,
I've got that merchhurst.
Yeah, he's got a shirt that says, "By Allah, behave yourself. I will give you a taste of my shoe." God.
Is that a reference to the guy throwing shoes at George Bush?
George W. Bush. It's a reference to George W. Bush. It's also super overpriced and super.
That guy missed, and apparently he'd been plotting revenge against the U.S. for months, and his revenge was throwing shoes, and he missed.
He missed twice, and people are like, look at that L, look at that L. Whereas it's like objectively, Bush had quick reflexes.
Throwing shoes at someone is lame.
Yeah, and also that's the president of the United States, and people are like, "Oh, well, it missed." So, like, is it fair to give him prison time? It's like, dude, he's the president of the United States. Like, that's the other thing. I don't think people get how important the president is. Like, regardless if it's Trump or whoever the fuck, like, you throw the shoes at a president. Like, imagine it hit. That could do some serious damage. You're going away for a very fucking long time. Like, I'm just imagining now, like, somebody tries doing like a Kennedy style assassination, and they're like, "But I missed. What do you mean I have to go to jail?" Like, anyway, I don't
clearly coalition death cult.
Yeah.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. Go back to brunch. Everything is okay.
Brunch, right? Brunch with Nancy Pelosi with the fraud squad.
Just hitting all the talking points, clearly.
Stupid talking points, dude. I guarantee you this guy was watching Jimmy Dore that day, talking about AOC. So,
hey, people can go back to brunch, honestly. Like,
I'm
people who don't want to talk about politics,
it's
feel
4
free.
a.m. It's 4 a.m. Let's get brunch. It'll be a late brunch from Saturday.
Like no, that's totally fine. Go get your. If you live in a free nation, enjoy those freedoms.
Arthur's comment: Bernie lost. They proudly wear the Bernie font. The shoe missed. They proudly post the shoe. It's the same thing with the Soviet Union too. Like, you know,
a lot of L's being posted.
Big L's. Oh no, but we're posting L's tonight, Reece. So.
The kids are still in cages.
Dude, we're doing it, Reece. We're obviously taking it out.
You're right. You're not going to get your student debt canceled. You're not going to get a $15.
That's too much to go over. Well, move.
Minimum wage. You can go and fuck yourself. The prison industrial complex is going to continue. The war machine is going to. Industrial complex is going to continue. The war machine is going to continue. Biden is going to keep sanctioning Syria, keep sanctioning Venezuela, keep sanctioning Iran.
All deserve it.
Everything the same. Continue all of Trump's policies. Doing all these favors for Israel. It's fine.
Ow! Man, for sneaking that. I mean, you know it's not a Medhurst video if he doesn't bring up the dancers, right?
Because people have been critical of Biden for not being as chummy with Israel, though. Like,
I know, but
this doesn't even make any sense.
But in this guy's view, Biden doesn't want to nuke Israel, I guess. He doesn't want to get Vosh-pilled on Israel. So
Vosh-pilled.
So
no, apparently
he
doesn't.
Just go back to brunch. No. That's not a figure of expression. That's a common sort of idiom. That's specifically a reference to Jimmy Dore accusing AOC of being a traitor for wanting to, well, like, I don't even know if they had brunch. That's just like the meme. Like, they have this view of liberals that liberals wear pussy hats and have brunch with Nancy Pelosi and buy stocks and Gaytheon and celebrate when dictators get toppled. It's like, wait, I guess I want to hang out with some liberals now. That sounds kind of cool.
Yeah.
What are we having for brunch? I like bacon. I like bacon strips. Reece, do you like bacon strips? Do you like?
I do. Oh, but that might be a little haram.
Oh, that's true.
I don't think that would be very abusive language. I don't think he'd appreciate that.
I like
eating of the bacon. I
like grilled food. So
to their attempts to villainize these nebulous like brunch attending liberals will never not be funny.
No, I love this comment from Kanzik because Kanzik's in our community and Kanzik's like up on the news and stuff, and he's like literally who understands the quote unquote brunch meme. I didn't even get it until you explained it just now, Kevin. It's like, yeah, I've seen way too much Young Turks, way too much Kyle, way too much Neckbeard Jimmy, way too much of this guy, this clown on the show right now. I know exactly what they're signaling to their audience when they use the term brunch. He didn't say breakfast. He didn't say lunch. He didn't even say goddamn dinner. He said brunch. That's obviously code for progressives sucking up to corporate Democrats and becoming corporate Democrats. That's their dog whistle when they say brunch. So, and it's stupid because Ilhan Omar is not a centrist Pelosi fan, despite what Jimmy would tell you.
This guy, when I went to grab this video and send it to you, he was streaming. I didn't watch it, but he was streaming about the Fraud Squad.
The Fraud Squad. So he's a Jimmy boy, basically. He's like the British version of Jimmy.
Syrian, sir. He's from Damascus.
Oh man. So are Jimmy's paychecks. So
see? It all comes full circle.
Full circle. That's right. That's right.
What was that the end of that video?
No, we have about 20 seconds left.
Fuck it.
So in other words, 3 cringy edit clips of different asinine statements.
Hold on, bro.
No, he's like, hold on, bro, you're going too fast, bro. It's like
a DJ.
He's in a wind tunnel. Yeah, it's like he's about to dab or like start flossing.
Thing is okay, man.
Okay, dude, the AirPods, man. Like,
but hey, the bombs are pink.
By the way, do we actually have verification that the ordinance that they dropped on that compound were in fact pink? Because that'd be pretty interesting if they were.
It'd be a color show.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love how this video had literally no
like pink fireworks, by the way. They're wholesome, dude.
I mean, like, this video is going to be absorbed by mindless losers everywhere. There was no substance to it whatsoever. He didn't even talk about what happened. He just brought up, he brought up brunch. He brought up, kids in cages. He brought up all this
Reece,
other bullshit that wasn't important.
Reece, I gotta ask you, have you ever actually had brunch before?
I have. It's good.
You filthy liberal.
Bourgeoisie. A bougie bruncher.
Brunch is for liberals. I guess starvation is for whatever this guy is.
Starvation is for Syrians. Because of Assad.
Because of Assad, yeah.
So don't complain. Otherwise.
No,
believe me. Well, actually, I am complaining because it took too long and it's probably not going to happen again.
Brunch, by the way, I just want to say about the whole brunch thing, like the dog whistle, to be like how the progressives, they talk a tough talk until they're in office, and then they just want to have brunch with Nancy Pelosi. I gotta say, I know what you guys are signaling there, and it's a mega lame signal. I'm not even sure if you can call it a dog whistle, because I think that would make light of actual dog whistles, and you guys are a joke. But I mean,
that's the best they have. Is
no, yeah. If you have brunch, you're a boomer. Absolutely, you're a boomer. So.
Like they were really scraping the bottom of the barrel with their criticisms.
But I just want to say, like, using the term brunch to be edgy as opposed to saying lunch or whatever else, because like, oh, Nancy Pelosi, that's mega lame. There's nothing edgy about that. There's nothing like super hip about that or whatever. You're not cool and good as meme man.
Oh, he's real edgy. He called out the diversities and the rainbow people.
The Gaytheon.
The Gaytheon.
The Gaytheon, dude.
Oh my.
No. You know that there's actually a they're in electronic warfare and advanced early warning systems. There's actually a set of devices called Gaydar, and it turns out that Gaytheon manufactures Gaydar for certain aircraft that the United
We should have known all along.
Think about it. I mean, like the F-35 though has a really small Gaydar profile, so it looks straight. It looks straight until it gets really close, then it shows up. And,
they're just trying to spread gay, chemicals over the Middle East.
Yeah, like and the F-35 is colored in rainbow colors, but it still shows up as straight on the Gaydar because it's stealth, bro.
If you think that's bad, you should see the sky. Sometimes that has a rainbow color, aka the Earth is gay.
Actually, prisms and refraction is gay.
Prisms, prisms,
man.
They're putting the children's in the prisms.
Refractions, man. Refractions, man. My sunlight, man. Like,
I see the colors.
You're a sexist. Be happy that the VP is a woman.
You are such a deranged, sad person, really.
Imagine unironically being this guy and being that upset that about the gender of the vice president. Seriously.
But by the way, Biden supporters were not the ones bitching about this. Most of them I saw were defending it.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Probably because it was Biden. But that aside, because
no, 100%. If this was Trump, they'd be talking about how he's trying to escalate violence against Iran.
They did. They all when Trump did do stuff, they did complain.
They did that. Like, okay, look. For crying out loud, can we just give credit where credit is due, regardless of what party the person is? This is so stupid.
So, I mean, like, really, you should be making a video to conservatives who inexplicably supported what Trump did, despite him winning them over by being anti-war, and now they're complaining about Biden.
Yeah, like there are two sets of people that are consistent on this. We're consistent. We supported both, and he's consistent. He opposed both because he kills for Bashar the Butcher.
Yeah, ironically, the partisan hacks are more principled, in my view.
Be happy that the VP is a woman.
They're better people.
Okay.
Okay, that's the video.
That's great content, bro.
That video, by the way, was about 2 minutes. And
2 minutes of absolutely fucking nothing.
But it took us forever to go over. So we have one final video. I'm going to get some more water. Reece, feel free to introduce me. We alluded to him as a smug loser.
Brainlet.
Yeah, brainlet brigades. Yeah.
We have to do this one because I have a fuck ton of tabs open to go over.
It's him.
But I don't think it's going to take us too long, honestly. It's a lot of bullshit.
It's him, dude.
Yep. It's Kremlin Kyle time. Are you guys ready?
Are you ready to rumble?
We're gonna do some Kremlin Kyle dunking. A favorite pastime of Ghoul Gang Rising. Oh, you guys, you really aren't ready. I've previewed this video and I was very upset. I don't know if I have quite that same energy right now. We kind of went a long time tonight, but I think this week in particular, when it came to foreign policy news, it deserved a mega monster stream, and that's what we did. We delivered, didn't we not? We delivered for you. We're going to talk about Kyle and his response. His thoughtful analysis of the hashtag Biden bombs. Kanzik says, Reece, after making that video, looking at Kyle's face gives my heart palpitations. Yeah, eventually you just get used to it, The palpitations become the regular heartbeat. Right now, I'm kind of mellow, but I'm sure I'm going to become upset at some point here soon. It's coming. I can feel it. Just looking at that face. It's a special video. Not a personal favorite, but notable. There are so many Kyle videos we could respond to. Reece, are you 12 feet tall IRL? 13 feet tall, bro. Damn you, neckbeards are still streaming. Went to bed at 1 a.m., woke up at 6 to see you're still streaming. Oh, yeah, duh. Of course we're streaming. There's nothing else on, man. This is the perfect time slot. Honestly, I'm like Kevin. I've got nothing going on in the morning, so fuck it. We'll do it live. Neocons exists. Like I said, Reece, I thank you and Devin for saving me from this fucker. You're welcome. I'm glad to have done my service to humanity. Does Kyle do an hour-long show on a different platform? It seems like most of his videos are a few minute-long clips, as if they were taken from a longer show/stream. I think he streams them. He either streams them somewhere, or he just records it all in bulk for a day. Yeah, no, he does. He clearly does. He does it live too, just not as good as us. But the video that we're gonna watch is actually pre-recorded, and we'll show you why. What is that noise? What is Kevin doing? Is he making himself a drink? Blending something up? Maybe some schnapps? You can throw those in there. Kevin has cursed us with this image. There he is.
Oh, wow. We still have 19 people here.
Yeah.
It's late.
Just in case you think it's weird that we're streaming so late, these people, they're just, they're not even involved. They're just watching. And they're just like, yeah.
Hey, man, they're involved. We read the chat. We're not like Biden. Biden didn't read the chat. He just kept walking. So. Okay. It's Kyle time. Everybody, let's see what Kyle has to say. The Russian cow.
Apologies for the vertical video. I know how many of you despise vertical videos, and I.
Oh my god!
If I apologize for it, it makes it funny, right?
No, but like he looks so smug already.
I get it, but I'm.
Dude,
you are not.
No. I know there's no substance yet. It's just everything this guy does is a joke.
Oh, did you say no substance yet? There's not going to be substance. You came to the wrong video, my friend.
Oh my god! Yeah.
A little bit of a rush, and I don't have my stand, and so this is the best we could do. Biden's presidency.
Yeah, you don't have to. You could turn the phone.
Oh my god!
This is like the least optimal way to film a video.
He did a boomer.
Comes crashing down in one day. One day.
Okay.
So I saw this news at the exact same time, which I can only describe as traumatic. But
oh my fucking god!
The Biden administration just bombed Syria.
Hold on. Biden approving a strike that killed the Hezbollah members was traumatic to Kyle.
I heard his feelies. Reece.
They're just a political movement, bro. I mean, we could honestly end it there, but we're really just getting started.
Yeah.
Iranian-backed militias in Syria is how it's being reported.
Well,
that's because that's what it was.
wait, no, hold on. What is that supposed to mean? Is he implying that it was something else?
Yeah, it's like a mild dog whistle, like, oh, we know it was a false. It was like peaceful children playing in the street.
Yeah, at this base in the middle of nowhere, near the border.
Across the border. Near the Syrian and Iranian border.
Yeah, it turns out actually the Syrian and Iranian border actually happens to be right by the Romanian and Kazakhstani border. So,
right next to all the oil.
Yeah. Well, yeah, otherwise they wouldn't have bombed it because they did the bomb, and now America has oil for
bombs for oil, bro.
No, but like that airstrike, now America has oil for 8 years after that drone strike. So,
and at the same time, we learned that the Senate parliamentarian declared, "Oh, you can't put the $15 minimum wage in the $1.9 trillion COVID relief package. So
hold on. Okay. Good Lord.
Yeah, there's a lot to go over.
Kyle gets, this is his job. I just want to be able to be reminded.
He makes minimum $13,000 a month American from Patreon. Never mind all the other money he probably gets.
And that's his analysis of things.
Oh, damn it.
that is I hope you enjoyed paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for that. The Senate parliamentarian refusing, or rather advising, that they didn't include that as a part of the reconciliation because they couldn't, because the reconciliation is only meant to cover new budgetary additions, which obviously federally making the minimum wage $15 an hour does not fall under. This is the problem. This is the problem. You are literally asking for the impossible at this point. You are asking for it's like
impossible, Reece. They could just get Assad to be the leader and like make everything happen, man. Assad would raise the minimum wage, man.
You're putting a square peg in a round hole, and you're trying to. It's not working. I don't even know what to say. Like I'm looking at my sources, and it's fucking wild. Like, and first off, it's boring. Like no one wants to hear about this. No one wants to hear about me go over budgetary restrictions.
Well, some people do. I mean, it's like Arthur says, looks like people are waking up to superpower broadcasting law. People went to bed listening to us, and now they wake up listening to us on the same stream. So
that's really how it should be, I think. Yeah. It's a good way to end the day, good way to start the day.
That's right.
This is fucking ridiculous.
Dude, everything that all this guy's facial reactions, everything is just a big old meme, you know, and he's hungry.
He's hungry for that $15.
Yeah, it's not the North face, it's the hungry face.
Very extremely hungry. Do you know anything about
no, not extremely. Extreme. Like I'm not even 100% sure what that was a meme reference to, but I know we went over people taking EXTREME and making it extreme. Like, ooh, that means it's like it's swaggy now and stuff, you know? Like
the biggest elephant in the room is he's complaining about this, and the House passed the COVID relief bill. But they didn't include $15 an hour for minimum wage.
So Biden lied.
you know why? Because they couldn't do that. And even if they somehow could, it would endanger that bill in the Senate, which it still has to face. It would have made it. Do you understand, Kyle? That when you add that onto the reconciliation, a simple majority will not pass the bill. This is as far as I understand based on the minimal amount of research I did. You need a supermajority at that point.
Kyle doesn't do research, so.
Kyle doesn't do shit. That's why.
No, that's him looking at us right now, just being like, yeah, but I get $13,000 a month from my Patreon, man. What do you guys have, man?
That's embarrassing. I mean, that's
no. By the way, that's actually a W for him. That's an L for everybody that's a fan of his. Because he's probably US blind.
We'll give him the W's. I just think it's ridiculous.
Oh yeah, he's a millionaire to do this bullshit. By the way, so
they take a COVID relief bill and they try to tack on other parts of their agenda that have nothing to do with it. You don't just get to do, for the most part, unless under an extreme circumstance, a new budget. You've already set the budget, and they're trying to change the rules. And, it's not even guaranteed to pass in the Senate, even with this. But there is a chance, there's a much better chance that you have removed the minimum wage aspect. You're not even guaranteed to win over all the Democrats. And no Republicans voted for it in the House. Do you think they're going to vote for it in the Senate? People were saying like, oh, they'll never vote against that because it would make them look bad. Guys, you clearly haven't been paying attention. The Republican base doesn't give a fuck about that. They don't give a fuck that they looked bad. They're still going to vote them in. So what are you talking about? How is that going to affect them in the slightest? They're not going to face any blowback or consequences from that. In fact, they'll probably be praised for, protecting America from socialism or something of that sort. I'm looking at what I have here. Okay. This is from NPR. Budget reconciliation isn't as simple as adding policies to a budget bill and passing the legislation with 51 votes in the Senate. The process begins with a budget resolution that includes special rules and procedures for reconciliation. Typically, Congress only gets one shot at reconciliation each year because they are only allowed to pass one budget for each fiscal year. This year is different. The previous Congress did not pass a budget for 2020, which means Democrats have the chance to attach reconciliation instructions to a 2020 budget and a 2021 budget if they can agree on what those budgets should include. Once they agree on a budget, simple majorities in the House and Senate have to pass the same language. Then the clock starts for reconciliation and things can move quickly. There's a time limit on debate in the Senate, and there's no filibuster when the clock runs out. This is the secret sauce of budget reconciliation. It's a lot smoother, and you don't have to deal with a filibuster because at the end of the time, they just start taking votes. So that's what people were talking about on Twitter in regard to the filibuster. That's why people were bringing that up in the first place. Kyle, you don't know what you're talking about, but you're going to complain. Of course, you can't help it. It's just what you do. Like things could.
You got a question?
Don't even entertain it. Honestly, it's stupid.
Yeah, I like this one from Neocons. What I'd expect from a Building 7 memer.
Did you know anything about that, Kevin?
Building 7?
No, what he's talking about, Kyle.
Not about that actually. No, you did research on that.
You should have done some research, bro.
I know, right? Like I've had people telling me, about the debates. Like, oh man, you could have done more research on this and that and everything. It's like at some point, like I work all the time and I do the streams and everything. I can't do everything. You gotta get in the ring and do debates too. We need more debate me bros on our side, man. Like, because these guys have brigades of brainlets ready to go. So,
I mean, I think just even having content is a step in the right direction. Really.
Oh yeah,
it exists, and that's people treat it like it doesn't. Treat it like it's Bigfoot. Oh my God! How can you be serious? Aren't you a parody?
It had some account that had like a couple thousand subs comment on my channel, and I got a notification. I think I get a notification if somebody with more than 1,000 subs comments on my stuff. I'm not sure how it works, but and he was saying how like this is unironically my favorite satire channel now, and I'm like, I didn't respond, but I'm just like, dude, like there's a very good chance he knows it's real, but that's just his cope. But there's a chance he thinks it's fake, so he could be watching. So
there's another section here that's interesting. Yeah. There are a few things that lawmakers have to keep in mind. Reconciliation only applies to policies that change spending, the money the federal government pays out, or revenue, the money the federal government takes in. Some things, like the Social Security program, can't be altered. Those initial guardrails are important because if the lawmakers writing the reconciliation bill get them wrong, the whole process can fall apart. That is the story here. That is why this little stunt to include one of your things, to include the minimum wage, which, by the way, a federal $15 an hour minimum wage would be fucking stupid, disastrous. How are you going to implement that? What's the time frame exactly? How many jobs would be lost as a result of that stunt?
Well, that to answer that, I know that's probably asked rhetorically. You could calculate it, and I'll tell you this. Where the minimum wage in a particular state or city is close to 15, honestly, not that much. If we're talking areas where the cost of living is relatively low and the wages are like $8 an hour, it's actually not unreasonable to say that you might have 10% of the workforce laid off in that area. And there are studies that show that even at a minute increase of a 1% increase in the minimum wage, that it results in a 0.25% increase in unemployment. So that's a 1% increase. Obviously, if it's 30%, it's not going to scale linearly. It's going to scale exponentially. We're talking about a lot of people that are going to lose big time. So that
take big L's.
Big L's. Big L's. They're L's, they're big. So
yeah, as far as I understand, he really doesn't understand that. Neither does anyone on his side, of course. I mean, are you surprised? They didn't understand what Biden did.
These people don't, like, even AOC has an economics degree. She has no idea what she's talking about. So,
and he's going to echo this myth that somehow Biden has power over this process. We're talking about the legislative branch, Kyle. 2 L's makes a W.
No, it is kind of true. I'm looking at it right now. If you stretch out the W, you have the left V and then rotates that so that it's a 90-degree right angle. You have an L, and then you do the same with the other one, and then you basically flip it around so it's facing the same direction. You have another L. So it is technically true. You can make 2 L's out of a single W and vice versa. So you could make a W out of 2 L's. Just like scrunch up the lines, man. That's true.
Amazing. You can watch a little bit more of this if you want.
Yeah.
Biden and Kamala, all of the evidence at this point in time right now, it's pointing to the conclusion that they will accept the result of the Senate parliamentarian. That is unacceptable. Just so you understand.
Why? You're not going to value the Senate parliamentarian's advice, even though it is literally in your political interest to do so. That's why
he would say it's in our political interest to just overthrow the system, man.
Okay, as far as I understand, this is why she's saying that. She's saying, hey, you need to nix that from the bill, because otherwise it won't be reconciliation. And because of that, you will need 60 votes to pass it in the Senate, and a filibuster will not be ruled out.
Does Kyle know that there are Republicans in the Senate?
Apparently fucking not.
I mean, hell, you have Democratic senators that they're not going to vote for that.
No, Joe Manchin's not voting for that.
How would Manchin vote for that? So, like, see, this is the question where it actually brings up an issue of, is he grifting? Because he gets paid way too much goddamn money and does this for so long that there's no way he doesn't know. There's no way he hasn't. There's no way he doesn't know. He knows what he's doing. He's sucking his base for their money so that he can tell them that they got robbed. It's the same with Jimmy. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. It's the same with his freaking force the vote thing. You know, with his force the vote, when they did that big series of panels and stuff, they wrapped it up. The last stream was the day after it was already done on the Hill. So why was his big finale a day after it was too late to affect any change. It's because they don't actually care about affecting change. They just care about sucking money from their oftentimes underprivileged base that think that these guys are going to give them magic bullets. It's kind of like the Trump thing, you know?
They just want to keep people upset, keep them riled up, keep them on edge.
They're anger merchants. They're hunger merchants.
Hunger merchants.
Hunger merchants. That's right. They'll sell you hungry. And hungry ain't cheap, apparently. So, I mean, he gets paid no, he makes way more than that, though, because he probably gets AdSense, probably gets PayPal tips, probably gets like all kinds of sponsorships and stuff. Like this guy might make more than $250,000 a year.
I just want to throw out people in the chat. You can feel free to correct me. I'm not a policy wonk, and honestly, I find most of this shit really boring and uninteresting. This is why I talk about foreign policy, because it's interesting and it's robust and explosive. But
triggers.
This kind of like budgetary shit. Okay, so again, we're gonna lay this out because he's gonna talk about it a lot. Here's what's going down. They are adding new provisions to the yearly budget to address the pandemic, because there's been so much call for that. That is not normally something you do. They have a yearly shot at doing something like this, apparently. Part of the problem, though, is the bill can only include things, money that the government takes in or money that the government sends out to the people. You cannot add a $15 minimum wage to part of the reconciliation. At that point, it's just a new bill that has to go through the typical process. Except this is worse because it doesn't pass with a simple majority in the Senate, because it's going down that route of radically changing the fiscal yearly budget, but it's not following the rules. So he's going to get into how technically Kamala Harris has the ability to ignore the advice of the parliamentarian. This has not been done for decades. This would be a very unprecedented move, and it would be deeply unpopular if Biden did this. All the good faith that he's won, all the unity, all the reaching across the aisle, out the window. And he would probably have a lot of staunch opposition in Democrats like Joe Manchin for the remainder of his term if he did something like that, or if Kamala did something like that. She can technically do that. It is politically unwise. And even if she does do that, all that's going to do is it's going to allow them to include the $15 minimum wage, but they're still going to need a supermajority in the Senate. So basically, you still lose. And the best part is, it already passed in the House and they nixed the minimum wage a bit, because that is not relevant to provisions meant to address the pandemic. You're trying to get the money out as fast as possible, and that's what happened. That you did this basically. You were so desperate, get it out as soon as possible. You didn't even think it through. It is honestly so embarrassing. It's like watching people throw a tantrum. They don't know how the system works. They don't know how to play the game. They really don't.
Well, he might be playing a different game, because, his kind of game is that cha-ching game, Same with Neckbeard Jim. I mean, those guys really know how to milk their followers, man.
And again, anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I explained that as well as I can. I understand it's complicated and it's boring. I understand. We can continue.
And it's an advisory opinion. They don't have to listen to it. If they do
But it would
listen
be
to
stupid
it,
to
they
not
are.
listen. It would be completely retarded not to listen to it.
Like, So he thinks that if they ignore it, that now you get a $15 minimum wage.
I like
because somehow Manchin and all the Republican senators, like, by the way, Mitt Romney wouldn't vote for that. Like, and Mitt Romney's like, one of the more,
more open to the left-wing ideas, Republicans. Yeah, no, of course they're not going to vote for it because it'd be fucking ridiculous.
No, but so that's the question, Reece. Like, in your honest opinion, do you think he's aware of that, or do you think he's genuinely this dumb?
I think it's entirely possible. If you spend enough years sniffing your own farts, you just become stupid. Like that's just him at this point. That really is just him. Yes, Kyle, you could technically, very unprecedented, hasn't been done since like the fucking 1960s. You could technically have Kamala Harris overrule that advice. I like how Kyle's first instinct, he gets advice, sound, solid political advice. No, don't do this because it is not going to help you. You're guaranteeing you're going to lose at that point. This won't happen if you do that. And Kyle's just like, nah, I don't need to listen to that.
Boom.
You get everything you deserve then. You're fucking ridiculous.
Amazing.
To listen to it. If they do listen to it, they are choosing to listen to it because they don't actually want a $15 minimum wage.
Kyle the mind reader.
They could easily just say, we disagree and we're going to put it in there.
Yeah, and then it would get shut down in the Senate.
Clearly, you know how this works, man.
How smug he is. It's Dunning-Kruger in action, man. He's too dumb to know he's dumb.
And then they could put it in there, and then they can get it passed.
Okay, but
just that easy.
They can get it passed. It's like, oh yeah, we just ignore them, and then it gets passed. It's like, except the passing part is the difficult one there. Kyle, yeah. Oh god, dude, he's such a brainlet.
They put the good thing in the bill, and then the bill pass.
Good thing, good.
Bill pass.
Good thing, good. Bad thing, bad. That's what
I'm just a bill on Capitol Hill.
But that would require wanting it and then having balls and trying to fight for it by getting.
Trying to fight for it. So how are you going to get? Never mind the Republic. I mean, dude, 60 votes is the threshold. They couldn't probably get 45 votes to support that.
Well, that just shows you how corrupt this system really is.
It's like super majority. They couldn't get a super minority to do it. I mean, oh wow. No. But he would unironically say that if you remove Citizens United, that it would pass 100% or like 90%. I know. This guy's not bright. He's rich. He's not bright. So.
It doesn't take smarts to get rich.
Whoever else needs to fall in line. Now, Biden has the political capital to do that right now.
No, he doesn't.
Doesn't have that much political capital.
What, he's going to tell McConnell and all those guys to vote for it, and they're going to listen to him?
Come on, man.
He has a 62% approval rating.
Okay, but that's going to go to shit.
That literally means nothing in this context.
If he ignores the Senate parliamentarian, like you're saying, Reece, that this would essentially be seen as a breach of, it would
be seen as a crazy overreach.
Well, yeah, they would basically be seen as like, oh, here goes Trump again, basically. That's what people would say. That's what the Bulwark would probably, well, perhaps write about it, but yeah.
He's phenomenally popular. He's in his...
A lot of presidents have around that popularity to begin with. Trump was an exception, but Kyle basically supported Trump. So
his honeymoon phase as president. So without a doubt, he could raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour.
Without a doubt.
I'll let you explain why that's dumb. I'll be back in a second.
Without a doubt. Yeah. I mean, basically, we just explained why that's ridiculous. Oh, this is Kyle, people. This is what he does. These are the big brain ideas that we're dealing with. If Kyle, it's almost like he thinks he's God, and if he just says something, it will happen. Let there be light. Let there be $15 minimum wage nationwide. Just let it be, let it be, let it be. Am I right? Or am I right? It is completely absurd. But Biden's popular, 62%. Yeah, everyone knows you can just do whatever. The president can just, I'd like this to happen. I would like this radical rework of the yearly budget just to happen. And how about we add, a pretty, also even more radical economic provision on top of it that applies to the entire nation. Welcome back.
Yeah. Here we go. More Kyle.
If he doesn't do it, it's because he doesn't want to. Now, they're going to pretend, and I already saw the statement, Biden's like, oh, we're so saddened by the decision of the Senate parliamentarian, but what are we going to do? They said that this is the reality, and so we're just going to listen to it.
I mean, amazing.
They said gravity, 9.8 meters per second squared, man. But like, you really don't have the balls to jump off the building. You'll be fine, man. It's you're going to listen to a physicist, man.
He's heard what people have to say. People smarter than him have had to say about this. People who are involved directly in that process. People who are up to their guts in legality and bill writing, but he's just going to ignore it. Oh man, I know what they're going to say, and I know better. I'm doing a vlog.
Nobody's smarter than Kyle. So
of course not. I mean,
no, look at him. Nobody's smarter than him. Does that look like somebody that people are smarter than?
That is Ubermensch intelligence right there.
Total bullshit. And he's a liar, because if he wants to put it in, he can put it in. And in fact, I think it's Kamala technically who has the ability to override the Senate parliamentarian.
Yeah, it might be nice to get that fact in there. Yeah, Kyle, let me clear this up. Technically, they can. It would be political fucking suicide. Oh, but I guess if they don't, but Kyle wouldn't care anyway because he doesn't support the political, and he's even going to say that later on in the video. He doesn't care about the political careers of these people. Except it goes way beyond just these people. We're talking about the reputation of a party that represents the interests of many people. And I mean, do you really think that that's worth squandering at the moment over nothing, over basically something that's no more effective than force the vote, which you guys knew wasn't going to work, but you did it just to raise attention to your issue? This is fucking despicable nonsense. Yes, they technically can do it. It would be so stupid, though. Of course they're not going to do that. And that doesn't mean that they don't care. And that doesn't mean that they don't want to raise wages. And that doesn't mean that they hate American people. Give me a break. Who is this compelling to? Who is convinced by this?
4,000 something patrons, man. So
4,000 brainlets, maybe.
They don't want a $15 minimum wage. And let me tell you something.
Nostradamus.
Yeah.
Every Democrat who claims to want a $15 minimum wage, if they don't make crystal clear who their enemies are and who's in the way, they're part of the problem.
Because what are you trying to get at, that AOC is a fraud squad? I'm not sure if he's really done the fraud squad thing, but
oh yeah, I mean, I mean, honestly, in this video, he does. I don't think he directly calls them the fraud squad, but he basically does fraud squad. And it's just more purity. Kyle is so infamous for his purity tests. Just like if you deviate, I'm supporting this totally radical, like we're just gonna sneak the $15 nationwide minimum wage into the COVID relief bill because it wouldn't pass on its own. That's why. That's the reason. And then they're going to do that under the guise of, oh, it's for the pandemic. No, it's not meant to be temporary. You're doing it to be a permanent. It's a new law. So it's not for the pandemic. It's for your agenda, and it would be terrible for the country. Unemployment would shoot up, and you'd find a way to blame that on corporate Democrats, I'm sure, and not yourself.
Yeah.
That is where we're at. That is the level of absolute ridiculosity that we're dealing with here. And he doesn't understand. Anybody who slightly deviates from Kyle on that is a political enemy. Put them on a list, call them out. They shouldn't be supported. It's absurd. Like, no wonder you didn't make it anywhere in politics.
Well, he got to debate Tucker Carlson and with him.
Yeah, what a fucking honor.
I mean, I was watching some classic Kyle video the other day, and Kyle was saying how, he's not about purity tests. He's got a big tent, and Trump supporters and stuff are welcome in his movement, but war criminals like Bill Kristol, he wants nothing to do with them. So
okay.
So he made that very clear that he doesn't want Bill Kristol on his side, which, the thing is, I'm sure, the feeling is mutual, right? Yeah,
I'm sure Bill Kristol is truly heartbroken.
Yeah, I'll pass on that one. I mean, like, would you like to have brunch with this dude? Probably not. Because that within 5 seconds of eating whatever brunch you're about to, do brunch with, he's already on building 7. He's on building 5 now. Like,
I need to see battle lines drawn. I need to see
battle lines.
Tough boy.
Specific people being called out by
name.
As opposed to social insurance number, I guess, right? So, okay.
No, the name would be preferable, I suppose.
True.
Kyle's going to make a list.
I'm talking about other Democrats calling out President Biden.
So if you can't even get all the Democrats on board, how are you going to get the Republicans on board? Like, what?
I'm talking about other Democrats calling out Kamala Harris, calling out Joe Manchin. I want to see ads running against them.
Okay, but Joe Manchin is going to vote against you in the Senate and shut down your cringy little unreconciled bill. Look at him, dude.
People are bringing this up on Twitter, but I mean, Joe Manchin, like, his state did not go for Biden. Like, Biden has very little leverage over Joe Manchin.
Oh, no. If Joe Manchin had to choose between the favorability of West Virginia or the president, I mean, that's not difficult. He knows what he's going to do. So,
on this specific issue, Bernie Sanders hasn't said Dickie McGeezax yet.
Yeah. This is kind of the fraud squad. He's going to call out Bernie.
He's called out Bernie. No, but Dickie McGeezax. Like, okay, no. I joke about being a boomer and stuff. I call myself a boomer with Zoomer characteristics. This guy, I mean, what kind of nickname is that? It's not even really
somehow worse than his other nicknames.
Well, Top Jaker was pretty cringy, but Dickie McGeezax.
Yeah, that's you, Bernard.
How long did it take you to come up with that, Kyle?
Dog, I'm waiting for it. Pramila Jayapal and Ro Khanna, to their credit, basically said, we don't care what the Senate parliamentarian says. It's an advisory opinion. Okay,
yeah,
we took it.
It's always so wise just to ignore
we took it
the
for what it
advice
was,
of the
and
Senate parliamentarien, right?
we disagree, and we're going to go in another direction.
Yeah,
Okay.
we disagree. It doesn't. Who the fuck cares if Ro Khanna disagrees?
The physicist told me that jumping off of that 26-story building was a dumb idea, and that gravity would wreck me. But I also found out from Q that gravity is a Jewish lie, so I'm just going to ignore the opinion of the physicist, man.
Just ignore it. Hey, you technically can. You technically can, Kevin. You don't have to take anyone's advice.
Sure. You could jump out the 28-story building.
Ro Khanna is based. He said, fuck that. I don't care. I just...
That's right. He said physics is bad. It's not cool and good. So
that's where we're at right now. In one day, Biden bombed Syria, which is...
Man, it would have been even better if this was Monday when this happened. It would have been Bloody Monday all over again.
Bloody Monday Part 2.
Yeah. Bloody Monday 2. Yeah. Binge of cringe boogaloo.
Illegal under international law.
Gotta hit that talking point,
bro.
And who? You mean the international law where Putin can prevent Assad from being investigated?
Yeah.
That international law?
Yeah, that legitimate international law, man.
Oh, you mean okay, here's my position. When it comes to the world stage, I support not only do I support American exceptionalism, I support American vigilantism. We live in a world with a completely corrupt legal framework that has no way. It's like living in the Wild West.
Mm-hmm.
People say there's rules. People say, oh yeah, you shouldn't do this. So we'll wag our fingers at you. There's no means of actually enforcing that, though.
Yeah.
So it is on us. At that point, it's a moral duty, what we're doing, Kyle. International law doesn't mean shit. International law is just how we cuck ourselves while everyone else ignores it.
Yeah. Let's continue.
But he's going to say it was illegal under international law and also illegal under U.S. law.
I will say.
By the way, this wasn't illegal under international law.
Well, yeah, there's that too. But I will say I'm pretty tired and I got to go to bed very shortly. But we'll try to get through the rest of the video.
Had no justification to do it. It also symbolizes
no justification.
No justification, dude.
No.
No. You don't understand, man. Those 3 strikes, false flag, just like Building 7, dude.
He's not even going to mention any of that.
No.
What a hack.
No, so
what
he has to know,
hack.
though. He has to know. There's no way. That's why I say he might be a grifter.
I hope so, because otherwise, just pity to him.
Promised to get back in the Iran nuclear agreement, and he didn't get back in the Iran nuclear agreement. And then he bombs Iranian-backed militias in Syria, which is illegal under
You
U.S.
expect
law.
him to just get back into it right away because you're insane.
No, look, they bombed American service personnel. What the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah, he's going to totally ignore that. He's upset that Biden didn't. Well, actually, no, we covered that. He was upset that Biden wasn't groveling to get back in the deal.
Iranian-backed militias in Syria, which is illegal under U.S. law and international law.
No.
It's a giant middle finger, not only to Iran, but to the international community.
No.
Okay, well, yeah, screw Iran. But
yeah,
that's bad?
That's the most traumatic thought to him, sending a middle finger to Iran.
To Iran.
No, Kyle, you're fucking wrong. It's not illegal under international law to retaliate and to act in self-defense, and it's also not illegal under U.S. law and fuck international law. You're wrong on everything.
Acceptable, complete neocon warmonger.
The neocon ghouls striking.
Famous neocon Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Warhawk trash garbage.
Trash garbage.
You're fucking garbage.
No. You're not. Oh, yeah? Well, you're trash garbage, Reece.
You are garbage. I'm better than you.
No, that is what you are.
You.
No, but okay, Richard Smith's version of no you is no, that is what you are.
Hello.
Every time. Hello. I would like my steak with no vegetal. And it's like, no vegetal coming up as you ordered, sir. And then Mean Man's like, cool and good. And then a vegetal from across the galaxy hears somebody said no vegetal, so he flies over and manages to catch up to the steak. And then Mean Man detects a vegetable. A vegetal.
A vegetal.
Hello,
vegetal.
Hello, Noam Chomsky. I would like to purchase one stonk in Kyle Bot.
Kyle Bucks.
Kyle Bot. It's like the Kyle Bot has predicted that Iran would be victimized once again.
Kyle could make his videos with a bot, honestly.
Oh yeah, like he has 5 videos basically. And even though he's got 13,000, they can all be boiled down to war bad, worse for oil, neocons, and Iran didn't do anything wrong, and North Korea has legal weed.
So in one day, we have Biden and Kamala crushing the $15 minimum wage, refusing to put it in, and illegally bombing Syria.
No.
So if you're on the left,
illegal, man.
Oh, he always goes on about this too. If you're on the left, you should be on my side. Otherwise, you're actually not on the left.
Oops.
Stonks.
If you're anti-war, if you're for higher wages,
there we go.
You need to understand now. They're telling you, I'm not your ally. I'm your enemy. I disagree with you.
Kyle,
that's mug face, man.
You can be for higher wages, and you could actually be anti-war and still support both of these things. It's entirely possible. Because what we did in Syria was not a fucking war.
It was a war, man. There was a bomb, man.
There was a bomb involved. Must have been a war.
Thank you. We will take that information and react accordingly. And everybody who doesn't line up on the proper side of this fight, we see you.
I see you.
Sees you, man.
Kyle, you don't have what? What are you gonna do?
Sees you, man.
You're just gonna look at people weirdly, creepily.
He's been purchasing the gaydar from Gaytheon. He can detect a rainbow F-35, man.
You're not gonna do shit.
See you for what you've become. I want to see scathing statements, not just by any Democrats who are nominally
scathing.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna write a really nasty letter, man, if you vote that way, man.
For the $15 minimum wage and are nominally pro-peace and anti-war.
Pro-peace.
What a substanceless video, honestly.
But that's every Kyle video.
I want to see statements
from
all
are you anti-war and pro-peace? What were the circumstances of this story again? Were you going to go into that at any point? You know, talk about I don't know, the 3 attacks that happened before it. No, you're not. You're not going to talk about that at all. Or you're not even going to talk about the history of violence that we've had with this regime. No, you're not going to talk about that at all.
Big so-called left-wing groups. You know, I want to see Justice Democrats. I want to see Sunrise Movement. I want to see every group that thinks they're on the left. It's time to put up or shut up. It's time to fight or just be viewed as part of the problem.
Justice Democrats are so-called left-wing.
Nobody donates to you ever again or supports you ever again or whatever.
Okay.
This is a
He wants everyone to commit political suicide, basically.
Except for him, because he'll still get those mad Patreon dollars. So.
Oh yeah, he can afford to say anything, really, as long as it tickles the right narratives.
That's right.
He doesn't have to
really crystal
he doesn't
clear
have to
issue,
work with
and
anyone he disagrees
you're
with.
on the right side of it or you're on the wrong side of it. And we should be
What black and white way of thinking?
And we should be going to town against everybody who's part of the problem here, including Biden, including Kamala, including all the corporate Democrats. And you know what? If Bernie Sanders and the rest of them don't take on this fight, he's too much of a cuck to ever get anything done anyway then.
Jesus.
Oh, dude.
You're making me feel bad for Bernie at this point.
Dude, imagine unironically being Bernie. Even Kyle's dunking on you. Dude.
Hey, Kyle, remember the time that Bernie came on your show?
Oh my god, dude.
Bernie, you're such a cuck.
What an edgy boy, Reece.
Leave Bernie alone. It's like leave Britney alone. Leave Bernie alone.
Okay, he never would have been a good president if he can't even draw a line on.
God damn, dude. He's salty, man. He's hungry, man.
I regret ever supporting you. We're through.
Yeah, they're through, man.
God, what tantrum throwing babies? No wonder you never get shit done.
Dude, Kyle's like 35, I believe, or something.
Still, tantrum throwing infant.
Yes.
You would have been a
Now,
cuck.
listen, I want to be kind. Maybe he will at some point, but I'm waiting, son. Let's
no,
go.
you really don't want to
to
be
it.
kind.
Wow.
You're not a kind person. What are you talking about?
Wow.
That's your whole shtick, is being a douchebag.
Wow.
We're done playing around. The whole reason Democrats were elected was, for one thing, to raise wages. Okay, the $2,000 checks, which they already abandoned.
Oh, god damn it.
Yeah, because they had to make a fucking compromise.
And now
you know what
raising
that word
wages,
means?
which they're abandoning. Okay, it's raising the minimum wage is an 80% issue in the country. Raising it to $15 an hour is a 59% issue. That's all I need to know. What's supposed.
I question where he's even getting any statistics, really.
Jake Cougar.
He's probably got them from fucking Raw Story.
Yeah, 6% Jake.
Supposed to be representative democracy and a constitutional republic.
Well,
That's all I need to
Jank
know.
read
You're
an
gonna
article
abandon
before.
that?
It said 100% of voters would vote for Cenk Uygur.
True.
So he was like, I'm a
There
shoo-in.
are
Come on.
consequences to your actions, so get ready for those.
Well, that's the video.
Okay.
I don't really have too much to add. Like I'm pretty tired, but if you got any closing remarks, Reece.
Yeah, definitely could have. I don't know. I was low energy by then. I could have done that one better, to be honest with you. But it's fine.
I'm low energy too. I got to head to bed, but
well, this was a mega episode just based on a long week. We are going to attempt to not go as long in the future.
Try.
Because this was pretty insane. We watched a bunch of cringe, honestly, and if anybody has any thoughts, feel free to comment down below. Send me any suggestions for content at Spooky Nukies on Twitter. And thank you all for tuning in and sticking around it, and waking up with us. I mean,
yes,
that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So definitely be sure to subscribe to Spooky Nukies on YouTube. And be sure to check out my Facebook, Twitter, Minds, Gab, etc. Links are in the description below. If you want to support me, you can check out my PayPal, Ko-Fi, and Patreon. Big ups to all the supporters of the channel. I'm debating an anarcho-capitalist cringemonger tonight at, I believe, 6 or 7 p.m. Have to check on that. So I will see you there. So have a good night, everybody. And thanks for, watching some cringe with us. Take care and stay based.
Au revoir.